Yoda dropped to like 5% HP. Tank deaths are actually kind of a problem towards the end of this boss. Because everybody's dropping so low, they start running out of defensives. Then your temper in battle happens onto players, and you're like 50% HP, and then you immediately get melee by the boss and just die. I feel like it happens all too often on this boss.
Salve, salve, rapadura! Tamo junto, mano. Valeu pelos 6 meses aí, mano, fortalecendo nosso canal. Como é que você tá, velho?
On the second boss split in Dawnbreaker 18, going to be able to absolutely take this one down, assuming that they don't end up wiping to the last boss or the last mini boss.
O que tá jogando ultimamente?
Realistically, they could probably accrue
Tô bem também, mano.
On this mini boss,
Bem, cara, bem entre aspas. Hoje eu passei um mal fudido, mano. Dor no peito de volta, crise de ansiedade, cheguei a vomitar, mano. Papo reto. Parar no hospital hoje. Parar no hospital hoje. Mas agora eu tô bem, velho.
The problem with this mini boss is that
mas tô bem agora, tô suave.
You have 0 defensives and that he does a beam that does 250% of your HP over.
Mano, olha esses caras fazendo a Necrotic Wake, mano, é absurdo, velho.
PS me, I guess. Like I need sack spell word. Like I don't know what I'm supposed to actually press here.
Jogando nada de futuro.
It's just like a crazy amount of damage, but assuming that the
morreu o Evoker. Não morreu o healer.
Baguettes in the bottom right hand corner, even though they have 5 deaths, their timer's still fine. It's gonna kind of come down to, again, kind of similar to the Knights.
Esperando a season tá voltando, hein, mano. Pô, agora é a hora boa de voltar a jogar. Vai equipar os personagens e tal.
Exactly. Now, just kind of taking a step back and looking at how the first 45 minutes of the day or so has gone here, it looks like it's been a very clean start to the day for the most part for all the teams, right? I mean, when we think back to the first weekend on both of the first 2 days, we did have at least one of the teams have something, some major wipe occur 10 to 15 minutes into the dungeon that caused them to reset. But it looks like all the teams right now are steady on course, timing their keys, getting the +2 chests across the board, and capitalizing on them. Although AJ does go down on the final boss here, in the top left corner, they do have the battle res though, so it shouldn't be too big of an issue, but honestly, I mean, we keep saying it, right? Using that one battle res, you have a little.
O bicho dele fica paradinho lá no Sleepwalking, ó. Level bom, 630, inclusive tem craftado, tá ótimo.
AJ died here, but I do wonder, like, if a different team was in a similar situation, if 16 Necrotic Wake could have potentially been a 3 chest, because they're kind of close on the timer. But they're probably about like 45 seconds off, and I think if they, obviously, again, the AJ death not gonna matter here in the long run, but
Fabi, essas épocas da season só tem criminoso na fila, mano. Infelizmente, velho. É muito difícil, por mais que você queira jogar certo, tudo mais, é foda, mano. É foda.
Good play there from Jizu. As we've seen the teams throughout the weekends here work on Nalthor the Rhinebinder, there's this scary moment where your druid gets sent downstairs and the root runs out on your fleshcrafter. The Ogavoker has to do a little bit of the heavy lifting there, running off to the corner.
Vai ter shield grande aí, hein?
Doing a whole bunch of different things to make sure that
acho que o druida vai burstar esse shield.
Have a consistent place for the throw cleavers to come from. Just good heads up play to make sure they keep that crafter in the corner.
Dude, AJ did a really smart mind control there too. Your healer really doesn't want to help your Evoker on this Fleshcrafter at all, because he's gonna have to be ramping his heals. Oh wow, they actually missed the cleaver into that icy shield. I don't think it's gonna matter. I think that they have enough DPS here. But I mean, this is the composition that's actually the most scary of being able to kill that. It's this Evoker, it's this balance without any cooldowns.
Já foi Brasil amanhã, pô.
Specs aren't exactly known for their burst damage, and so it's that was actually a pretty
Brasil é amanhã.
On a 20, it's probably wiping you. Obviously in the 16 it's not really gonna matter, but something to be looking forward to for like higher keys. They might even speed kill the boss. I wouldn't be
já vão necrotic já, hein,
for a more aggressive strat in terms of like speed killing the boss, but at the same time it's kind of you're gonna need to practice how you want to play in the 20, I think, if you're streamerzone.gg.
Ele é anão.
Yeah, for sure. One final cleaver here, hopefully bring that into
a de Taurian ali só de roleplay.
Now it's gonna get angry and melee down the Fleshcrafter for them. That is a +2 on the board for streamerzone.gg, keeping it clean. Good time for them.
So they're going 18. Where is Polish Mountain going after their 18? Because I think that Polish Mountain is kind of the most interesting team in terms of like what their next decision on what key they're going to be going to is, because I think that they're on pace to actually be looking at 2 chests. They're 18 if we can get them on the screen.
Interesting. If they are able to do it, honestly,
they're having deaths.
They're having deaths. 4 minutes for a final boss. I think.
Yeah,
they're
fine.
Possible. Yeah, with the bloodlust on the pole, or with their next set of cooldowns, anyways, which will be on pole. Yeah, absolutely.
Vão fazer 18 agora, hein?
The Warnstone tech as well on their first downstairs player.
It's about a 3-minute fight. So yeah, they even have room for some deaths here. Realistically, they could like sack some people as well. I think that you want to 2-chest this key if you're Polish
Minha
Mountain.
classe favorita?
They have all their offensive CDs available here too. Oh, they
O
have
meu main, né? Warlock.
Oh, dude, they're more than fine. The fact that they didn't Lust Surge and Stitch Flash, they're gonna crush this boss. This is probably like a 2:30, 3-minute fight even.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what they need to be able to actually 2-chest this dungeon.
Were we just waiting for combat to actually like occur on the Fleshcrafter there? So it's like where it stopped.
O meu main.
After the snap.
So, I think we were pre-building a Tempest, and I think we were waiting for a Breath of Eon so that it was up exactly on pull here, because they're committing the spear. They're committing the spear. They're committing the sentence. They're committing an Incarn with the Lust, and so you actually just want to stack pretty much everything. So I think that they were just trying to play the safest strat in terms of offensive CD management is what it looked like there. Ooh, okay, so these Shaman
Polish Mountain.
selected first. Typically, you actually have your Warnstone on your
Já estão
balance
fazendo a 18 já,
so,
filho.
yeah, he's actually gonna have to kill this ad, so it's a little bit of a time penalty that's gonna be paid for Polish Mountain. So you normally do like Warnstone juggling, but you leave it on that balance druid first, because the balance druid sucks at killing the ad. Just like it's I would describe it as a coin flip as to whether or not you're actually gonna win. It's definitely possible. You normally end up having to commit more than you necessarily want to, but the Shaman can absolutely kill it. But the people upstairs are the people who are doing the important job anyways. You just need to make sure that you're juggling that Fleshcrafter.
Yep, you can see Druid downstairs. We're going to see the same thing coming out from Raph as well here, getting that sleepwalk back into the corner, and hopefully didn't quite get it there, but
spell warded.
O time do Kira e o time do Yoda jogando. Do Yoda foi pra...
No, he's going down. I mean, he's gonna die. Yeah, I mean it's fine. Like we're still 2-chesting this key for.
Quem que é o outro time ali?
I don't see.
Yaya, Evoker, Baguettes.
It's difficult to tell. I wonder what happened. They're like, I wonder if he ended up spell warding the Shaman maybe. One of the Shaman went down, and the Shaman didn't have Warnstone. But now the Shaman should have Warnstone on him. Yeah, look at this. You see Raph on Polish Mountain running over to that side that the Shaman's going to be at. So the Shaman's going to come back up. I think they're fine to 2-chest it, so they do pay the 15-second penalty from the... Oh my god!
Wait,
Tankers died. Oh my
Mano,
gosh.
morreu o tanque ali.
Tankers can't take the res right away because the res was into the Comet Storm, so they had to wait a little second. Fortunately, the boss isn't meleeing during the Comet Storm, so he's able to get back up and taunt. And
Caramba, véi.
Should finish off the boss or get him very low here, and they are going to be able to finish it off here. These deaths could cost them the 2-chest.
O cara timou 18-2 chest com o tanque morrendo no último boss.
I think with 40 seconds left and the Breath of Eons coming up, they should be okay, but this was a lot closer than it needed to be.
That was the tank death. I mean,
the death at the end there. Oh my god.
Oh, never mind.
Okay.
Whoa. What he died? Oh, he died to the debuff. Oh my god. He Warnstone back up, and I didn't think it was gonna matter.
Mano, isso quase o cara morreu, velho.
That almost cost them the 2-chest. That is crazy.
They were like 8 seconds off. That was actually really close.
Tá. Será que eles vão tentar 20, velho? Bom, né?
Asking the question, what is Polish Mountain going to do next? We saw 20 Necrotic Wake done last weekend. We know it's possible. Do they just go into that now, or do they save it for later?
Os caras são bons, são muito, mano. Os favoritos desse time aqui é a streamerzone.gg, que é o time do Kira, e o Fick Knights. Fick Knights, eu acho que nem eles são favoritos. Fez 18 mais faz 20. Faz, né?
This is the other strategy. You've done Necrotic Wake twice, you feel comfortable in it. If you can one-shot 20, or maybe even two-shot 20 Necrotic Wake, I think you could just like stay in this dungeon and not really think too hard about it. But I think that both options are valid.
Ó o dia 2!
Save this key
later,
assess your spot, and then pick what you want to do. Or you can just run this back if you're feeling super comfortable. It looks like that green dot is going into Necrotic Wake again.
Okay.
I feel like if the green dot is going back to Necrotic Wake for Polish Mountain, the only acceptable key level should be a 20 here.
That should be what they're going for. We'll see it here. And I mean, it looks like the pressure's on here as well, because all of the teams are playing pretty clean here. And look at
Tá, aqui foi os baguetes, que são 11º, Streamer Zone, que era o segundo, Polish Mountain, que era o 7º, e Fick Knights, que era o 16º, velho. Caraca, o time do Yoda tá meio mal, não tá não?
Yeah. So the Fikis, they've actually timed 19 Dawnbreaker on live with this composition. So I think that this is something that they should pretty much have in their bag. I don't know if it should necessarily be automatic, but I don't think it should take more than maybe 2 attempts, maybe 3 attempts. So I think that the Fika Knights should look very powerful in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen in this Dawnbreaker. They did have a death during their lust, which does suck for them, but there's enough wiggle room with the 19 Dawnbreaker in terms of the timer that I think that they should be okay, assuming that they're able to play clean.
Eles fazem, né, esse AD aqui porque eles têm o
I think that this means that they're comfortable timing this within the next what would you say, 45 minutes, maybe an hour?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. You know, you think about a day, 5-hour day, hour, 40 minutes in each key. You get this in like 2 or 3 attempts.
Brasil amanhã.
If it starts taking more and more time, you need to go somewhere else and like, leave this for the end of day.
I think that
they're going.
It's kind of interesting. Yeah, they're going again. It's kind of an interesting decision because so Grimbatol is you only have to do 2 attempts in Grimbatol. So realistically, you only have to spend an hour in Grimbatol. So if you ended up spending 2 hours in Necrotic Wake, that it's fine. Then you can end up spending the rest of your time in the Dawnbreaker, the other hour and a half ish, hour 40 minutes ish in the Dawnbreaker, if you need to, because the Grimbatol is so short. So I think that there's actually a bit more time that you can budget for Necrotic Wake than normal, just because these dungeons are pretty weird. But that's assuming that you can do Grimbatol in 2 runs, which it's not a guarantee, right? Like we've seen some teams get trapped in Grimbatol 18. We've seen some teams get trapped.
Perigosinho, mano.
I don't think that 20 Necrotic Wake is something that should be a given either. We saw Shiny Unicorns get stuck in Necrotic Wake 20 last weekend as well, so it's just kind of probably about a comfort selection here.
And I think there's an interesting concept that you have to look at this weekend that's different compared to our first weekend.
Polish Mountain vai tentar, hein?
These teams will have seen what our teams were able to do last weekend. They've been able to practice for the past week and like figure out the strats for those particular keys at those particular levels. And you know, there's a very real scenario that can pop up near the end of the day where all the teams have roughly the same keys done.
Queria ver a prova do Yard, mano.
Able to pull out some, you know, potential niche key like, you know, a +1 versus all of the other teams. Like maybe a 21 Necrotic Wake is doable. Maybe a 19 Grimbatol is doable. Unlikely, but you never know. If not, it would come down to time tiebreakers, and that's something we haven't seen in a while.
So we'll circle back to Max Cap in a second. I have a question for you. So Nagura and I were talking about this a little bit earlier. How do you feel about the teams knowing the dungeon levels now, like in advance? The fact that they know that it's going to start on a 16 as opposed to not, Group A not knowing. And how do you feel about them having the blueprint for like what the cap of the dungeon looks like? How much of an effect do you think that's going to have on what we're going to be seeing today?
It definitely does affect the way you play throughout the day. Like definitely, it helps you practice as well, because you know that it will likely start on 16 on these.
Hey, Heston.
17 on the 3rd day if you qualify. So that gives you an extra thing to practice. So you not only will practice for your max cap dungeons, which you would expect the teams to mostly practice for, because it is the Great Push. You're trying to push for the highest key possible. But you can also spend time solidifying your strats in the 16s and 17s to make sure you can get your +2s and +3s, where those will be, you know, advantages for you. So I think the teams during this weekend, and, you know, maybe even going into global finals as well, should be a lot better at turning their lower keys into +2s. We probably won't see that many +1s, 16s, or +1s, 17s unless it's like literally not possible to +2 them. And that should give them more time to go for the max cap keys later on at the end of the day.
Okay, and so talking about the max cap keys, we saw Necrotic Wake done on a 20 last weekend. We saw Grimbatol done on an 18, and we saw Dawnbreaker done on a 19. How many of those keys do you think these teams are going to need to qualify for Championship Sunday? And yeah, basically just how many of those dungeons do you think they're going to need, or do you think they're going to need all 3 of them, and it's going to go down to time tiebreaker?
Camanzinho caiu duro.
Need all 3. I know Streamer Zone GG is definitely capable of it. I think Polish Mountain's also capable of it. I think Fika Knights are capable of it too, because, I mean, like you said, they've done most of these keys on live. It's just about whether or not they can get it done enough.
É isso aí, ó.
So they've done it all on live.
Ó, boa, mano. Os caras estão fazendo umas Necrotic 20 ali já, mano. Morreu pro Flashcrafter, o healer, mano. Aqui fomos. Reset. Baby. Reset, reset.
As well, but if they want to qualify, I think they'll also need to be able to do that, those keys too. So, I mean, I think it's shaping up to be a very, very competitive day, and it might just come down to how fast they're able to get those max cap keys done.
Mm-hmm. So but you think that all 3 are required?
I think so, yeah.
Is there a +1 anywhere that we're missing? The 21 wake, maybe?
I think surprisingly enough, the 21 wake is the most likely, as crazy as that sounds, just because, you know, you're heavily relying on the throw cleaver so much in that key, and that also scales with the key level. Obviously, the encounters themselves become much more difficult to live through. But when you compare that to things...
Mechanics?
Yeah. When you compare that to the concept of going to a 20 Dawnbreaker or a 19 Grim
Ele
Patrol
craftou uma capa em vez de craftar uma...
struggle in those keys 1 key lower last weekend, I don't think either of
Ué.
those are +1able as of yet. But, you know, we've been surprised in the TGP before.
Yeah.
Mano, eles não estão usando...
Here we have the Fika Knights in the bottom left on this
Eles não estão usando o ringue de buffar xamã não, véi.
We saw that death happen on that Bloodlust pull. They are on to the first boss. The first boss split that we're looking for is honestly anything sub 10 minutes. I think that like a 9.
Cara, vendo o TGP, eu acho que pra mim não falta muito pra chegar lá. Melhorar uma coisa ou outra, o time, interrupt, healing check, conhecimento do jogo, estratégia, acho que talvez nascer de novo. Tendo isso, eu acho que eu chego lá. Boa, mano. Tudo é impossível, até que seja possível. Normal, pô.
All of the mini bosses, you can anti-magic shell pretty much every single one of those dots that are on you, allowing you to actually have a lot more damage on those. You also have the anti-magic zone, which is an incredibly powerful ability for a multitude of things, and so it's very safe.
Sem saber que era possível, foi lá e desistiu. Papo reto. Nossa. Polish Mountain, reseta esse bagulho aí, mano. Papo 10.
Safety is probably their utmost concern. They're going to have the damage. The damage is going to be there. That rogue is going to be able to carry us on all of our trash pulls. He's going to be able to annihilate those mini bosses. He's going to be able to annihilate this priority.
Era isso.
Shouldn't necessarily be a problem.
Era isso que eu precisava ouvir para dar uma deitada e ligar essa live. É isso aí, Rodrigão. Vamos que vamos. Sabendo que era impossível, ele foi lá e desistiu. Já dizia o sábio. Nossa, mano. O Evoker tomou uma mordidaça.
No Speaky specifically said they thought they were slow in. Most of their splits were actually, they had a bunch of sub 9 splits, but the time they actually ended up timing the key on the 18 was like a 9:25, which they thought was slow. So just to compare to what we're seeing on the screen right now, the 9:32 for Fika Knights is on the slower end, but like you said, there still should be enough time if they're able to live through some of these pulls. And I mean, these pulls in the middle of the dungeon are extremely volatile. There's a ton of damage going out on not only the tank,
a dungeon da Polish Mountain tá meio feinha. É uma 20. Será que eles vão timar? Demorei pra entender um pouco essa, né? O resto ele é meio engraçadinho, Fabi. É meio ele é cheio dos gracejos.
If it can die before that, we are home free. They're going to be able to kill it off probably somewhere in the order of 5 seconds before that Dark Flow's AoE goes off. Because if we had all 3 of those going off at the
same time, o cara faz 2 chest na Necrotic Wake, mas não faz 2 chest na...
Their HP wasn't moving at all. They pressed basically every defensive Zephyr, barrier, AMZ, and they're basically stacking 60% worth of DR on top of it. And if they only have 2 of those mobs going off, they're totally fine. Beyond that, it's basically just a ton of tank damage. The Tactician, the Umber Rushes are very, very scary here. But again, it's going to be about beating the these pulls, making sure that we don't get like 6 orbs on the mini bosses, that kind of thing for the future.
What?
Yeah, the classic double bubble technique wasn't very complicated alive there. Very, very
What is happening?
Pô, mas aí, minuto 5?
It's not going to make the dungeon untimable, it's just going to make him a little more suspect if there's any major mistakes. Remember, we saw mandatory time this 20 with 12 deaths last weekend, so it's possible to just completely throw one of the pulls and still time the key, as long as you're consistent with your fleshcrafter cleavers, getting them on important targets every time they go off, and, you know, as long as you don't literally jump on a boss when it's like...
Que isso?
So, let's keep an eye on Polish Mountain here. This run is definitely still...
Here's a pro.
Caralho, o cara meteu o clipe lá.
Yeah, absolutely no
damage goes up, all good.
Exactly.
Que da hora.
It's like the junkyard bots. We got the mobs doing the damage for us. Oh my gosh! And on the big screen here, we have baguettes incurring a wipe again, like we were talking about. It's gonna be less about damage to them, more.
Caralho, viado. Você mandou pra lá?
We can get a replay to see exactly what happened.
Você que mandou?
Could be, you know, there's a lot of things that you can die to. You can have bleed out damage to abyssal rot dots. You can have tank deaths. Tank deaths are very, very common there. Tactician auto attacks, and then just Shadow Walker Umbral Rush magic damage can kill off your tank if your tank's not rotating their defenses basically perfectly or parrying enough. There's a lot of issues that can happen. We could maybe accidentally stand in Tactician frontal. Let's see what happens here.
Ooh, yeah, that'll do it.
The classic. So basically, your tank has to pull. Your tank can't pull with Avenger Shield. So whenever your tank throws Avenger Shield at the pack, if it's not exactly on the Shadow Walker, the healer will get healer aggro immediately, and he will be Umbral Rushed instantly. And so your tank has to pull those packs with Judgment. I would describe the best strategy of doing this is leaving your group AFK. And that's kind of what the Beacon Knights do. They leave their group AFK, and then they kind of deal with it. Yeah, Polish Mountain are currently getting feared by the Marauder, and they will be town portaling. That's my prediction.
Oh boy.
Não, tava vendo aleatoriamente, apareceu você lá. Como, cara? Como, velho?
This is fine. We can give them, I would say, they can probably
né?
get their runs for Polish Mountain within the next.
Não, quem que mandou, pô?
On this 20 necrotic wake can totally be fine. It looked like they had some fears go off.
Has to be a tank death. Yeah.
Yep, has to be a tank death. You're absolutely right.
É, Polish
So we had
Mountain.
tank death. Our tank released. We didn't have a battle res.
Não, exatamente. Pô, mas é exatamente por isso daí que não faz sentido o resto. Tudo bem que o clipe é público, mas eu sou um streamer BR, pô. Ninguém liga pra streamer BR, não.
The crazy thing is they actually almost managed to kite that out. I think Tankiers almost made it back to the group, and with the Fleshcrafter beating those shields for them, they maybe could have finished it off. They almost were able to get through it, but just barely.
Tipo, o clipe nem ficou tantos views assim, pô. Tá ligado? Pra chamar a atenção. Estranho entender como que o cara achou, entendeu? Eu ligo pra streamer BR. Ah, vocês são uns anjos, né, mano? Tá ligado? É o streamer de WoW que mais vejo. Tamo junto, Rodrigão. Vamos que vamos. Prometo começar a streamar mais, inclusive. Não é resto. Tipo assim, cara, pra entrar nesses canal de clipe aí, você tem que mandar o clipe pros caras, pô. Tá ligado? O cara não fica aí no... O cara não fica vendo o clipe, tá ligado? De coisa arada. Ou ele pode ser que... Ou pode ser que tenha, né? Tipo, uma...
You throw a minute here, a minute there throughout the day in between dungeons. I mean, you could easily rack up 10 to 15 minutes in a 5-hour day. That's a lot. That's easily 2 or 3 attempts at the first pull of a dungeon like this Necrotic Wake near the end of the day that you're missing out on if you are just throwing a little bit of time. And you can see how much those attempts can rack up in this higher key level. As for the second time we're seeing
Azedou pra Polish Mountain. A 20 é embaçadinha, meus manos.
I feel like... looking at the damage meters, I'm assuming that the Enhanced Shaman probably got channeled on for a little bit.
Ficou Dima no LoLzinho? God, mano.
That's gonna be my guess.
As kills estão menos piores no início da season, então eu acho que eu vou tentar jogar depois, mas agora vai ser foda de eu jogar, mano. Vai vir coisa nova do WoW, preciso gravar os vídeos das dungeons essa semana. Eu preciso ver aqui, mano, quando que vai...
Especially too, like you said, if he actually got channeled on, there's just like no recovery.
Yeah,
Shaman's the main character.
That is the main character of the group, the big dam, getting the PI, getting the buffs. They're the important one. The druid is also doing good damage, you know, whenever they can hit their spy masters as well, right? They can definitely pop off, but they're very
there
much
for
a
the
support
pad.
class outside of that. They're there for the pad, they're there for the Mark of the Wild. Anything else is extra.
Dude, I wish we could see more Ellie Shaman.
I think Ellie is actually like incredibly good, and it's actually really fun to play. I'm a noted Ellie lover. But
Yargi was he likes to come in my
Uma duo vai ser rushada assim.
preach Ellie propaganda about it being
10% de HP e dano pros mobs por nível de DG a partir da 12. Pior que eu não sei exatamente, mano. Eu acho que tem um multiplicador maior, se eu não me engano. Onde que a gente pode achar isso? Atual. Donjon. Modifier.
Yargi said it's hard to live on with the enhance.
Níveis.
The enhance the AUG babies, basically, you're like basically rescuing the enhanced
Forward.
So whenever you have the second shaman, it's a lot. Where else would you play it?
I mean, Mist is definitely like one of the best case scenarios because, right, you have multiple target bosses on every single boss, which lets you get extra free funnel. Where else would you play it in?
Não sei onde achar isso.
There being like a ton of downside in there.
Arakara is fine. I mean, again, bosses with extra targets let you funnel a little bit on every single boss. That's pretty good.
Oh,
the big problem with Arakara is there's a lot of movement on all the bosses, which is not great.
Assistir pelo YouTube é melhor, mano.
Okay.
Era pra eu ter postado o vídeo hoje se eu não tivesse passado mal, velho. O vídeo tá pronto, só postar. Esperar amanhã agora. O Brasil joga amanhã, irmão, 3 da tarde. Vai jogar 5 horas seguidas.
I mean, again, bosses with extra targets let you funnel a little bit on every single boss. That's pretty good.
Vem assistir com nós aí.
Thinking about it, I don't know if it's better than Boomkin in any dungeon, but Mists. Or, you know, Mists. Or, you know, the jury's actually out if it's even better. I think it's just comparable in the Mist. But I think it's a very just overall strong spec that doesn't see enough play.
Os caras tão cacetando o Flashcrafter lá atrás, lá, enquanto o outro tá comendo um banquete ali.
Run, though, even though they had the death and a little bit of kite out here, they think that there's maybe potential still? Oh, no. Look,
I mean, this is the hardest part of the dungeon, right? This first pull, they're doing mid-pack into that gatekeeper. So you can afford a death there, assuming that you're able to get through it. Dude, oh my gosh, our tank is fighting for his life.
He is so scared.
Bro is struggling. Somebody save our tank, please. I'm just asking. Somebody help that guy.
Well, they got through the poll, and I mean, again, the timer is not necessarily the hardest part of this key. It's just living through everything. So even if you can get through that first poll, kiting it out for a minute like we just saw, the run is still on the table here, but dude, Tankiers is still just scared for his life the entire time here. Oh, man.
I am astonished that our healer was actually able to get that Fleshcrafter cleaver into the gatekeeper. I thought for sure we were about to die. And then he actually got his ramp off on that AoE. I'm impressed that our healer was actually able to keep us alive here.
Big plays coming out from the Disc Priest here. They're going to be able to get the gatekeeper down relatively soon here. Next throw cleaver will finish it off. We'll see. And I mean, you can see something we were talking about last weekend. We saw Mandatory pulling out this double Fleshcrafter strat where you keep one rooted off to the side. You can see Polish Mountains right on the far side of the screen there, closer to the boss. In addition to the one that they keep mind controlled as well from the priest that they'll break out for every single one of the throw cleavers it has too. Has every team adopted this strat, or is it just Polish Mountain doing it?
Streamer Zone was only playing one in the 18. Like I don't know if they're gonna do it in hierarchy. Like I think it, you know, you don't necessarily need it in the 16. You don't necessarily need it in the 18. But I mean, this is the level that it saves you infinite time. Like this is the level that it takes you from a 6-second first boss split to a 5-minute first boss split. So that, I mean, that's why it's such a big deal. It's because it can cut a full minute off this first boss split.
Ooh, they were able to just barely curve the cleaver around that soldier there, get it into Blightbone. First wretch coming out, no problem whatsoever. Gotta keep an eye on all these cleavers, though, especially the far one here. Huge hit of damage on the tank here has been able to live through it. It's really all about the cleaver positioning here, though, and you're doing a good job so far. All 3 of the cleavers they've had have gone straight into the boss.
Yeah, I think the boss just gets
chunked for 6% each. It's a lot of damage.
It's like 70 million health. Like, it is a lot. I think they're doing a good job as well of making sure that one is like completely far off to the right hand side of your screen there. Yeah, that's bad. So
That's a wipe.
We're a little bit too far from the boss. That's the only thing to
Os
note
caras estão
here.
perdendo tempo nessa 20 também, tô achando, velho.
Good effort.
Tem uma chance do time do Yoda passar eles por causa dessa brincadeira deles aí, mano.
Yeah,
Eles estão
just be able
vacilando.
to clutch the boss.
Unfortunate positioning on the frontal there. Taking out 2 other players. It's going to be a reset streamers on GG, though.
Eu acho que eles vão parar com essa 20 aí.
So now Streamers on GG is the exact same spot as Polish Mountain, except with an additional Grimbatol.
Vamos ver se o time da...
They're definitely a decent bit ahead of the other teams.
Vamos ver se o time do Kira vai fazer ela.
So far, they haven't had any resets. Beaconites as well haven't had any resets, but I would say that their overall pace in the dungeons has just been a little bit slower.
Não, ele vai pra dar um breaker, tá vendo? Os caras não é bobo, mano. Os caras perderam tempo mesmo.
With the other teams here, and this is going to be a huge moment here. They've gotten through the trash in the middle section of this dungeon and are on to the second boss. They have the second boss, as we see here, at 20% here. They're only going to get a couple
Kira vai pra dar um breaker de druida.
They're going to get one overlap of orb plus shadowy decay right at the end of the boss here. If they're able to live through that, though, it looks like they've got tons of time to deal with that last trash mob plus the boss. They just got to keep it clean.
E eles estão lá de volta na 20. Morreu.
They've been playing basically since the season began. They were playing on beta a ton as
Doideira,
well.
mano.
Just getting prepped for the season. So I think the Fika Knights, while they came in 15th seed, I think that this is the team that has like the largest amount of upset potential because they've also done these dungeons on live. Like they didn't have a great time trial performance, but they have the live key experience on all 8 dungeons that I think could actually play spoiler a lot. And like you're saying, if they one-shot this 19, that's in a huge
Nossa, tem
time
Grimbatol, né, mano?
We saw Baguettes have a reset in their 19. Polish Mountain, they're in this 20 Necrotic Wake. Not an easy key, but again, they're having resets as well. If the Fika Knights can do what they always done,
E perderam tempo de novo na 20.
And be able to be strong in all of the dungeons, even if they're not the absolute fastest, I think that this could be a potential upset here. I mean, they're through
só
the
perda de
hardest
tempo
parts of
ali.
this dungeon. Yeah. All that separates them from this 19 Dawnbreaker is Roxinha, and we know that 19 Dawnbreaker is going to stand for the rest of the day. That's huge for the Fika Knights if in an hour and a half they're already done with the Dawnbreaker.
I mean, being able to one-shot a 19 Dawnbreaker is an extremely impressive feat. We saw how difficult this key was for No Speaky to get through last weekend, and No Speaky is, I mean, they're a great team, so...
Pô, mano, seria tão maneiro se tivesse um servidor BR de WoW, mano.
16th seed is like not at all a testament to the skill of this team. These guys are much better than that, and they could very easily play upset to Polish Mountain here.
They're working hard for that Red Lobster gift card.
Porra, mano, agora que os times BR estão indo pro campeonato, tô sentindo muita falta, mano. Sei lá. Começa o time do Clau ir pra lá, mano, e tipo, ver que vai disputar. Se fosse 50 tava bom, velho.
The unfortunate part about resetting on the first boss is now we have the hardest part of the dungeon in front of us. The mid-pack with the Gatekeeper again.
The first pull, I mean, this is the good thing about this dungeon, right? Being able to front-load most of the difficulty is always useful at the very start. You know, when you're talking about time efficiency in the TGP, if you wipe on this pull, you're not that upset about throwing 2 minutes away. So, if you wipe 10 minutes in, you're a little upset about that.
E eles estão na 20 de novo, mano. Vamos ver o que vai rolar.
So one thing I actually like about the strat is how they get the
first
Fleshcrafter's Throw Cleaver into that Corpse Harvester that's casting Throw Flesh on them over and over again. The thing that I don't love about the strat is that Corpse Harvester, they're actually having a hard time of getting it all the way in. If they could get it like slightly closer to the pack, then it could get affected by the random AoE CC that's being thrown out by the the Cap Totem that's being thrown, the Upheaval that's being thrown, any of the potential just Thunderstorm, all of that stuff, the Blinding Light. And that could absolutely help a lot because this priest that Throw Flesh one-shots the priest anytime it's cast on them, especially at this level because it does physical damage, so they're really, really scared of that.
Antigamente nem fazia esse boneco aí, mano. Só esquipava todos os 3, mano. Aí agora os caras começaram a fazer. O legal de voltar às dungeons é que muda a estratégia, mano. Isso daí é maneiro. Nunca ninguém fazia essa rota aí.
This pull definitely going a lot better than the previous one. Here you can see Tankier is still kiting around like a madman, but the Vanguards are already dead, so they're going to be able to start up this next pull quite a bit sooner. and take out this gatekeeper. And it doesn't really matter that the cooldowns
Doída?
are
Ah,
they don't really
doída.
want to expend those on the gatekeeper. They're
Tá
more
lá,
relying on the double throw cleaver from
Tem
these
que ter
flush
CD
crafters.
certinho, né?
Exactly.
CD
Just the
que
raw damage
mitiga all,
players.
é.
So, always good to get that pull done cleanly. And I mean, this gatekeeper, you can see the
O
first
primeiro é
two
shield, o
taken down to
segundo
40% right away, so they're not
é
worried about
barrier.
that lack of cooldown. They'll be able to have those ready for a Blightbone.
Exactly. I mean, you don't want the cooldowns for this. You actually just want this mob to die to the gatekeeper, and then realistically, the cooldowns, they're going into Blightbone, but you don't necessarily want it on Blightbone. You probably want it more so to kill off those worms. That
True.
way, you can guarantee that your Fleshcrafter's Throw Cleaver contact the boss over and over again.
As long as you're able to do that and keep those worms under control, should be no issues
Dude.
whatsoever here.
Top left, the Fika
They're doing
Knights.
it.
This is it. The last phase of Roxinha, and time again, we talked about it. That rogue composition, it's supposed to be faster. The DK composition is supposed to be safer. This is a part of the dungeon that this DK composition is so much safer on. The DK basically can't die to the Spinneret strands. The DK can't die to the AoE that's going off. They have anti-magic zone whenever that AoE is happening for the rest of your group as well. This is an absolute excellent fight for the DK.
Eles vão puxar essa Dawnbreaker até onde eles puder. Eu acho que eles não vão pra 20, mano.
And tunnel this enhancement shaman and make sure that they're able to stay alive. And while, again, the DK, a little bit lower damage, a little bit slower in all areas of the dungeon, this is the safety.
Eles não estão jogando com os Hortas, né, mano?
Available whenever that Ascendance and that Power Infusion are available for Junkrat. And so the Fika Knights are going to be able to line up all of their 2-minute CDs here and be able to send Roxinha home.
And I mean, this run is also by no means slow either, right? I mean, they only just passed the 2-chest timer. This boss, after the intermission, takes probably, what, another 3 minutes or so? You probably get two sets of 2-minute cooldowns in on it. So, I mean, they'll probably finish the key if they're clean with maybe 2 to 3 minutes on the
Meu
key.
Deus,
So,
Baguete
plenty of
caiu
time
no
on the
pulo
board.
rush.
The
Morreu de
fastest
novo.
Dawnbreaker from
Morreu
last
de
weekend
novo.
was
Morreu outro. F.
on a 19. It was 29:35, 2 minutes and 55 seconds
Eita.
under, and it was by mandatory. Shiny Unicorns also put up a Dawnbreaker 19, and they were 30 minutes and 3 seconds under by 2 minutes and 27 seconds.
So it looks like they're pretty close to on pace with those. And look at this, they held the Bloodlust here. There was a little bit of like desyncing of cooldowns there. I think Nade sent the Breath plus Pillar combo the second the boss came down, but the Ascendance wasn't quite ready for Junkrat yet. So he sent his about 20 seconds later, and they'll probably just sync them up with the Bloodlust here on the next press. So whenever that comes up, this boss is going to get absolutely shredded.
This is a good cook too because
O Lishimon tá
actually, I
tentando
think
usar
what
dois
part of it is as
Flashcrafter no boss, mano.
Tests on that Aug Evoker running the Spymaster's Web trinket. So you
Ooh,
could have
yeah.
pressed the lust. You could have pressed the lust on the Shaman Ascendance. That's fine, but the Shaman's going to get the second Ascendance regardless. And so by pressing the lust on the second one, you're actually going to be able to get the full 40 stack Spymaster's Web on top of that. And so you were going to get the lust regardless. You were going to get the second Ascendance regardless. And it's just like a very small optimization into the Spymaster's Web.
Yeah, that's smart. I mean, and especially if Kess like sent it on pull on the boss, it'd probably be back close to 40 stacks right now. Actually, definitely close to 40 stacks if he was stacking it
Yeah.
on the neutral mobs during too as well.
Salve Lord,
Here we go. This is the
TGP,
Bloodlust
meu mano.
Breath, 2-minute cooldowns coming back very shortly here. Breath already popped grenade here. Pillar soon to follow, instantly on cooldown to help augment that breath. And then yeah, the Ascendants will catch the tail end of the Bloodlust here. I'll probably get all of it within that window. So gonna get a huge burst of damage. It's not gonna be as fast as the fastest run we saw last weekend, but they're gonna still be well under the timer as long as they can keep it clean with no deaths here. But like you mentioned, with the DK helping out, they're going to be more than okay, and even able to save the Ascendants for after the stun went off onto Junkrat there, so he got full usage of it there. Just smart play from the team here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Cat's not able to CDR his Breath of Eons up in time. You don't really... this wasn't a mistake on his rotation at all. You don't play your Breath of Eons as scale commander around what the rest of your group is doing. You just press it on CD. It was just unfortunate that
Isso
it didn't
mesmo,
line
meu
up
mano.
well
Campeonato
with
de
the rest of his
Mythic
group's
Plus,
cooldowns.
quem faz as pedras mais altas.
A little unfortunate, but
No
we'll take a
momento
little bit
são
of
3
unfortunate
dungeons,
for overall
Dawnbreaker,
Team 1.
Green Battle e Necrotic
Seeing Fika
Wake.
Knights in the
Quem
19
conseguir fazer
Dawnbreaker,
elas mais altas,
raiding
passam.
towards an
São
overall
2 times
one-shot
passa,
at this
2
dungeon,
times tá
one-shot
eliminado.
16
E amanhã o
just,
Brasil
one-shot
joga.
18, and now in the 19, no issues
Cada
whatsoever for them.
posicionamento no
Just
campeonato é
20%
muito
of the boss they
importante,
need to
porque
go,
cada
and they will have
ranking
secured the
dá mais
first
dinheiro.
19 Dawnbreaker of the day. It's a great start for this team. And I mean, we've talked a little bit about this DK, but we do know that Nate is
Mais
playing
alto e menor
in
tempo,
every key today.
mas só se
They
empatar.
said they were comfortable playing the
Mas é isso aí.
non-DK and was their boomy and mists.
Menor tempo é critério de desempate.
Today.
Mas mesmo que, tipo assim, na verdade o que importa é o score, né? Se um time tiver score igual, tá? O que importa é qual fez a dungeon mais alta. Não é o tempo. O tempo só entra em critério quando a pontuação é igual, o nível das dungeons são iguais, e aí entra o tempo. Olha lá o jeito que eles morreram.
Talking about Russian on 4 Fuka Knights here. They had an instant death, always similar to what we saw. Umbral Rush on the Enhanced Shaman. Nick might have shielded it, didn't get aggro, and the instant deaths will slowly rot you out into a full wipe. And that's a really unfortunate time to wipe in the key, right? 15 minutes into the key.
É raro, mas acontece sempre.
Highlighting Polish Mountain here in the 20.
É, mas pode acontecer de um timar, sei lá.
Got it. Unhighlighted.
Pode ser que um time time um A20.
Stop that. Yeah.
De uma e 18 de outra e mude, tipo, o outro time a 2:19, por exemplo. A pontuação é a mesma, só que o nível das dungeons é diferente.
It's kind of like Gibbs was talking about last weekend whenever we had a chance to catch up and talk with him.
Entendeu?
It's just, especially once you get up to this 20, all these mobs, none of these mobs are supposed to be tanked on a 20. Like, whenever Blizzard was designing this system, they were never thinking these psychopath sweat lords are actually going to push this up to the 20. That's why it's the bleeding edge keys. And I mean, these mobs, these marauders, whenever they do that cleave, that gruesome cleave just does so much damage, and you have to line up your defensive cooldowns perfectly. And that's the beauty of the TGP, is because these are key levels that are not supposed to be done, and yet teams week in and week out are proving that they can be.
A maioria das vezes vai ser pelo score, resto. Não vai, é bem difícil, mano, de chegar nessa situação aí. Mas pode acontecer, né? Na verdade, só pode acontecer isso daí porque eles têm tempo limite de jogar. Porque se eles pudessem jogar o máximo que eles pudessem jogar mesmo, tipo, o máximo que eles pudessem timar no limite dos players, acho que daí, tipo, sempre ia ser igual.
Those aren't the teams that they're on anymore. Didn't you see the deadline?
That's fine.
O time do Yoda, o time do Kira executa essa necrótica gigante aí muito clean,
He was still 1v2 it, exactly.
Done.
He was in double coverage right there, bro.
Tá, o time do Yoda timou a 19.
I think we just triggered our sound ops. He's a Dallas fan.
No. Anyways. I actually like what Polish Mountain are doing right here. So they shackle undead, that mage that's off to the side, and then they mind control the necromancer, life grip it in, and then that allows them to get 2 cleavers that do 33% of this necromancer's health per cleaver. And so with their hands, they only have to do 33% of this necromancer's health because they're basically getting 2 cleavers into this mob. They also landslide some of those crossbowmen and other random assorted mobs off to the side. Okay. So, I'm gonna level with you. Not great that our AUG died, but not the end of the world. We did battle res him. I think we can just afford to use a little bit of time in out of combat res and save the B res in case we want it later.
Yeah, that's probably going to be the play here. They just have to wait for them to get out of combat, get the dominate mind off. They did send a battle res, but I'm not surprised. I would not be surprised if he canceled that. Yeah, there's going to be a cancel, and they're just going to hard res. Okay.
It's just kind of unfortunate because you want to oppress and grow that redominate mind on that mob right there, on the fleshcrafter, because if you oppress the dominate mind, it actually bumps it 45 seconds of mind control as opposed to the 30, so it makes it a little bit easier to just move. But you know, it's not the end of the world.
All right, well, you know, we're gonna have to keep seeing how this all unfolds, but Tettles is ironic. You two are out of here. We've got Makes and Dratnos coming onto the desk, and as we kind of watch the action unfold, obviously we have some breaks that have been kind of going, but one of the things that we've been taking note of is the fact that Streamer Zone GG has kind of done a bit of a tour through the dungeons, as opposed to, you know, really pushing one like we see with the other teams. They're kind of going through. And Makes, I was wondering, what do you think their strat sort of has to do? What are they approaching with that?
See, if you had asked me just like 10 minutes ago, I would have had to think of something,
but our admins actually shared with us what they're doing, so I'll happily relay that information. They decided to play different comp sets, so to say. So they want composition A in the Necrotic Wake and in the Grim Atoll, and composition B in the Dawnbreaker, and so they're trying to avoid having players switch too much, which I personally can understand. Dratnos, you of course also play multiple classes as a tank. Every time I have to swap my class, I need like 5 minutes to get the right buttons again, and so to me it makes sense not to change that too often.
Yeah. Especially, dude, back in the day, that used to be when you would be doing these keys on Tournament Realm, and you'd also be swapping the affixes, and you'd just be going from like playing one spec on one set of affixes to another spec on another set of affixes. Like, that was a jarring experience. Nowadays, the fact that the affixes are non-existent or the same between all the dungeons, that's a little bit less jarring, but still playing a new class is something. I mean, the other reason, right, that you'd want to minimize it is just the time, right? It's a 5-hour day. If it takes you 3 minutes to swap characters, that's still something, right? Like, that matters if you have to have somebody swapping around their characters. So, that it's not like their strategy is the most optimal for that, though. The most optimal would be to just run one, like, they're still doing more swaps than they have to because they're not pushing all the dungeons up and then going to the next one, right? They're kind of going to once or twice per dungeon and then swapping to a new one. So they're losing a little bit of time from that, right? They're doing more swaps than they have to, but they're trying to kind of find a middle ground. The reason they said is they don't want to feel too behind if they need more time.
Salve, rapaziada, já estamos online lá na Twitch.
That's the benefit of pushing
Cara,
up
tem uma
each
remelona
key,
aqui, peraí.
all at the start of the day, is that you'll avoid that situation at the end of the day where you just don't have enough time to put the easy points on the board. But the downside is,
salve, rapaziada, estamos online lá na Twitch, mano, assistindo o TGP. Se liga.
Resetting, getting ready for
Amanhã o Brasil joga às 3 da tarde, cara. A primeira vez que vai ter o Brasil em um evento aí de PvE, tá, mano? Então vem torcer pelo nosso amigo Claudinete, tá bom? E seus capangas, tá? Eles estão representando a guild do Ai, beleza? Então vem assistir com a gente na Twitch aí amanhã, 3 horas da tarde. Já estamos acompanhando o grupo deles, tá? Dia 1 do grupo deles é agora, vem assistir com nós. E o dia 2 é quando eles jogam amanhã. Tamo junto.
They'll end up realizing, okay, we actually had the time to do the 20, and this 19 we did was just useless, right? Like, we would have had an hour and a half. We definitely could have put the 20 on the board at the end of the day, and we wasted 30 minutes doing a key we didn't have to. Or the alternative of, like, oh no, we wiped 3 times, midway through this dungeon. We really need to just get this 19 on the board, right?
Isso, meu mano Limas.
You get to make those decisions with much better information if you delay the highest keys to the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be fair, you also get to have a feeling for how you are performing in the dungeons per day, because, obviously all of those teams practice the dungeons and they try their best to be consistent, but it is a lot and it's different layers of difficulty the higher the dungeons go. And so to me, it makes sense to kind of check in with all of the dungeons, so to say, to see how you're feeling in them today, in case you realize, this dungeon didn't really work out too well in our 16 and our 18, we'll need to maybe budget a little bit more time for that if that dungeon for some reason isn't working out today. We've seen that in the past group weekend already, with some of the teams not having too much time left at the end of the day when they entered their dungeon for the first time. So I think it makes perfect sense, even though, like you mentioned, they are losing a little bit of time with all that swapping between dungeons.
Yeah, you also get to sort of see how the competition's doing, right? Like, if 2 teams have bad days, you get to play so safe at the end of the day, right? If you're one of the teams that's like, you've already got those points on the board, whereas if every other team is showing up, then all of a sudden
Mano, os caras engrenaram ali na 20, hein, mano? Deu bom aí.
Again, there's just a lot of value in delaying those important decisions about whether to enter the keys 2 levels or 1 level higher that you've unlocked with those 2 chests. So I think it does make a lot of sense.
Falou que ele tava perdendo tempo.
It's the kind of
eles timam isso daí, eles botam no butico dos outros times ali, pô, porque os outros times vão ter que perder um tempinho pra timar ela também.
One dungeon until you're done, right? Like, look at the other 3 teams; they've all been doing that, and that was definitely the standard last weekend as well. But I do feel like the streamer zone strategy is a little bit more like disciplined. Because, you know, there's sort of, you kind of want to just stay in the dungeon.
Pegaram
and
a
not
Dalbreak
swap.
e
It's
18 e
easier to
trocaram
do
de
that,
dungeon,
but
mano. Que isso?
I think the streamer's own strat, it does make a lot of sense.
If you're looking at the leaderboard in the bottom left, you're seeing one more reason why I think their strategy might be superior, because they will, at least for the first couple of hours, stay in that first place on the leaderboard because they already get the first big point.
That's true. It's good for morale
from having the 16s. Yeah, exactly. It's good for the mental aspect. If you just see yourself in first position, then much easier to obtain.
It depends on if you're the kind of team that chokes when you're in the lead. Like, there are some teams that are good,
would not be good.
good underdog
I take it back
teams,
if that's
right?
The case.
Yeah. So definitely an important variable. Momentum as well, another important factor to always look out for in these sorts of things.
Muito foda, né? Os caras jogaram
Well, let's check in with
a
our
season
teams
inteira
just
com os
really
Hortas
quickly.
e no
Streamers
final ele
already
não
took
jogou.
their
Eu
first
acho que é
10-minute
por causa do
break,
ping.
10-minute
Ele
break,
é,
and
ele é da
then,
Austrália, ele joga com
United
150
are
de
just
ping.
coming back from their 10-minute break. So both of these teams already at least halfway through their break requirements for the day, as Polish Mountains are making a really, really good show up here in that 20 necrotic wake. How are you feeling about that, Dungeon Dretnos?
Yeah, the Necrotic Wake, I mean, we saw it a little bit last weekend. This is definitely one of those. I mean, so there are some keys in our pool. I would say maybe Arakara fits this spot, where it's just kind of like this key definitely goes up the highest of a lot of our keys that we can offer. And it also is maybe like relatively easy as well.
Mas é minha opinião, né?
One because I feel like it's difficult, but it goes to a higher key level. Like it's volatile, it's dangerous, it's
maior,
lethal,
compra aí, mano, vamos que vamos.
but it does go to a higher key level. So it's got this good risk rewards attached to it. It's a very technically intensive dungeon where you know, managing
Não,
these
meu mano, são
crafters
sempre
and
4 DG
mind-controlling
nova
them
e 4
is a
DG
huge
antiga.
part of how you can do those highest key levels in here. So I think it's a really great dungeon for the
Sempre
Ray
vai
Coach. I'm glad
rotacionando.
we're seeing it here.
Yeah, me too. I love the double flesh crafter tech that Mandatory showed us last weekend. Not all of the teams have been using it, at least thus far, and I think if you want to do it in like a 20, you probably have
gatinho,
to,
só que muda bastante, mano.
O
cara muda a boss, o cara muda as mecânicas, buff e nerf.
It's a lot of power that's going
Aí
to be
meio que muda a estratégia da dungeon, não fica igual da última vez que era.
Are making their way through the first couple of trash here
Tipo, agora vai voltar Teatro da Dor, que era de Shadowlands. Mas já mudaram um monte de coisa nela.
Of dicey Stitch Flash fights earlier on from teams. I don't know if you saw it, but that was scary.
Yeah, this fight is extremely scary. It gets out of control so quickly, especially you know, if you miss a hook or something, or I mean, just if you ever have 2 of those abominations up.
Ah, não, o cara morreu.
Damage so much. We actually have a death to the trash as well here.
Não, cara.
Bolha.
Do
a lot of damage to the tank. They stack up increased damage taken on the tank as well. So very common to see tank deaths in this section of the dungeon. It's going to cost them another death as well. This shouldn't interfere with their chances of timing this key, though. They are quite far ahead, even with 5 deaths on the board of the timer.
Antes de desce do Azalon,
the last boss does take a while, but yeah, they should still be on good pace here at the time.
Well, you also get a lot of damage from the crafter, like we just mentioned.
True.
They also have one more
Ninguém joga de
combat
destro,
rest that
não, mano.
just came off cooldown, so
querer
at
desanimar,
least
claro.
there is another fail-safe there for them should they need it in the upcoming boss fight. Like you mentioned, we've seen
Mas é isso, tem que traçar uns objetivos e começar a ir atrás.
Just slap tanks out of their life, so hopefully that doesn't happen for Polish Mountain. Across the other teams, we're just seeing a bunch of 16s, and I will relay a question from you, from chat to you that I saw earlier on. Now, we did see a +3 Necrotic Wake 16, and we did see a +3 Grim Batol last weekend already. How are you feeling about the chances of
Começo da season foi muito estranho, né, velho?
being able to get a
Destro tava super fraco, mano, e Destro virou a melhor spec.
I don't think that the Dawnbreaker is a huge candidate for +3ing. It's the problem is the timer is so short already that the 3 chest is just such a short amount of time. There's so much just like flying around in the dungeon,
mano, essa 20.
You can't really combine.
Acho que se fosse quebrar, tinha parado, né?
The start of the dungeon, you have to fight the pull before the boat, and then the pull on the boat, and then the 2 side boats, and then you have to fight the boss, And then you come down
Eu
here
acho
and
que
you can do, like, a
meta
couple
mesmo
big
teve
pulls
só
where
Warrior.
you have to fight all three
Warrior,
of these
depois
mini-bosses by
teve Pala.
themselves.
Aí
And then
acabou.
you have to fight a boss, then you're flying around again. Just all of this takes
Na verdade,
so
teve
much
Warrior e
time.
Druida.
There's not really a huge way to
Parou.
speed that up. You know,
Começo
like,
da
it's
season
besides
era
just
Warrior e
killing it all
Druida, daí
fast,
virou
right, doing a
Pala
lot
e
of
nunca
damage, but
mais.
there's not really an opportunity to like, oh, we can do in 3 pulls what you do in 5 pulls in the hierarchies, right? And like that can make us 3 chests this 16. So I'm not a believer in the 3 chests of the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I kind of answered something along similar lines. It's definitely hard because of what you're mentioning. You just cannot bring out great tech. First, when we saw this dungeon on the PTR, I was like, oh, is there a world where maybe you just don't do one of the mini bosses?
Yeah, I was always hopeful
just...
that would be a strategy in here because it seems
right?
like it's like the boss gets like 30% more damage or something like that, which like that number doesn't sound that
Irmão, mas você quer saber a próxima season ou pra essa?
It empowers the abilities as well.
A próxima season deve estar entre os top 3 aí. Nessa daqui, não sei, mano. Todo mundo só joga de Pala.
You remember the end of Battle for Azeroth when we had that seasonal affix awakened, where there were 4 mini bosses throughout the dungeon, and any of them that you didn't fight during the dungeon spawned in and attacked you on the last boss. Such a cool affix, and it was always so fun where teams would fight, like, especially in competition, they would fight 1 or 2 of those, or have their healer kite all 4 at the end of the dungeon. That was always really cool to see. So I was hopeful that this boss teams would choose to do something similar, but turns out that it's just so deadly that you can't.
Por enquanto é Paladino. Pra próxima season é DH e Paladino.
Yeah,
Mas é muito pouca gente jogando.
Team. I was always hoping that maybe there would be a world where like the 30%, but then you look at the Shadowy DK already on the 16th, and you're like, nope, no way.
Yeah, exactly. It's just not realistic, but it was a cool idea, and it's still a fun setup, and I like the way that the mini bosses teach you the boss mechanics. But yeah, Streamer Zone they're looking good today. Kind of unsurprising, Streamer Zone are the favorites in this division. So for anybody that isn't up on the seeding of these teams, Streamer Zone were our 2nd overall seed in the time trials. They only lost to Mandatory. They were, a little bit slower than Mandatory.
Vai começar o boss da 20 ali, hein, mano.
So extremely impressive
Polish Mountain.
Polish Mountain were actually also within a couple of minutes of Mandatory. Streamer Zone were a couple of seconds slower than Mandatory. Polish Mountain were a couple of minutes slower, but they are the 2nd most likely team to make it out of this group based on seeding. Then there's Baguettes, and then it's actually Fekinites are down. Like, they are the lowest seeded team in this group by quite a bit. They're like a key level lower in each of the time trial dungeons. But so far, what we've seen out of them today, they've looked quite solid. I think this is one of those teams that's better than their
Acertaram o wordão, mano.
They've got players that you'll recognize from doing a lot of high keys on live servers. So I actually think we're going to be in for a pretty exciting group here today, because even though on paper the time trials are pretty, there's a pretty big gap between some of these teams. It seems like they're actually all performing pretty well today. And remember, the top 2 teams will make it through to Sunday. So Streamer Zone definitely the heavy favorites to be one of those teams. But I think Polish Mountain are actually in for a real fight on their hands to get that 2nd spot out of here, even though they look like pretty solid favorites for that from the time trials.
Yeah,
makes not to jump in, but I wanted to hop in the conversation myself because it's been really interesting. Even the previous kind of shift we were talking about, Tuttles was mentioning how Fekinites, right? We kind of expected they would do well, but they've really come in. They're really steady. They're climbing their way up. Whereas Polish Mountain, who we saw...
É uma nerdolice do caramba, né, mano? Fazer essas paradas, velho. Tá maluco? Dá pra notar pouquíssima, velho, a gameplay. Mas olha que bagulho insano. Os caras pegaram um Flashcrafter lá no canto. Ó. Ó, o Flashcrafter marcou o cara. Acertou o gordão ali. Acertou o boss. Por causa da seguinte coisa, ó. Ele marcou. O druida foi lá longe, saltou o gordão pra sair do melee do boss, pra eles acertar a cutelada do Flashcrafter no boss, ó. Acertou.
They take big risks, they have huge damage,
Salve,
but
tio Bira.
consistency seems to be the hurdle for them. and, you know, makes all pass it along to you. I mean, seeing these two kind of go head to head, do you think that from the performance today that still seems to be a weakness of Polish Mountains that Fikenites can take advantage of?
Deu bom, deu bom. No meu pug acontece isso direto. God. Caiu o Duraço.
A little bit over an hour into
Vamos assistir do
our
começo aqui, então.
competition here, and I would really hope for this team
Meu
to
Deus.
do well because of the big names that we have in there, and I kind of love the underdog stories, but we are getting a little bit of trouble for Polish Mountain. We mentioned that combat rest was available. It is the shaman, so could have potentially also anked if it was there. It doesn't seem to be the case. That combat rest has been
Caralho, ele cancelou, ó. Ele foi mandado pra baixo e cancelou, ó. Ele marcou o druida, ó. Ele vai mandar o druida, ó. Uf, ele cancelou.
If it was there, it doesn't seem to be the case. That combat rest has been used, Stratos.
Yeah, I thought I saw the Ankh available
Vai morrer.
as well, but maybe I'm mistaken, or maybe they decided to use the combat res instead. Either way, yeah, they did use the combat
Ele
res.
vira urso e o sudeste de urso, sabe a investida de urso? Meu Deus, o Xamã caiu de novo, tem Ankh?
Beleza. It's just good sequencing, right? You use the B-res first, then you use the
4 minutos, dá pra timar 20?
You're a shaman, you're gonna die, right? These things happen. So Polish Mountain, now they're in danger here. They have 4 minutes left on the clock.
Desculpa,
so the
tá
timer
inerd,
is still
né?
feasible. But they have to do this whole boss without any further mistakes here. They have count once they kill this Fleshcrafter as well.
Quebrou o shield na hora, viado.
Fleshcrafter is loose.
Yeah, it is a little loose. The redominate comes in. They're able to move it back into the corner. And then they'll probably release it. And oh no! They've lost
Oh no! Heavy 3 Battle Res, bro. Ah não, é verdade. Ele ia morrer mesmo, pô. Porque ele tinha cancelado.
Because it looked like it was just an instant death
Não
there.
tem
so,
Battle Res,
that
mano.
must be what happened.
Não tem Battle Res, bro.
The issue kind of happens now, right? As you can see, we have much down there using the Wear Stone to come back up. In come the Swirlies. That's a lot to handle at the same time. And now because of the Druid not being there anymore, the Crafter is just going to go wild. And you can see the Sleepwalk trying to get it in there, trying to get it moved back into place to have it under control. The Cleavers need to be carried through. So a lot of work for their Evoker right now. This time, Wear Stone probably not available. And it's so unfortunate if your only remaining DPS that's not an Augvoker gets ported down, because right now you basically only have the Crafter as your real DPS, and that's constantly getting dominant-minded because you need to make sure it's not running around. It's definitely a lot for Polish Mountain here.
Yeah, no root. They do have... You can Oppressive Roar and Landslide it. To keep it in position, so that is
Eles famosamente ficaram de xereca, guys.
There, but oh man, this thing is just taking so long to kill for their shaman as well. The downstairs section, 2 minutes left on the clock, 38% here. That Fleshcrafter is
mais
still
forte é
contributing a lot of damage as long as
streamerzone.gg.
they can keep it in the corner, drop the MC, have it cast, have it not kill their priest with an auto attack as well, because of course it's going to be aggroed onto that priest pretty aggressively.
Ah, é bursta, meu xamã, bursta. Ah, mas o Evoker não mata mais nem a pau. Mata nunca. Não mata. Se esse cara matar aqui, mano, eu sou Uno. 8 portas.
On the boss, 1 minute 30 left on the timer. So even if they complete this dungeon, it's not going to be helpful for their time tiebreakers, but hopefully that's something that they won't need to go to. They're hoping that these points will be enough if they can put it on the board. But that Fleshcrafter is running at them now. It's under the boss.
Quase, tô quase virando Uno.
Just getting their Evoker back into the fight. 1 minute left here, and those cleavers are still doing a lot of damage. That's the saving grace here for Polish Mountain.
Yeah. It is, but as you can see, it always has to be dominant-minded again, carried back, Fear comes in, Dreamwalk comes in. It's a lot that is currently also losing them down, trying to keep it under control. Can they get the damage out here?
My team.
Oh, we do have a death coming in. Their Augvoker has been taken. That's another penalty.
Toma.
Coming in here.
Let's go, my team. Let's go, my team.
3 seconds
they have to kill the Crafter too.
Battle Res. Battle Res, o tanque caiu duro. O tanque caiu duro. Battle Res. No.
And absolute catastrophe for Polish Mountain, wiping at 1% on the boss as it re-shielded itself. And they have now wasted 30 minutes in a necrotic wake. Absolute catastrophe for the second favorite team in our weekend here, and a huge opportunity for the other contenders. Wow.
Eu posso ter virado Uno, mas os caras viraram um Coringa.
And that's one of those things that, you know, the streamer's own strategy of going to all the dungeons at the lower
Joaquim,
levels first
foda-se,
starts to look
fez,
pretty good
tentou
when you think about
timar
the possibility of something
5
like that happening in
Necrotic
your
Wake
Necrotic Wake.
20
'Cause now if
antes de
you're Polish
interpretar
Mountain, you
o
don't know if you
Coringa no
have the
filme.
time to do that again,
Meu
or if you need to go get into your other dungeons, right? We've already spent
Wake
now
20.
almost 2 hours of our day so far, and there's a 5-hour day, 3 dungeons. You only get 1.5 hours per dungeon, basically, when you factor in the 20-minute break on top of that. So, can they afford to even try that 20 again? I don't know. As we do have.
Hold on.
Hang on.
What is that replay?
Okay, a new strategy developing here.
Ué,
Failed his
ué, o que aconteceu com o
died,
Crimes?
onked, died again. Maybe because he didn't
Se
get the
o
ability to
Crimes
mount
pode,
because he was dead when it
quem
came out.
sou eu que não
That-
posso fazer isso daqui, mano?
Okay, all good. I don't know. As we do have.
Hold on.
Hang on.
What is that replay?
Okay, a new strategy developing here. Failed a new strategy. Can they afford to even try that 20 again? I don't know. As we do have.
Hold on.
Hang on.
What is that replay?
Okay, a new
To run it back. Now,
maybe the problem with that is just we have a few breaks underway now. That is
E ele pode, quem não pode, papo reto.
for Polish Mountain, though.
Se
Good
ele
news is they're
pode,
getting their breaks out of the way, at least
biscoitão não
most
é
of our teams
nada.
now,
Eu
with some of
posso
their
quebrar
breaks
várias
on the board
pedras.
as well. Again, a reminder for that rule: teams have to take 20 minutes total break time, and they have to take it in the middle of the day. You have to. You can split it up if you want. You can't
Que
take them in the
isso,
first hour,
escaralhou
you
na
can't
Ed
take
o
them in the
mini
last
Broly,
hour.
mano.
And if
Calma,
you
mini
fail to
Broly,
take
na
all
Ed é
20
bom,
minutes
mano.
of break, we take like 5 points off you or something. It's horrible. You can't miss your breaks. You
yeah,
have to.
don't do that.
Right,
It's
basically
not an
required.
option, really.
Yeah.
Ed é bom, mas ele
So
tá
it's
chegando
good to see
agora,
teams
mano.
making
Ele
sure
só joga de
they're
DK.
starting to take those breaks at helpful times for them, rather than saving it for the end of the day when you have
O time
to
do Yoda
get in that spot where it's like,
se
okay, we
lascou.
have to, even though we don't want to, we have to go on break now.
porque eles pegaram 2 caras que é mono spec, mano.
Yeah, that's right. All right.
O
We're
Ned-
checking in with Streamer Zone. You mentioned earlier
Ned
that
joga de
they
druida
are
ali, mas,
definitely
mano,
the favorites when you're looking at the
sei, se o
overall
druida
second
dele é
seed.
tipo o druida do
But
biscoitão, tá
for
ligado?
people that are wondering why
Vamos
we're
ver,
rating
vamos
this
ver.
team this highly, that's actually former team missed count.
Right.
Putz,
to
eles
pick up
estão
a
jogando de
sponsor,
DK também,
so
Necrotic Wake,
that's
né?
why we know them, because they have competed in the MDI and the TGP quite a couple of times, quite successfully before, and this is a team that I am
Então, mas o
also
problema
really
não é, o
hoping
problema é do
to
DK,
kind of
mano. Ele não pode
show
jogar
off
DK.
what they can do throughout today and hopefully then also the Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, this
Então
is
quer
one of
dizer que
those
você
teams
pode
that
estar aí fácil de
it's
druida, já
sort
que é
of,
igual o Ned.
a new.
Sim.
I guess we can't call them a new team anymore, but a year or two ago they were a new team.
And a newer generation
Yeah,
team.
exactly. They're like a. They're not the
Eles
newer
eram os donos do
teams,
jogo
right? This is
quando
like a Dragonflight
o
team,
DK
right?
tava no
Was
meta,
it-
mano.
Was it late Shadowlands when they came? I think they came onto the
Tá
scene
ligado?
in
It's Dragonflight.
Dragonflight. Yeah, so pretty exciting. To
Aí,
see
ó,
them.
agora eles
I
estão
mean,
jogando
they
de...
came
Ó,
onto the
Boom é
season
muito
with
bom, velho.
initial success,
Essa
right?
DG
That was
aqui,
what
velho.
we were excited about them because
Boom é bom
right
nessa
off the bat,
DG
they
aqui pelo
started
simples
to,
fato de que ele pode dar
put up
purge no
these
boss
third
toda vez que o boss
places,
pega em
fourth
rage
places
no
in
segundo
tournaments,
boss.
which was cool to see.
É bom porque é fácil de
And
controlar esse
I think
Flash
they
Crafter.
had some
Não fica tanto nas costas do
incredibly
Case.
fast runs in specific dungeons. What
Muito
I'm looking
easy.
to see out of them here is I want to see them become one of those teams where
E DK é uma
they're a threat
lixeira.
in all 8 of the dungeons in our pool. I think that's the thing that I'm looking for them to evolve into. So, and they look like they're.
É que esse mob tá como aliado. Ah não, a Blizzard consegue fazer o que quiser aí nesse modo spec aí. Empurrar os AD.
I mean, they said themselves that their practice.
É que eu acho muito
has
pai essas
become
DG de ficar dando mais de
easier and
contra e
more
controlando
enjoyable
AD,
because
mano. Eu
of the
queria
recent
DG de
active
jogar DG,
changes.
pô.
So that was a big thing. I remember that kind of held them up before because a lot of them have like daytime jobs. They're just not only WoW players, so to say, which made practicing really, really hard for them consistently. So good to see that these changes are helping them as well. And hopefully we'll reap the rewards of of that
Eu
as
acho que eles
well.
ganhariam a mini
Checking
Broly.
over with
Eu acho que eles
Fikinidis here really
ganhariam
quickly,
porque o
they're
Hopeful
in
não
that
tá no outro time lá
necrotic
também.
wake that
Se
is
o
the
Zaela estivesse
16,
jogando.
so hopefully nothing goes wrong there, although we have been seeing teams not being able to get that +3. That is definitely possible there, so maybe Fikinidis can put it on the board.
Yeah, Streamer Zone, meanwhile, working on probably the last,
É a comp meta, o
I would
Akad.
say, easy
O
key
Akad.
they'll be doing today. And by easy, I mean it's like, you
O
know, this is a key
Akjo.
level lower than they could
O
be doing,
Akjo.
because
É isso que fala? É
after
assim
this,
que fala?
they
O
probably will
Akjo.
want to do 18 Grimbatul and 20 Necrotic Wake, and those are, you know, not maybe necessarily
O
technically
Akjo.
the ceiling, especially in that Necrotic Wake, right? Like maybe the 21 is possible.
É a comp
but
meta, mano.
realistically, we probably expect them to cap out.
O
at
Yike
those
joga de
levels,
rogue
whereas
também,
the
hein, mano. Fala
Dawnbreaker
do
we do
homem.
expect probably goes up to 19 for Streamer Zone. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, they're doing really well with their day so far. It's interesting as well, a point you brought up earlier was Grimbatul, right? We think of Grimbatul as like, oh...
Na verdade, é a comp do BR. É verdade, mano. A comp do BR, falei errado, o Akjo. Ele é mage no lugar de druida.
You actually need to devote less of your day to it, right?
O único mage do campeonato tá no time BR.
16, 18, 20, or 16, 18, 19, right? We have to do 3 runs of this dungeon. Whereas Grimbatul, you do 16, and if you can 2-chest the 16, you do the 18, and then you're done, right? You're out of there, so you only have to do that dungeon twice, even though it's...
O único DK do campeonato tá no time do Yoda.
Longer dungeon.
Mano, olha a movimentação desse cara, que
Well, you're
suspeita.
getting murdered by the start of it over and over again, but it actually takes less of their time in the day.
Yeah, that is definitely a fair
Não
point.
é opção, né, Nevão? É que o cara é mono, pô. O druida agrega muito mais, mano, pra PT. Só o Versa já agrega muito. Só o buff. Aí o druida bate pra caralho. Coisa que o mago também bate. O LHZ bate pra caralho. Só que a utilidade, né, velho? Em relação a DPS, várias classes podem entrar nesse lugar aí, mano. Rogue entra, DK entra, Druida entra, e mais uma classe, Mage, Frost. São as 4 classes que rotacionam o meta. Mas o Beast do Beast é o druida porque ele facilita muito algumas mecânicas, tipo o Necrotic Wake é muito bom. Ele tem Dispel, tem algumas outras dungeons que ele tem Dispel também.
They're going to lose an extra 30 minutes then in the 17, or maybe even have to stick with the 17 on their scorecard at the end of the day, both of which would be pretty rough.
Yeah.
You know, makes, since we have a second here, chat has some questions for both of you. And I want to toss them your way here. We've got a few, but they're all relating to the same topic. So, about specs and or comp. But the first question, I'll pass along to you, Makes. Is Enhance hard to play?
Well, that depends on your personal, you know, the way of playing the game, I would say. There's some people who cannot play melee at all because they don't
Cadê
like
a Polo
it.
Shimon? Eles tentaram mais
Everything's too
alguma
close to
coisa?
their face,
Os caras
and
tão
so therefore
abalados?
It's hard for them, but I mean, other than that, you just need to get good at procking.
Risada forçada
Right, they
dos
have to just get
narradores,
good
tá
at
doido?
procking.
Ah, cara, deixa os narradores se
Travis,
divertir.
did you have anything you wanted to add to that, or would you like the next
Oh,
one?
he's
Yeah, I
Tadinho
popped open a
mesmo.
Wowhead guide. There are 3 main things that you need to follow if you're an Enhancement Shaman player. Avoid Maelstrom weapon waste, keep abilities on cooldown, and react to procs. You do those 3 things, and you're probably going to be fine. You know, that's the Enhancement Shaman for dummies.
I love the, like, fully thorough Dr. Atnos living up to your title.
That's right.
Like, response. Like, here's the top things. Okay, so Dr. Atnos will ask you this. What are the advantages of Paladins compared to other tanks?
Yeah, Paladins have a set of things going for them. I mean, the big thing that's nice about them is just they're extremely sturdy right now. Like, they're just a tank that can survive a lot of these pulls.
Propaguei em
One of the strengths
Batol.
as well is that as Priest has become more of a sought-after healer, Paladin complements Priest really well because
Jogaram
Priest is
uma
the
hora
healer
fora.
that doesn't have an interrupt, and Paladin is the tank that has 50 interrupts, right? So that sort of
Abalo.
covers the weakness that you'd otherwise have by bringing a Priest into your group. But it's mostly just currently the offensive and defensive numbers thing of Paladin is really strong, right? Like you ask a question like that, and oftentimes people will start listing the utility of a spec, And it's like that utility is kind of the same as it often is, right? Like in seasons where it's not as good. And it's usually the variable that determines whether we see something or not in the high end play like this. It's just like, oh, it turns out this tank has the easiest time surviving these pulls, or this tank
Embaçar
is one of
18,
3
não
tanks
é?
that can survive these pulls, and it does 20%
É
more damage
16,
than the other
16
options, right?
primeiro, eles não fizeram
those are
nenhuma
the reasons why you play it. I will say another benefit of the Paladin, though, is the devotion
Sempre é
aura as
16
well,
a
right? A
primeira.
little bit of extra damage reduction, particularly in the Great Push, where the key levels get so high,
Só amanhã que o hunt.
is very valuable for
3
just
horas.
turning a one-shot into something that doesn't quite kill you.
All right, well, there you have it, chat. We've got some information. Pally's so strong right now. Enhance might be difficult, but there are some things that you can kind of do to make it easier. A question I can answer, does the crafter stream? Yes, but only on Thursdays, so you missed it for this week. And also, we have some questions for production about whether or not we can get a Flesh Crafter DPS meter. So everybody, will work on that, but, you know, I'll pass to you really quick as you can roll us into the action. But the final sort of question from chat was whether or not there were any non-obvious comps or picks you thought we might see this weekend.
Ooh, interesting.
Ah,
So
16
I
sobra,
think
né?
it's already not obvious that we're getting a
O nível que
DK
eles
on
jogam.
these teams, as we've been seeing from Ficinitis. We did see it last group weekend, and it already surprised me a little bit there. Obviously, positively, I love seeing it. But Ficinitis is also a team that runs that DK in some of these dungeons, which brings some benefits, but also some things that are not as great about it, and you're going to get another view of that here. Bottom left corner, Nate is running that DK, whereas some of the other teams have mostly been deciding between Boomkins and Rogues, depending on what kind of dungeons we're in, as Rogue has that really great funnel, and Moonkin just has really great utility with the Mark of the Wild, the roots, and stuff like that helps. So I'm actually a little bit curious on Ficinitis and how they're going to handle this Necrotic Wake.
Yeah, Frost DK, very cool spec to see. I like seeing the Frost DK a lot, and if you can get some good, Breath of Sindragosa moments in these dungeons, I think it lines up really well. Necrotic Wake is largely a dungeon about control as well, right? Like, being able to even have just the utility of Death Grip, I think
Deixa
is
o olho
really
aí. Pô, mano,
underrated
queria mesmo, velho,
in this
deixar.
dungeon in particular.
Pegar o
because
colírio ali
there's a
que
lot
eu
of
paro
times
de
when you just
coçar o
want to
olho.
get certain mobs in certain places, and if you can do that, then the cleaver will kill it, right? But like, you need to make sure that the mobs are positioned correctly for that, and Death Grip is perfect for that.
Yeah, absolutely right. Checking in here though, Pull Timer is coming in. They did unlock that 18, and that's exactly what we're seeing in two other teams. Quick death there on the Baguettes as they are engaging that plus 18 Blightbone, and Streamer Zone are making their way to
Quem não tem colírio,
Dawnbreaker. This time around, no deaths to environment damage, as we'd like to call it here.
Yeah, something that we'll try and avoid that. The fall damage, something that we've seen today, causing a death. Something that we try and we're hoping for no more fall damage deaths today. That's for sure. All right, yeah.
It's not the best strategy, but we are getting another view of that Grim Battle and Polish Mountain with that, telling us, okay, we're not going to give that 20 Necrotic Wake another shot for now. We'll try to get those points on the board, move on to the next dungeon, which for them is the Grim Battle over the Dawnbreaker. We were kind of talking a little bit about the timer now. It is tight around that +2. What are we looking for? Do you have the timers available? What are we looking for in terms of split to say that they were on a good trend?
I don't have the timers from Streamer Zone's run currently, but I'll go pull those up. I'll pop in the VOD and take a look there. But yeah, it's definitely, I think, an important variable here for them. They need to also get that 2 chest on the board, or else I think that, especially with that 20 Necrotic Wake that they wasted some time in, that's going to feel
essa necrótica aí vai dar trabalho.
From Streamer Zone were 642 on the first boss, 1125 on the second, 2105 on the third, and 2742 to end the dungeon. So, yeah, again, 642 the time they're looking to have here
Salve, rapaziadinha do
on
canal.
the first boss. And there's about a minute of
E os caras foram pra ônibus, quitaram. Meu Deus. E que isso, minha galera? Isso daí, esses traz trigger ruim, mano.
I think as of right now, we might be a little bit slower on that first, but definitely now that there's a death coming in there, Yeti going down for Polish Mountain. They do have a combat rest, but with the Druid being the one that went down, it's always a little
Servidor de torneio não tem os mapas, você viu? E saíram de Necrotic Wake e foram pra ônibus.
Came on through and now back with the group. However, probably some damage that was lost there.
Yeah, it's you know, that's okay though. It'll be alright here. Polish Mountain moving out of those dragons. Always unfortunate when you get the far slice, like the farthest slice from where you currently are. They're doing a good job here. What you always want to do with those circles as well is you want to place them horizontally, not vertically. Because if you place them all vertically, you'll end up cutting off one of the slices at the edge of the room. So they're doing a good job of managing that mechanic as well, really keeping the room clean so that they can dodge into all 4 of the slices. And again, 6:42, the time we're looking for them to have on this split. And they're currently, they're going to be a tiny bit slower than that, but not too far behind. But I mean, yeah, it's going to be a tight 2 chest. Again, 2 deaths on the board though. Hopefully that means they can speed up in the rest of the run.
Tem alguma DG do entretenimento? Os caras acabaram com o entretenimento, né, mano?
On the board though.
That was very
Agora só tá rolando umas 18 ali.
Maybe see if we can get a replay of what happened for Polish Mountain with that first death. It has to have been in the first couple of trash packs, I assume. Obviously a release, not a combat res.
Yeah, the lack of the B-res is it's also a worrying thing in Grimbatol. Grimbatol is one of those dungeons where I really like having a B-res in the middle part of this dungeon.
Grimbatol é uma das dungeons já feitas, né?
A lot of ways for the tank to get killed. Luckily, they'll have that B-res back by the time they get to the trash section after Forge Master Throngus before Drago, where we do often see a lot of tank deaths in that area as well.
Yeah,
As DG, velho, é tudo horroroso. Depois os caras voltam com essas DG. Quando eles falaram que ia voltar com o Grimbatol, eu já fiquei meio pá já.
Streamer Zone, now on the 18, they have made it to the second boss all the way through the mini bosses.
O bagulho é o seguinte, DG pra ser Mythic Plus é a partir do momento que tinha tempo em dungeon. Tempo em dungeon é tipo... Pandaria pra frente, que tinha Challenge Mode.
This dungeon on the 18 is already doing. 19 is the highest we've seen it, but in comes the Shadowy DK. Big AoE that the healers have to even out here, working out for the Streamer Zone team as they are making pace on that boss. And in the bottom, more Necrotic Wig.
Yeah, we've got Fika Knights in the 18, as are Baguettes. Both of these teams... I think they would be very happy to, put a 2 chest on the board in here, and then of course be able to attempt the 20. If either of those teams can do that, that will be a nice advantage they can get on Polish Mountain, who failed that 20. Both of those teams ahead in time relative to Polish Mountain, especially Fika Knights, who here's our death early start of the dungeon, a brutal strike landing on our shaman. Yeah, these things happen. Look at that damage meter. It's hard to not rip threat when you're doing that kind of damage. So. And then the commanding roar, that looked like a tempered in battle death as well to me. Looked like the hit initially happened on the paladin, and then the tempered in battle transferred damage, and then the hit happened on the other player.
Do you maybe want to explain what tempered in battle actually means for people who aren't as familiar with that?
So tempered in battle is a hero talent that paladins play, and it's really high value. It lets you transfer over healing to people that are carrying your weapons, and it lets you and your weapon... So you get to throw out these weapons and shields as a Lightsmith prop paladin, as we are having some deaths happening for Baguettes in the bottom right. Looks like that's probably going to end up resetting their dungeon, yeah. But yeah, okay, so as a paladin, you throw out these weapons to people, and Tempered in Battle is this really powerful effect where you get to transfer over healing between you and people holding your weapons, and you and people holding your weapons you'll automatically sacrifice some of your health to each other. If the other person gets a huge hit of damage, they get knocked low. But the problem with it is if a big hit of damage hits the whole group, and it hits the whole group not all at the exact same frame, what can happen is it can hit your prop paladin
Acho
for
muito
a
legal a
huge amount
UI
of
da
their
stream
health,
oficial ter
and then
mais
they
cara
can
de
be like,
addon
oh,
do que o
temporary
jogo
battle. I'm
original.
gonna steal some health from
Mas
the
como
you
assim?
Moonkin that's holding my weapon.
Ah, o
And your
jogo
Moonkin's
original
at full
tem umas
health, right?
mind,
So
né?
it steals a bunch of their health.
Só.
And then the hit of damage
Umas
goes
mind,
and hits
umas
the
aura.
Moonkin as well, and they can get double whammied, right? And they can get killed by it. So you see it a lot on abilities where it's like a boss, you know, radiates out damage and it hits the melee first and the ranged later. Where that hit will happen on the paladin.
frame de DG?
It'll transfer to their
true.
weapon holder with
É verdade.
tempered, and then it'll kill the person who lost.
Mano,
all
pra
health.
ser sincero, eu não queria que eles tirassem essa opção de deixar o rostinho, tá ligado? Do party frame. Mano, ninguém usa esse bagulho, mano. E quem usa tá usando errado, tá ligado? Porque, tipo, os caras vão aprender errado, velho.
People so often because it is just such a high value talent point, but it is a choice node. You could opt to not take it.
Edu, tá muito forte o
people,
dessa.
Por
enquanto.
it's
so much value.
Make your Moonkin go down while you live, which, quite frankly, is hilarious. So
Yeah, that's true.
I'm with the
Tá
paladin on
roubadaço.
this one.
That's bonus value.
But that's right. Checking in here,
Mano, tá vendo o pet do Ned ali, ó, que ele dominou? Acontecia a mesma coisa comigo, mano. O pet fica muito avulso, para de bater, velho. Eu não sei o que acontece com esse pet, mano. Tudo cagado. Aí eu fiz uma macro pra ele bater e aumentou o DPS do pet. Olha lá, ele parou de bater, o pet correu atrás dele.
Of extra wiggle room. But Polish Mountain are definitely a little bit slower than that mark here. So, I mean, if they only one chest this 16, and especially if Fika Knights can two chest it, they're going to be in such a, like, Fika Knights will be the favorites to yoink that spot. I mean, as it stands right now, Fika Knights already are looking so good with that 19 Dawnbreaker on their board. I think they're maybe already usurping Polish Mountains as the favorites to take that second spot out of this group. Maybe even the first spot. That 19 Dawnbreaker, you know, that was something that took, especially No Speaky last weekend, quite a bit of time to complete. So, Streamer Zone, you know, it's not a sure thing that they'll be able to do that as well.
Druida nesse pool aqui, caramba, mano. Ó, vamos ver o DK dele ali, ó.
So much time in that necrotic wake 20. If you weren't here for it,
Olha
they
lá.
ran all the way through a necrotic wake
Faz
20,
falta,
and then
hein,
at
mano.
the very last slither of health
Tá
on the
batendo
final
igual
boss,
tanque, viado.
unfortunately had a full team wipe that they weren't able to recover, and the timer was out of
Voltou o burst dele
time.
agorinha. Acabou de usar o burst.
So they lost 30 minutes of their day, and especially with their new
Mano, ele
format,
usou o breath
that's a
sem ter
really,
pillar, mano.
really
Caralho,
tough
viado.
thing to have happen here to you in that, you know, single day competition as it kind of stands for teams who want to move on to the Sunday. So Polish Mountain will have to hope that
Voltou
they
o
can
pilar e ele
recover
usou
some of
agora,
that time.
no
And a
finalzinho do
good thing
pool.
to do so would be getting a good Grimbatol so that you can then push it up a little bit faster. So hopefully that's exactly what they're going to be doing here.
Se eu fizesse
Speaking
isso
of
na
the
minha
timers,
PT, os
Streamer
caras iam me
Zone,
cobrar, né,
4
mano? Mas olha só,
minutes,
mano. O cara é mono
25
DK lá no
seconds. Now, I
TGP e
believe
faz essas paradas,
Rajadon
viado.
takes a little bit longer because you have that flying segment in between, but that is
Papo
quite fast
reto.
in the 18 Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, that's definitely definitely looking good on the timer so far. I mean, Streamer Zone are kind of in some danger of two-chesting this 18.
Morreu no pezinho,
I think they're on
Chamanzola.
pace, right? 4 minutes to do with the last bit of Rashnet here. I think they're going to two-chest comfortably. Now, whether that matters or not, you know, it depends on whether that 20
Olha
is
isso,
even
mano. Olha o
possible,
Flash
which
Crafter lá, ó.
I kinda don't think it is in here,
Que
but
druida,
yeah,
ele
the
só
Streamer Zone
fica
looks
vindo.
so solid.
Ele
If
só
they
vem.
can do a 20
Ele só fica
Dawnbreaker
paradinho
as
lá
well, that is
quietinho.
such a
Ali não,
huge,
ali ele fica vindo e
such a
vai,
huge
aí
deal for
dá
their
CC,
scorecard.
faz isso.
I think they'll just take the 19 even if they two-chest the 18 here, though.
See, the good thing is, they can just go to the next dungeon and sit it out.
Que
Streamer
doideira,
Zone
mano.
tech coming back
Right, yeah,
in
I mean,
here,
they're kind of
proving
just
to
doing the,
be
like,
superior.
let's look at our scorecard, let's do the easiest
O druida dele
dungeons
não
that we
deve
have
ter
to get done,
encaixado,
right? Like,
mano.
we've got 3 dungeons we can go to at 3 different key levels. Let's pick the highest success rate one and go do that. And then just keep on going down the line with a slight bias towards not swapping between Dawnbreaker and the other two too often, because Dawnbreaker has a comp swap and the other two don't. So there's, you know, pros and cons. Ooh, I like the rogue tech of hopping down to the lower section there and then shadow stepping back up to instantly break the tether and put the webs in a place where they won't matter. That's really neat. The Streamer Zone did there. That's a cool thing that their rogue did.
Yeah, you love to see it.
Merzoni vai estar mais
Not
18,
very many
brincando,
people
2
utilize
chest,
that space
pra 20.
that is behind Rashanan here because of how tricky it is to kind of get back there. Then you're in line of sight, your healer's going to yell at you, you're going to get scared, and it's all just kind of drama. So Streamer Zone having a really nice way to utilize that. You're going to be seeing it here once again. Yargi's going to jump down and then come back.
Eu acho foda eles não mostrar o overall, mano.
Nice, a little usage.
Eles não mostram o overall nem no final, igual mostrava, por exemplo, no MDI, tá ligado?
Annihilating this boss.
Yeah, it has a lot of health.
Yeah, I mean,
They are on
it does,
pace.
but I think the +2 looking more likely.
Yeah, I think they're on pace. I mean, it's going to be kind of close. This last area does take a long time. Lust is expired now. Their cooldowns are down, but I think they still are slightly ahead of this two chest timer that they're working on here.
You'll get there eventually.
Yeah, I was debating between saying the check and the chest.
Yeah.
And kind of ended up coming out with half of each. So there we are. Yeah,
That's
1
fair
minute
enough, that's fair enough.
27 to deal with 1.35% of the boss's HP. I mean, it's gonna be close here.
Maybe
Close
we
here.
can enhance production. Maybe we can go full screeny because I am squinting at my screen trying to see the cooldowns. But I do think
Yeah, we're gonna get another.
we should get another set quite soon, right?
It's gonna be a
Esse
Kingsman
segundo
and
boss
a
de DK é
Death
muito
coming up
easy,
here.
cara,
Now,
mas não sei
usually
se
this is
paga.
stronger in
Paga, né?
execute, but of course, this boss doesn't really
Paga.
have an execute phase. We have an Ascendance coming out as well, so this should send the boss home, I think. 60.8%. 50 seconds to go. They're a little bit ahead of the pace they need to be at right now. Actually, they're substantially ahead. They're going to be completing this with like 20 seconds to spare if this damage keeps going, which of course it won't. Power Infusion has now fallen off. That Kingsbane has now finished dealing its biggest hits of damage right at the end of that debuff. And they're going to get another Breath of Eons here in a moment. It's barely going to fit in that 2-chest timer, but I don't think they're going to need it. Only 0.25% more, and Streamer Zone are about to put an incredible 0-death 2-chest run here of a +18 Dawnbreaker. They look so clean in this dungeon. 14 seconds to go now. It's actually such a tight timer. 0.4%.
Mata.
9 seconds. There it is.
Yes. Wow.
There we go. What a great moment here, Streamer Zone. GG, of
Poggers.
course, formerly missed count, coming in and really showing us how it's done here on that +18. But we're going to be actually swapping over. So Makes and Dratnos will say goodbye to you for now. And Nagura and Tettles will be bringing you onto the
18 mais 2.
And as we
Ó,
kind of
Baguete,
take a
vindo pro
look here,
pool.
Tettles, I wanted to talk about something we haven't really touched on
Ih,
today. We
Baguete
touched
tá
on
de
teams
rogue
last
na
week,
Necrotic.
but
Ué,
you were watching some of the
rapaziadinha.
Sand teams early this morning. So I'm kind of curious, how do
No
you think these
habemos
teams
druida,
measure
mano?
up to the groups and what we've seen?
How the Chinese teams measure up to what we're seeing on screen right here.
Yeah.
I think China has a little bit of a mixed bag in terms of some of the caliber of the teams that they field. If you take a look at live, it's pretty clear that if their best teams show up, they can compete with world-class teams. And there was a team that played, it was named Stamps. And I think that their cap is potentially winning the TGP, and their worst-case scenario is probably like 4th place. I'm interested in seeing how the rest of the Chinese region does, but I think that the top team from China is quite good. I don't know how they're gonna. I don't know how the rest of the region's gonna hold up in the global finals, but I know that team, again, their cap is winning the TGP. Their worst-case scenario is probably like 4th place.
Okay. I mean,
really
interesting to see. Yeah, I mean, we knew that they have a really strong. A lot of the Chinese teams have strong, key pushing, right? Even if some of the showcasing of speedrunning earlier with MDI wasn't exactly their wheelhouse, we kept going, hey, those teams, though, we have to keep an eye on them for the TGP. So we will be keeping an eye on them, and of course, we'll have 2 moving on to the global finals. But we'll keep looking at the action today. I mean, Nagura, checking in with the teams, how do you think this day 1 has gone for Group B?
O Mountain perdeu tempo absurdo, né, velho?
Going pretty well for some teams. I do want to say, of course, seeing that Polish Mountain death there, or like wipe at the very end of their 20 necrotic break after they've been spending so much time in, was heartbreaking. So I do hope that
eles puxaram os ADs junto a Polish Mountain, não era a intenção, guys. Meu Deus, a Polish Mountain tá abalada.
They are back in Dawnbreaker, and they're not going for the 20. I mean, this is not necessarily surprising, right? Because we have not seen a 20 Dawnbreaker timed in the tournament, so it does make sense that they're doing 19, I guess. But one thing, okay, Tattles, do you think a 20 is even like doable? Generally,
I think the mobs do too much damage. Not even
A
just necessarily the party, but
polish
also the tank.
mountain
This is
está abalada,
probably the hardest
velho.
dungeon this season to tank. Like if you've tanked this dungeon, you're doing like a service to the world. The tacticians and the shadow walkers in this dungeon do insane damage.
Antigamente dava o
I
resto.
don't think
Eles tiraram esse bagulho.
necessarily livable by either your DPS or your tank.
yeah. I guess the thing that would be more likely, if you're looking for a key to push here, it would be the 21 necrotic wake, right? I guess it does make sense that they do the 19 here.
Yeah, I think the 21 wake. I think the 20 of the Dawnbreakers timer wise is like fine, but I just don't think you can live it. Yeah, but I think the 21 wake is the most likely +1 over what we've seen so far.
Alright, well, interesting. So we'll see if they can do the 19.
Mano, a Polish Mountain era pra ser tipo o time safe a classificar, mano. Mas eles estão abalados, velho. Depois daquela 20 ali.
To do the 20, but yeah, obviously very difficult to execute. And them also playing the rogue here is very cool to see that they also think this is like the best lineup.
Yeah.
And earlier when we were casting, we were thinking, oh, is Fika Knights and Baguette gonna play the Moonkin in Necrotic Wake? And it turns out they are not. So they are sticking to that DK and to that rogue. And I mean, they managed to 2 chests of 16, and they're now both in that 18, and it's looking pretty good. Have you seen how they played the Flash Crafters? Did you
with the DK?
Yeah, with the DK and with the rogue.
So I haven't necessarily watched the rogue comp as much. With the DK, their Aug Evoker is doing a lot of work. We are putting overtime hours on our Aug Evoker is basically the TLDR. That guy is microwing this Fleshcrafter around the entire time. They are going to get some stuff like the Void Tendrils and whatnot, but it's a lot of sleepwalks. I think that's the main element for the Fika Knights. For Baguette, I suspect it's going to be a similar
doideira,
story.
bicho.
It's just going to end up being a lot of sleepwalks. It's going to be a lot of control from the Aug Evoker. But ultimately, I mean, that's why you bring that Aug. It's to do all those jobs that your DPS don't want to do.
Yeah, love to just tell your Aug Evoker to do those things. Honestly, I mean,
that's
usually
right.
the Aug Evokers don't even complain about it either, because they know it's their job.
You're just happy to be there. Like, here's the thing, it's an Aug Evoker. You're just happy to
Tá
be
indo,
invited.
tá
You're
indo. O
happy to
time
do
do
a
Yoda
group.
tá sabendo
You
lidar.
knew that this is what you were signing up for whenever you played Aug Evoker. It was either this or
You have to
standing
tip
in
off your
Dorna.
friends, you know.
Look. Would you rather sit in Dornagal or would you rather play Aug Evoker? I'd rather play Aug Evoker than sit in Dornagal. I mean, it just happens.
Good point. You're making some very good points.
Is this a hot take? I think StreamerZone.gg has had the best day so far, but I think the Fika Knights, the 15th seeded team, have had the
O
second
Rogue
best day
consegue
so
despelar
far,
o boss
and
também.
are currently
Pelo
postured
menos.
to actually make it into Championship Sunday. Do you think that's a hot take?
I don't think that's a hot take at all. I think Fika Knights is actually doing really well, and if you would have asked me this question before, like, making the statement, I also would have said that Fika Knights might make it to Sunday. Like, I think they're looking really, really strong. They're now on Stitch Flash here. They do also have their there's a
Mas
sequence
eles estavam jogando
on the crafter, making sure they get
de
those
balance, não tava não,
cleavers
mini
in
brother?
at the correct moment.
Ooh,
And
did they beat the
looking
escape?
at, yeah, they're actually skipping the escape here. The boss is below 5%. He's not gonna go away. This is really good. I mean, looking, if you compare this to Polish Mountain earlier, right? Polish Mountain's having so many issues on their Necrotic Wake.
Caraca!
Even on the 16, they had the boss jump away at 50%. And Fika Knights here at 18, getting the boss down in one phase. Still bloodlust running, actually, being so fast. And yeah, now they have the last boss left. They are in 2 chest range.
Eles deram um lush, chegaram no último boss com lush ainda. Tão rápido que morreu o boss.
Really good for Fika Knights.
So what do we do here? Do we
Funciona
wait
parente de
for
roubar
Ascendance
feitiço do
to
mago?
come back
Ele rouba
up?
qualquer
we
qualquer
can
coisa
realistically
mágica.
Coming from.
De
Oh, the DK. Yeah,
So
of
the
course.
DK,
Qualquer buff
the DK control
mágico
and does the Vanguard. This
do
Vanguard actually
alvo
does
atual.
about 5% of the DK's damage.
Só apertar a skill
It
só.
also just kind of lets them do the Necropolis a little bit faster. Ooh, they're actually just going to use this... Okay, so basically what they're doing here in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen is they're waiting on Ascendance to come back up. They're also building some of the resources, building Runic Power. They're getting Essence Burst procs. They're building the Tempests more crucially. they're also just killing this Vanguard up and waiting for this Ascendance to come back up. I think that waiting on your resources here makes a lot of sense. Because basically you're going to do this boss in about 3 minutes regardless, even without Lust. You have a spear, you have a shield. The only thing that's important here is not wiping an Althor, and the way to make that more consistent is just to wait for that Ascendance. I think this is a good strat by Fika Knights.
Yeah, I like it as well. They are now engaging the boss. The CC is coming through the route. They're making sure that... Yeah, I guess they don't have the route, right? So they need to make sure that they are controlling the
Mano, eu tô com
Flashcrafter
muito sono,
as
rapaziada.
much as
Muito sono, velho.
We do have some routes coming through, of
Porque
course,
eu não
for
dormi
Priest,
nada essa noite,
but
porque eu
a little
passei
bit more
mal.
difficult to execute compared to,
Parar no hospital
compared to the
hoje.
entangling routes from the Druid.
Tanta dor no peito de
We'll see how
ansiedade,
they
velho.
handle this.
Mudou
This is,
nada, né?
The boss is
Só mandaram eu
melting
pra
for
casa
now.
só, falaram,
So
ah, você tem
that's
ansiedade.
looking very good. On the other hand, we have Baguettes on the bottom right that are now also in the Necropolis on their 18 key, and they're also looking pretty good. We did focus on the DK comp for now, but we're also going to take a look at what the Rogue comp is doing with that Flashcrafter. But their splits are also looking really strong. If you compare them to Fika Knights splits, I mean, 2 seconds
Mano, eu
slower
cheguei a ter vômito, mano.
Amarth. I mean,
Tanta
very
dor
nice
que
for
eu
them
tava,
too.
velho.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is good for the Baguettes. The Baguettes are going to need to make up a little bit of time since they don't have that 19 Dawnbreaker put up yet. They ended up, you know, whenever we saw them last, remember, we were still casting. They were still in that Dawnbreaker trying to put up that dungeon on that 19. And the fact that they were unable to get that done in quick pace is kind of, I would say it's a little bit concerning for Baguettes. And kind of similarly for Polish Mountain not being able to put up that 20 Necrotic Wake. Very similar cause for concern for them as well.
Yeah, we're gonna have to keep an eye on this.
Okay. I just got a very interesting DM. It
Okay.
says, I saw Shelly, Roybin, Dr. J, Casual Addict, and Teef have a near-perfect 20 on live of Dawnbreaker the other day. They ended up wiping to the last boss, but they could have timed it.
Oh.
What do we think about that with this new information?
Okay, first of all, I do want to
daí
say
o
that the
RCB.
Fika Knights at the end of this boss fight and their Flashcrafters kind of walking loose and they're trying to
Isso é meio
control it here.
situacional, irmão.
Looks like the DK is back up now. They can
Você
grip it.
precisa
and
aprender
Flashcrafter
aonde você
out,
pode fazer
potentially.
isso, qual é o momento de fazer isso,
We'll
tanto no
see
PVP
what they
quanto no
do.
PVE.
They're fine. The boss is really low.
Yeah,
They
they've all
have a
fucked people
shield
up
up.
here.
Yeah, they should be okay. But yeah, so the 20. Okay, I personally think that none of the teams needs a 20 to make it to Sunday. Like, I think focusing on the 21 Necrotic Wake, if it's required, is a lot easier for the teams to execute than a 20 Dawnbreaker. Even if the Dawnbreaker is possible.
Era só timão, filho, suave.
But if the No, actually... The
Pode
Dawnbreaker is not
aprender
gonna be on
jogando,
Sunday
mano.
then,
Pegando
right? It
experiência
could
no
be
jogo.
potentially
Sabendo o
played
que você
tomorrow,
pode
because the way
usar
the
pra
format
roubar o
works
feitiço.
is that they
como
play
que você
3
pode
dungeons
usar.
today, and then tomorrow one of the dungeon is
Ou entrar,
gonna
você
be
pode
there
procurar
too.
os
So
Discord
one of the
dos
dungeons we have
magos
today is also
aí,
gonna be
mas
there
tipo assim,
tomorrow,
cara,
Yeah.
and 2 new
falar pra
ones,
você,
and then the
vai
3
ter uma
dungeons that have
página
not been played are
falando
gonna be on Sunday, which means
qual o
that
melhor lugar pra
Dawnbreaker
você
is not gonna be
usar,
there on Sunday,
que hora que você deve usar,
but
coisas do
potentially tomorrow.
tipo.
So
Coisa
I
rara,
guess
velho.
if it
Sei
comes
lá,
back
eu nem
tomorrow,
sei
then
se
the
existe
teams
isso, velho.
maybe
Uma aura, tá ligado?
would have to
Não
do a
sei
20,
mesmo, cara.
depending on what the other dungeons are, I guess. I don't
It'd
know.
be, I don't know.
É
I
jogando.
think it might be a
Essas
global finals
experiências é
debate.
jogando, velho.
Yeah.
I think-
Yeah.
I could see it. I could see it being a global finals key that's needed to like win the TGP. I think that's that kind of key. Especially streamers on GG or in the top left here not going for the 20 immediately. Like
O time
outright,
do
instead
Kira
of
deu
going for the
Rex
19.
na patrulha
It
pra
feels
poder
like they're just
puxar ela
like,
lá
alright,
pra
yeah,
dentro
we'll
pra
just
fazer com o
qualify
mob.
to Sunday. We don't need to push super hard for this 20. That feels like way harder than anything else.
Yeah, especially when you consider the fact that
Ai, ó o
if they
daninho.
felt like they potentially might have to try the
Ué.
20, then they would have just done the other keys first, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Because something like an 18 Grimbatol and a 20 Necrotic Wake, that is much easier than a 20 Dawnbreaker. So they would have just left that for last, I guess.
Dude, the Fika Knights in the bottom left, are they going for 20 Wake? So
I think so, yeah.
Them and Streamer Zone are the only two teams that have actually put up a 20 Wake on live. This could actually be a big
really
deal for
like
the Fika
this.
Knights.
Yes. This is really worrying. If you're a Polish Mountain fan, they're coming in here into this weekend being like the number 2 seed basically for today. And they were the favorites to make it to Sunday, right? Coming in here. And Fica Knights, they're the last seed. So...
Ih, vai ter
Polish
conteúdo,
Mountain,
rapaziada. O time
they're
do
definitely
Yoda tá
not
indo pra
looking
20.
too good at the moment. And as I stated,
Vamos ver.
unfortunately, they do lose their
Fica
Moonkin here as
Knights.
well. They have a battle rest. They're getting him back up. Looking at the timer, they're missing the 2 chests. They're over the 2 chests. They just missed the Grim Battle 2 chest. This is actually also like a really big deal. That means they have to run that dungeon 2 more times if they want to get up to that 18 key level that we think is the cap here. Polish Mountain definitely struggling a lot today.
Oh, I mean, that's tough. I don't know. This is actually gonna be really tough for Polish Mountain.
Caralho, fala do DK aí, cara.
Doing a little bit of a drive-by with his Breath of Eons there.
Beleza, agora pode sair da PT e botar o druid. Não brinca.
The bad news, I don't know if they have enough time to actually do this dungeon on an 18. I think you actually just do this dungeon on a 17 and get out of here, and you have to go to the Dawnbreaker, right? Just looking at the amount of time that's left in the day.
I think so too, yes, especially because of the potential tiebreaker, right? Because at this point, they have to be very worried to make it into the top 2. And there's very likely even going to be a tiebreaker with some of the other teams. And the first tiebreaker, of course, is the highest key level done, which is never going to be the Grim Battle, right? So, if anything, you would want to go for the 21 Necrotic
Tá
Wake
jogando no
over the
Fique
18
Knights,
Grim
tô
Battle.
nada. Mal consigo jogar no meu
But they're
time, essa
struggling so
guerra.
much in Necrotic Wake, so I don't
Rapaz do
know
céu.
if that's really something that they can do or have even practiced.
Só quebrando pedra.
And it's kind of interesting because
Polish
Fica Knights, I mean,
Mountain
you and I were
tiltou.
pretty critical about the DK.
Ah, eles deram uma
in this dungeon
tiltadinha, né?
compared to, like, a balanced route in
Depois
this
da
dungeon.
20.
But I think
Deram
it comes down to
chest
a
na
lot of
16, que
times
ainda,
exactly what you
porra, foi
emphasized.
meio que
Practice.
mancada
How
dos
much
caras.
practice, how many reps have you done in these dungeons? How comfortable do you feel in these dungeons? And even if you're maybe playing a suboptimal composition, I think that if you put in enough reps on the dungeons, it's definitely something that's timeable.
Tá perigoso o baguete, tá perigoso.
Yeah, interesting. So we do see Polish Mountain now having one of the player, like, looks like Relux, so maybe they potentially go to a different dungeon.
Meu
again.
Deus.
Yeah, there we go.
Meu
We see the
Deus.
DK. Interesting. Okay, well, we'll see what Polish Mountain is gonna
O
do.
boss deu uma andadinha
In
no
the
final do
meantime,
Flash
we
Crafter,
do see
mano.
Baguettes have a little bit of an issue as they're fighting Stitch Flash right now, and they do have their rogue go down. They have a battle rush available. The boss unfortunately left at 7%, which is 2% short on not getting their face at all. But they did not finish off that creation, so they're able to get the boss back, and they're going to be able
Segura,
to finish here.
tanquezão do
Looks like they're
baguete.
not even...
Não
They were
segura
so
não pra
confident in
ver.
this that they didn't even rest their rogue here, even though they had the 2 battle rushes available. They just decided to rest after the boss fight was over. Their 2 chest timer still looking good. It's definitely a little bit
Não,
closer
ele joga
than it
amanhã
was
3
for
da tarde.
Eagles, but 3 minute 30 is good. They have bloodlust available. Look like they have any weapons. Oh no, they have 1 spear on their priest here. So technically, I think they should be good here if they don't have any like deaths during cooldowns or something like that.
I mean, we're gonna have to go kind of soon, right? We're gonna like, this sentence is coming up, but yeah, I mean, like you said, I think that they have like basically perfect time to be able to teach us this. But it's gonna have to be near perfect play. You can't mess up your cleavers either. If you end up missing any of those throw cleavers, we can absolutely be in just a world of trouble.
O Roxinha foi embora até da outra DG, mano. Os caras tão tiltados, velho.
We do have the spear, the javelins up,
E
the
eles
shamans
vão de
inside the
DK.
ascendants as well. Our priest is top damage, but do not worry. That is just a details bug with our Fleshcrafter friend. That is... Actually, you know what?
The
Disc
spear.
Priest is OP. That's actually just Disc Priest being OP.
Yeah, let's see if they can execute this. In the meantime, we do see Fica Knights at the +20. They're now on Blightbone. And they are making sure they're utilizing that...
O Kira fez o pulo absurdo
they're
ali,
not
mano.
using the Fleshcrafter. No, never mind. It is there. It is just mind control. Okay, I was confused for a second.
Yeah.
Alright, doing a 20, not having a Fleshcrafter would be insane. But yeah, they do have the Fleshcrafter here. They was just mind control for a moment. But yeah, talking about some of the teams here, like we, of course, do ask the teams questions about lots of things before the tournament. One of the questions being, what is the
Esse
easiest
pulo que ele fez aí é
and
embaçado.
which is the hardest dungeon for the weekend, or generally, like what the teams are thinking about those. And some of the teams did mention that they think Necrotic Wake is actually the
Time
hardest
do Yoda
dungeon.
na 20. Tá
And
aí,
it's
hein?
Polish Mountain. which now, looking at what happened in their necrotic wake, does make sense. And also Baguette's said that they think one of the hardest dungeons is actually necrotic wake. I think for Baguette's, it's mainly the rogue. Because their rogue player is just a rogue player, and they don't really have many options to swap the rogue out for other specs. And they think not having the root in that dungeon in particular for the Flash Crafter makes the dungeon quite a bit harder for them.
Yeah.
But, I mean, looking at their performance, they're actually doing really well. Their 2-chest timer is getting a bit close, but Polish Mountain having issues again. In their Dawnbreaker here, in the 16, they're temporarling out.
Meu Deus, a Polish Mountain. Minha nossa senhora. Que dia, hein, Polish Mountain. Tava tudo bem, viu?
Perform, right? And actually make it to Championship Sunday.
Mano.
Yeah, like you said, they just had a little bit of a
Os caras tão zicados, mano. O time do Yoda ficou em último na classificação e vai passar.
I think Baguette is potentially gonna miss that 2-chest. They only have 20 seconds left. Yeah, this is not gonna be it. They did lose their Shaman earlier, and now they lost their Augenwalker as well, so they're gonna be missing out on a 2-chest, which...
Minha nossa! Os caras têm a Khan.
Go down. Oh wait, no, this is Streamer Zone. Oh, for a second I thought this was a replay for Polish Mountains. No, Streamer Zone. He's having 2 tank devs. Unfortunately, they're 19 on Anubi Cash here. That means that they're gonna be resetting. I think they have to town portal here.
Yoda tomou o Reis e caiu duro.
No. Maybe?
I mean, it's close.
Yeah,
I actually think that they might have the time here. Yeah. So you need this boss killed off probably by like 24-ish minutes. Do they actually have Lust available? I think you Lust this boss. Oh no, okay, they definitely don't.
They don't have Lust.
Okay, yeah. It was whenever they were dragon riding. It was like a weird thing with the observer. Yeah, okay, so they don't have Lust here.
This is interesting. Like, first of all, I'm impressed that they somehow potentially have the time to still time a 19 Dawnbreaker after having a full wipe.
It's
gonna be top 1 na Necro Wipe porque
yes.
Meu time não pode.
And now I feel way less good about this.
É sobre isso, mano.
Vou
pegar uma uvinha congelada ali, já volto.
You're losing another 10 minutes on top of the 20 minutes that you already have committed to the dungeon. So they better, like, this is a decision that you can make right here, but you better be correct whenever you're making it, otherwise you're losing more time on top of it. And if you're a fan of the Fika Knights in the bottom left, this is kind of the opening sequence. This is how the Fika Knights actually pass streamerzone.gg. If streamerzone.gg end up depleting this key somehow and having a town portal out, this is how the Fika Knights are actually going to kind of be able to get maybe a little bit further ahead of streamerzone.gg, assuming that the Fika Knights are able to one-shot this 20 Necrotic Wake, which is no easy task in itself.
Yeah, I mean, Fika Knights, I'm so impressed by their performance here. Like, as you mentioned, they even have the opportunity to get number 1 today, which is crazy coming in as the last seed for this Division 1 here. That's absolutely insane. Fika Knights performing so well. They do have the DK here in the dungeon, and they're making it work for them, right? They're using the DK and the control here and there to get the extra Vanguard damage in, which is very cool to see. And just generally making that Flashcrafter strategy work still, even though they don't have this root. So really, really cool to see. That's another thing about running a different comp. If you run the same comp as everyone else, because they saw what the other teams did last weekend, right? So everyone that plays the same comps as the teams played last weekend, they can literally copy some of their strategies 1-to-1, right? But Fika Knights cannot. If they have this
Continuar,
they have to do the same thing. They have to come up with their own strategies, with their own routes, with their own ideas on how they solve some of these problems that they cannot copy from the other teams. So that makes it even more impressive to see that they're performing so well today.
Now, what I will say about the Fika Knights that's different than all these other teams, I think that this squad of players have the most reps on these dungeons more so than any other team possible. And it's not necessarily just practice on the tournament realm, although they have been practicing a lot on the TR, but it's live key reps. They've actually been playing a ton of live keys. They were playing a ton during the beta. They basically have been playing non-stop since the expansion came out. in terms of just pushing live keys, and they were rank 1 on the ladder for a while. They did end up getting overtaken by streamerzone.gg, but this was a team that has been putting in a ton of effort.
Vai começar a 19 ali.
If you were trying to innovate your own strats, this is definitely the team that, like you were saying, they have the practice, they have the reps, and they can innovate their own strats for how to make this composition with the DK work.
Yeah, definitely lots of veteran players in a team, and a lot of the players also like being able to keep a cool head as well in case things maybe don't go as planned. Having played so much and having played on live keys definitely is going to help them out there. As Streamer Zone on the top left side of the screen, they did have a full wipe at the start of this fight before, did release and come back and try this fight again. They did drop really low as they also do lose Yargi here to that Dark Orb explosion. Thankfully the boss is really low. They might be able to finish this without Yargi. They have a Battle Rush available, but maybe they're holding on to it. We're gonna see what they decide to do as another Dark Orb is coming through though. Looks like everyone is pretty healthy except Kira on that Paladin. So he has to worry a little bit. AJ dropping super low on that explosion.
Dá pra timar cegado, eles precisam de 5 minutos pro último boss. Eles têm 3 minutos pra matar o lado.
And because they had this full wipe, and because they're up to 8 deaths now, timer for this dungeon is gonna be really close for them. They're gonna have to reassess the time here and see if they can still do Rashanan. But it looks like they are, otherwise they would have been hard-boiling already. So they think they do have enough time.
Like I said, the time that second boss had to be killed off by was 24 minutes. We are right against the timer here.
Aí a Bisca deixou só a cabecinha, ó.
We're in for streamerzone.gg, but it is certainly possible.
Do you think the 24 timer is for a Druid comp or a Rogue comp though?
I think that both Druid and
Tamo zicando, não tamo, né, mano? É muito previsível, pô.
Rogue is somehow surprisingly
A 20 é embaçada. 20,
Dark,
19. Os caras timam, mas também não é tipo, joguei timei. Eles quebram um monte, pô.
It's definitely going to be really, really close for them. We did see...
With the Fika Knights wiped? Hold on, can we get a replay on that? What happened?
Yeah.
I was busy watching Streamer Zone, like, barely not wiped to the second boss. Maybe we can get a replay on the...
Pretty far
Jogar 10 pra timar uma,
Yeah, they were like 10
é por isso que tá vindo essas mudanças no WoW. E não quebrar a pedra.
They were on that Necromancer pull. I don't know what happened. Maybe it was the Bloodlust pull that was right after that they ended up wiping too. I guess that would make sense.
Yeah, if we can get a replay at some point, that would be nice, because definitely lost quite a bit of time. I think this is the first major time loss for Fika Knights though, right?
Yes.
I do think that they played really well up until the point. There it is, the replay. As you said, this is that Bloodlust pull. They're gearing up to...
Oh!
That's
Porra, melee do Flashcrafter, mano.
This is so awkward.
Oh no, this is...
Que desastre, mano.
Oof. Wow, do
Ele
you not
morreu no melee, velho, do Ad.
Continued though? It
Eles
is
vão
20,
voltar, eles voltaram pra 20, voltaram pra 20.
This is the downside of the DK, is that they have a lot less leeway in terms of their timer, right? Because their first boss splits so much slower because they're not double cleavering the boss.
Ué, só se der acabar batendo ali.
18. Maybe
Spy Master?
Maybe because they had to pick up the Flashcraft and the DK at again. Maybe that would have been very difficult for them to do.
Yeah, getting all these ads through might be weird. I don't know. I don't know. That was an anticlimactic way to wipe. I'm gonna be honest. Your healer getting meleeed to death by the Fleshcrafter, and then you wipe to that is. I could have guessed like 5 times. I think I would have guessed the tank dying to trash mobs every single time, not my healer getting smited to death.
You know, Nigura, since we've been watching here, and obviously Fika Knights has been really
Então não dá pra saber, né, resto.
Let me bring a little question to you, which is that, so
E quando o Yoda morreu,
that was sort of unique to their
aquele pediu
roster,
PS, o
really
cara não deu.
about being able to time the +20 here, using it because there's a little bit more time
Vai que é só vacilo do Yoda mesmo.
these dungeons. But do you think that was them kind of
Esse
banking a
primeiro
little
pull aí é o
bit
DK esse caralho,
on the good RNG of getting this dungeon here, or is it something where they're kind of employing more of this pathing, relying on their skill, and that's sort of a challenge that they're rising to meet regardless of what dungeon sets they get?
I mean, obviously they can never, like... I think just hoping that the RNG a certain set of dungeons is obviously never going to be a good strategy, because even if they make it to Sunday, they would still have to perform well on Sunday as well, where we're going to get 3 different dungeons, right? So I do think hoping at any kind of like specific dungeon set is not necessarily like a strategy that any of these teams should be aiming for. Of course, there's dungeons that can perform better in, and some that you do worse in. But generally speaking, I don't think that's what Figenites are trying to do. I think that they just have a DK player, and they think that they can make it work, and that's why they're playing the DK. If they thought that they absolutely don't stand a chance to play with DK, then they probably would have tried their best to have that player reroll to the Moonkin or to something else. But it is working out for them. But I did quickly want to take a look at Streamer Zone on the top left, and I know Baguette's also had an issue there. But Streamer Zone is at the end of their 19 key, and they still have 4 minutes left. Tettles, this is actually looking a lot less close than I thought it would.
Yeah. So we're still gonna get 2 ascendants inside of the timer.
This boss.
I mean, this is the reason that they kept going, right? It was going to be super tight once they had the Anubakaj wipe, but I think that this is kind of the point that we were making earlier, where the world first 20 of this dungeon was missed by like 1 second earlier today. And so we do think the 20 is on the table, especially if they were so close. And they're like, basically, they were close to chesting this 19. Like, having a full wipe in this dungeon is insanely cool. So now the question is, like, does Streamer Zone actually just go for the 20?
No,
they have a bunch of time left today. Obviously, they wouldn't do it right here. Like, if they were going to go for the 20, they would have done it out of the 18-2 chest. But if they have extra time, maybe that's something that we see revisited later.
I think this might be a wipe here for Figenites. They did lose their DK.
Oh no.
And then, unfortunately, they also lost their Shaman and their Evoker afterwards. Only the Shaman death would have been okay-ish, because the Ankh was available. But the problem on this boss, Ankh is always a little bit difficult to use, because there's the fatted gas on the ground, and you can't really take the Ankh, otherwise you're just going to immediately die afterwards. You have to ask for a grip or something immediately, or like a shield and a grip or something. But yeah, unfortunately things did fall apart there for Figenites. And how heartbreaking, because they performed so well, and then this one Fleshcrafter melee death, and now they had another issue. But I still believe they can do the 20, and they think so as well, as they continue to try it out. They still have that Grim Battle left, so maybe it would be a little bit safer for them to just try and do the Grim Battle.
It looks like
they are attempting it at least one more time. Baguettes, in the meantime, also had issues, so they did wipe in their 19. They were also like a decent amount of time in, and then they reset and they went again, and now they wiped again, so I think they're also resetting one more time. So lots of things happening all of a sudden. Streamer Zone again had this wipe earlier on Wikash, and we thought it might be really close for them to time the ski, but it looks like they actually do have, I don't want to say plenty of time, but they have a pretty good timer still. The boss is about to go down, and they're going to have around 1 minute left. So being able to time this with a full wipe with 8 deaths on the board and a 19 is incredibly impressive. And as you said, I think the 20 is definitely something that potentially could be done. I don't think Streamer Zone needs to do this today, or at least not right now. Like, they have other keys to do that are going to be much easier for them. So they're probably going to be going to those first.
I mean, as well as this is going to be kind of close, but at the same point, they do have the
Crimes morreu, ele tinha PS.
7 seconds, which actually, that death from AJ means that they're not going to get this Ascendance inside of this timer anymore. If they have another death, they might actually deplete here, Nagura. This is actually really scary. AJ's dropping really low.
Yeah, just don't die. 0.1% left on the boss. 25 seconds left. Of course, as you said, if anyone dies here, that's gonna be it. But the boss is dropping lower and lower and lower, and it looks like they got it 19 seconds left. So it actually was closer than what it seemed like with that Shaman death at the end there. Being able to immediately ank back up, did manage to still finish off the boss, and really good for Streamer Zone. Yeah, getting that 19 in, super good for them. They did have a little bit of a different strategy that they approached today with compared to the other teams. Basically making sure they get those homework keys done first, and then they do the high keys afterwards. But we do see Yitte go down here, actually, which is not great. This is that Bloodlust pull that we've been talking about with the mini-boss that can be incredibly dangerous, where you want to skip as many Dark Orbs as possible. So having your DK go down here, not ideal.
Yeah.
hopefully they're able to execute this still. They will get one more orb explosion.
Yeah, hit by the
and
orb.
It looks like they're fine.
You got hit by the orb and had the dot on him. That's how he died. That's his correct. You
Os
can't
caras não
AMS
fizeram
that.
magrinha ainda. Será que vale a pena ficar
Probably.
batendo cabeça nessa Necrotic 20 aí, mano?
You may be able to AMS that, but you probably
Polish
shouldn't.
Mountain tá como? Parada, né?
Okay, so where do you think Streamer... Okay, it looks like Streamer Zone's actually going to Necrotic Wake 20. Do you think this is the correct play for them, just looking at their
O
score?
cara tomou descer da Polish Mountain e não voltou mais.
Sorry, say again?
Do you think that the Streamer Zone GG's going into Necrotic Wake 20 is like the correct play, looking at the score? Or do you think that they're supposed to go to Grim Battle?
I think I personally would probably have done the Grim Battle first.
Yeah.
And then the Necrotic Wake, just because I think they're, as I said, like I think that doing the 21 potentially Necrotic Wake is something that would be in the table, or in my opinion, that would be the best dungeon to attempt if you're gonna push any of these keys further than what we've seen last weekend. Because the highest keys we've seen in all of these dungeons last weekend was 20 Necrotic Wake, 18 Grim Battle, and 19 Dawn. So if you're gonna push anything further than those levels, in my opinion, the best choice would be the 21 Necrotic Wake. First of all, for timer reasons, because the timer in the Necrotic Wake is not necessarily something that is super tight. And in addition, for the tiebreaker, right? Because the first tiebreaker is highest key done, and 21 is, of course, going to be the highest key level from all of these dungeons.
Domingo é dia de sair recorde, hein,
in my
mano?
opinion, Grim Battle first and then Necrotic Wake would have been
Saiu
a good
um
idea.
recorde, né,
But then
semana
in the end, I
passada.
don't think that Streamer Zone needs any of
Coralos.
those like super high keys to qualify. If they get the 20 here and the 18 Grim Battle, I think they're gonna be making it pretty comfortably to Sunday.
Yeah. So we're a little bit over halfway through the day. Let's do a little bit of a recap of where we are standing with all of these teams. In the top left-hand corner of the screen, we have StreamerZone.gg. They are at 53 score currently, with an 18-2 chested Necrotic Wake, a 16-2 chested Grim Battle, and a 19-1 chested Dawnbreaker. That Dawnbreaker is pretty likely to stand as the highest key done. We do think that a 20 is possible, but we don't think a 20 is going to be necessary.
O cara postou no canal da Blizzard.
We also think that Streamer Zone is going to have to spend a lot more time doing other things. Streamer Zone has kind of adopted this interesting strategy where they are basically going to all of the keys, putting up the easiest key levels, and then they're making their rounds to go to the other dungeons. Currently, they're trying this 20 Necrotic Wake. They basically have to put up this 20 Necrotic Wake and 18 Grim Battle, and then they have time to kind of either rerun that 19 Dawnbreaker for time.
Quer fazer uma boralinho?
For a
Pode fazer,
+1 on one of the
mano,
keys that we think
boralinho,
is super
pá.
hard. In the top left-hand corner, or in the bottom left-hand corner, I don't say top left-hand corner. Bottom left-hand corner, we have Fika Knights. They are at 37 score. They are the team that I would describe as in second place currently. They have an 18 Necrotic Wake 2-chested. If they are able to put up this 20 Necrotic Wake pretty quickly, they are in actually great position to make it to Championship Sunday. Now, if they end up spending too much time in this 18 Necrotic Wake, or maybe have to bail on this 18 Necrotic Wake and put up this dungeon on a 19, that kind of leaves them in a weird position, but they have enough time, because they actually made great pace in that 19 Dawnbreaker that we've seen earlier. Now, let's talk about the teams that we've actually seen pretty big mistakes for on the right-hand side of your screen. On the top right, we have Polish Mountain. Polish Mountain started off really strong. They did a really good job in their first couple of runs in Necrotic Wake. Unfortunately, they spent a lot of time, over an hour, in 20 Necrotic Wake, and they ended up depleting the 20 Necrotic Wake to the final boss after a 30-minute run. Actually, terrible situation.
Fazer resto, essas são
Hopefully,
boas.
Polish Mountain is going to have enough time after timing 17 Grim Battle and 19 Dawnbreaker to actually go back and rerun that Necrotic Wake on a 20, but that's likely to be the last, I would say, 30 to 15 minutes of the day. That's kind of when they're going to be able to be in that zone to actually run that key again. They're kind of hoping that maybe Fika Knights or StreamerZone.gg make a little bit of mistakes because of how much time they actually spent in that Necrotic Wake to get no score. Baguettes, bottom right-hand corner of the screen here.
Eu acho que o principal problema de quem joga pedra é que o cara acha que a partir do momento que tiver 5 pessoas para montar PT, vai resolver todos os problemas, mas ainda assim não é. Aí quem não tem PT fala, se tivesse 5 pessoas aqui, era muito mais fácil de timar. Aí você junta 5, a primeira frustração é que você está em PT e não consegue timar as pedras que o Pug time. Até você se alinhar com um grupo, organizar, é uma progressão.
Thank you very much. That was a great breakdown. I did also
Todo mundo tem que evoluir.
So even though Polish Mountain, as you said, is obviously not in the greatest spot right now,
okay,
but at least they are in like that last dungeon that they still have to put on the board, right?
Não
Even
tô
though they
falando de
only have
vocês, não.
16
Tô falando
Grimmetall and they
player
only
de
have
WoW
the
em geral.
18, then, which we think is not going to be enough. At least they're putting
Os caras têm
on
muita
this, like,
expectativa com PT,
Dawnbreaker,
daí
just a
monta a
moment
PT,
here,
joga
once the
2
time
dias
is
com a PT
16.
e fala,
Fica Nights
os caras
and
são
Baguettes,
muito
they
ruins,
haven't
porque nós
set
estamos em
foot
PT
in the
fechada
Grimmetall
no
at all
Discord
yet.
e não consegue
When do you
timar.
think would be like the latest time that they need to walk into the Grimmetall to make sure that they still get that key done? Like how much time can they still spend in this necrotic wake, basically?
So the good news is, if they have perfect runs in this 16 Dawnbreaker and they end up 2-chesting it.
Não, isso
then they go
daí,
run
os
the
caras não são
18
herói
and
não,
one-chest it,
mini brother.
and then they go run the 19 and 1-chest it. They don't
Exatamente,
actually
mano.
end up depleting. They're probably only spend another,
Vai quebrar.
let's say,
A parada é o
hour, so it's probably gonna be
seguinte,
about 50 minutes.
acho que vocês não estão entendendo,
the
acho que eu não tô
Dawnbreaker
conseguindo
in total.
explicar como que eu
That's
tô
gonna
querendo
allow
dar de
them
exemplo.
basically an hour
O que acontece?
10-ish.
A galera
Depending
fica
on how much
jogando
break they have,
Pug e
I
fala,
don't
pô,
know
é
if they're
chato
gonna
jogar
have to
Pug,
maybe 10
seria
minutes.
melhor se
So they're
tivesse um
gonna have an
time.
hour-ish
Aí os caras
to
vão lá e
do
montam um
the
time.
Necrotic Wake 20
Só
and
que
the
eles não
Grimmetall
insistem
7.
no
So
time.
I think that the path
Porque
to
o
actually being
time
able to
também precisa
get
de tempo para
a
aprendizado.
20 Necrotic
Entendeu?
Wake, a
E aí
19
acaba
Dawnbreaker,
quebrando.
and a 17 Grimmetall is still pretty much on the table. The concern is the 18 Grimmetall, which we saw put up last weekend by a few of our teams. So if the 18 Grimmetall actually gets done by both Streamer Zone and Fika Knights, that could actually put Polish Mountain in a really weird position. But say that that dungeon actually caps out at a 17 for the Fika Knights or StreamerZone.gg, one or the other. That's actually a good situation for Polish Mountain to maybe be able to squeak in.
Exatamente.
Yeah, I think so as well. We do have another death here at the very end by a Flashcrafter again. Thankfully, this time around, the rest
Caraca,
of the team did
Ezão.
not follow suit. As soon as the
Tamo
deck
junto,
reset
cara.
down,
Valeu pelo
thankfully,
raid,
they
meu
managed to
parceiro.
recover and get
Rapaziada,
the
tô
race
aqui
back
no
up.
canto, pra
Did
quem não
have
tá
to
me
use the battle
vendo.
rust though, which means that they're not gonna have one for quite a while.
Tô comendo
So
uma...
we'll see how they handle that. Hopefully, no more mistakes from here on out. For Baguettes, of course, we talked about Baguettes.
Tô comendo uma
earlier.
uvinha
They
congelada e
think
assistindo o
that the Necrotic
TGP,
Wake is one
mano.
of the hardest dungeons for them because of the
Bom.
rogue setup that they're running. So hopefully they can time this 19. And then I would assume that Baguettes is moving on to the Grimbatol. They still have to put
Então,
points up on.
quem
They
quiser
want to make
curtir
sure
com
that
nós,
they're not
tamo
walking
junto.
into
Valeu aí,
Grimbatol too
sejam
late,
bem-vindos aí, meus
because
manos.
they haven't even done the 16. And yeah, we'll see what they're gonna. Fika Knights though in the
Aí,
same
Aizão,
boat
tamo junto,
as
meu
well.
brother.
They have to get this 20 done pretty soon.
Obrigadão por confiar
to be
tua
able to get
galera
some
minha aí,
points up on
mano.
the board in the Grimbatol. And yeah, they definitely want to get this 20 done. Oh, that was really close for Yoda there for Fika Knights, as we did see Leon Hands or Bubble.
Quem que é isso
being
daí?
used there on it, what looked
Biscoito
like
do meio,
0.1%
não.
HP. So
O
really
Aizão
nicely
da
done to
frente.
recover there.
O do
Dude,
meio é o Maiés.
Again,
E o
we
último
saw,
é o Mal
like, you
Light.
see tanks all the
Ou
time.
falso.
I think it was tankers whenever Zyro and I were casting just ended up getting rolled by that double Marauder pull. Those mobs just do so much damage to your tank, and if they don't end up rolling defensives perfectly or getting that PS at the exact right time, it can be very dangerous. Once that Necromancer
do
goes
meio é o
down, those
melhor.
Knights, they're actually in a lot more comfortable position because now they're just utilizing that cleaver to be able to
E
kill
Aizão
off
tá bem.
these Marauders. But that situation that they were in was really scary.
It definitely looked super scary. We do see Baguettes and Fika Knights pretty much in the same point of their dungeon, even though Baguettes, of course,
Do
is in
meio
the
é
1k
só
level lower,
vitória.
and overall their timer is a little bit different, but still can do a little bit of a comparison of the route that both of these teams are running.
What do you think about in comparing these
Lá,
Necrotic Wakes?
ah
What do you think
lá,
about
vou
Streamers
zicar.
also in that
Mas vou
20
falar,
Necrotic
não
Wake in the
morreu
top
ninguém
left,
ainda do time do
having a
Kira na
similar
Necro 20.
split to the Fika Knights on the first boss,
Ih,
but running that
o Kira
druid,
tá
so
fazendo
it
a 20, não
unlocks
vi?
the double cleaver tech, but they're actually not electing to use it on the first boss. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it is very interesting. I wonder if they just think that it's not necessarily required. 'Cause
Yeah.
I do think the double cleaver comp is something that puts a lot. Oh, and Baguette's actually having some issues. No, that's a
Oh my
full
God, the
life for
white?
Baguette's. It looked like they
Wait, the
accidentally
pack got
pulled the.
pulled?
Yes, they pulled the Necromancer pack on
Baguette
accident.
caiu duro.
And it looks like they tried to have the person die. I think it was the shaman maybe that pulled it. But they think they can still go. Alright, so they think the timer is still good. So they can. Just kidding. Okay, they changed their mind. They are time pulling out now. Oh, that is very sad for Baguette.
acharam que
They
ele
were
ia
again
continuar.
like 12 minutes into the dungeon. Ooh, and it's getting a bit closer. I mean, they still have time to do this Necrotic Wake, right? But at this point, not having put any points up in the Grimbatol is
Pro
definitely
difícil do
stress
Yoda,
you out a
mano.
little bit. All of these teams also still
O
have to take
difícil do
another
Yoda,
10-minute
vamos
break.
ver.
So,
Tem
and
3
they can't take
orb,
it within the last hour of the tournament, so they
2
have to take
shield.
it at some point. Maybe it would be a good choice for Baguettes to take the break now and just think about what they should be doing. Because maybe doing the Grim Battle first and then returning to the Necrotic Wake at the end would be something that they want to think about doing soon.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. The situation for Baguettes.
Ah, o DK
it's not
bate,
looking great.
rapaziada. Não é tão
There's
ruim.
still an opportunity for them to actually make it into Championship
Talvez
Sunday,
o meu seja.
but they're gonna have to basically play perfect from here on out. There's about 2 hours left in the day. There's a little bit of overtime time that you have.
O homem tá de
They're gonna
breath.
have to be able to play perfect from here on out.
Consistency really seems like it is becoming a huge sticking point for a lot of these teams. They can perform, but where they're having these deaths, where they're having these mistakes, where they're coming up against some
control
of these
undead, né?
challenges with unique routing or the picks they
DK você
brought,
pode tentar.
has really been a hurdle for them to overcome. So we'll have to see.
Vamos ver,
how they
agora é a vez do
continue to
Kira,
do
no
that,
pro
but
difícil.
Tunnels, we will be saying goodbye to
Ih,
you
não
on the
teve
desk for
CC?
right now,
No,
and
né?
we'll have
Ixi,
Makes
não teve
coming back
CC no
in.
Sorcerer aí,
And
mano.
you know, while we've been talking
Vai
about
ter
some of the
double
things
pezinho
there,
no
like
cu, hein?
Baguette's wipe, some of the struggles some of the teams have had against
Vai,
certain
Bumi, vai,
dungeons,
Bumi.
we've
Mostra do
also
que você
seen
é
some
capaz.
really good
Fala
play
pra nós
today.
que você é melhor
And
que
I think
DK.
streamers
Ó o
on
Bumi.
GG, you know,
Toma.
they said early on
Toma.
that they lack a bit of
Segura o Bumi.
consistency in some
Segura o
aspects, and they've
Bumi.
been trying to fix their mistakes one by one, but it
Segura o
often
Bumi.
takes time. Do you agree with that statement based on their
Segura
performance
o
today?
Bumi.
Well, I think if we're looking at the historical data of this team, for anybody who's not been
Boku
informed
DK.
just yet, they formerly competed under the name of Mist Count, and that has been a team that we always expected to
Vai
do
ter
really
housing
well,
da
but then
guild?
that kind of
Vai ter house de
the
guild?
issue that really held them back was
Vai ter, vai
consistency.
ter.
Throughout today, I think they are looking better than.
É,
I
o
think there's
Bumi,
also
mano.
more time in the day, so I don't want to count the chickens before they hatch. We need to really be on our toes now that the dungeons are getting more difficult, now that the dungeons are getting more
Esse pu aí o
volatile.
Bumi bate.
That is where this consistency
É
really
40
is
stack.
going to matter for teams like StreamerZone to use the tech that they've been really showing off all day and show off with a great standing, with a first place hopefully at the end of the day. That's kind of what people are expecting from them, right?
Yeah, they're definitely performing really well for sure. Siga Knights did just lose their paladin there on one of their pulls. Did immediately rest them back up. Thankfully, they had that battle rest available and did manage to recover. That was impressive. For a moment, I thought that might have been a disaster there, but thankfully managed to recover. They're already up to 4 deaths now, and they have no more battle rests for quite a while. So you have to be very careful.
Yoda morreu no final? Não vi, tava vendo a tela do
Plus
Kira.
20, of course, a super high key, and so many things can be
Não
incredibly
tem informação,
deadly,
né?
especially with handling the flash crafters without that druid, so not having that entangling route available definitely makes this quite a bit harder for the Siga Knights. So they want to make sure that they get done with this plus 20 now, so they can move on to this Grim Battle that they still haven't put any points up in. Polish Mountain, in the meantime, did manage to finish up their 16
time do Yoda não
down break, and
acertou,
ended up
boss.
plus 2ing it
Flash
as well,
Crafter.
which is really good for them to be able to get the 18 done there afterwards. Polish Mountain also still needs to take, all of the teams actually still need to take a 10-minute break from the 20 minutes that they had to take in total. So we'll see when those breaks are going to be used.
Tem 2:20,
by the teams.
rapaziada, hora do conteúdo.
But, yeah, good for Polish Mountain. Definitely struggled quite a bit in that necrotic wake, and it looked like they struggled a little bit as well here in the Dawnbreaker, but hopefully they can recover now and come back into it. They still have a chance making it into a Championship Sunday, but just looking harder and harder for them, especially because Siga Knights is just performing so well.
Well, I think it's two things, right? Polish Mountain had that really unfortunate 20 that unfortunately they didn't time earlier on in the Necrotic Wake. And so now they're kind of playing catch up with themselves. And then, like you're mentioning, Siga Knights kind of coming out of nowhere, a team with a bunch of historical challengers, high key pushers, people who have MBI experience, even TGP experience, who have found themselves in this team. And despite being the lowest seed coming into this entire weekend, not just this group, oh, trouble for StreamerZone, a full team white and suing. Couple of deaths back and forth, but there is not going to be recovered for this one on a Marth 20. Can they still?
Ele tomou
finish?
frontal.
No.
Vou voltar, guys.
See, the time they recover this entire key pushers, people who have MDI experience, even TGP experience, who
Vamos
have
lá,
found themselves in this team.
Vamos
And
lá.
despite being the
Kira
lowest
caiu
seed
duro.
coming into this entire weekend, not just this group,
Necrotic
trouble for
Bolt.
Streamer Zone, a full team white and
Total.
suing group, and despite being the lowest seed.
Meu Deus, ele morreu pro pezinho, rapaziada.
Who have found themselves in this team.
Ó no pé dele aqui, ó.
And despite
Ele tá bem aqui, ó. Atrás da cabeça do boss.
being the lowest.
Se o Kira pode, eu também posso. Tá? Ó aqui, ó. Vocês viram que eu saí no vídeo do cara lá? Mas a gente quebrou uma 16 ontem.
Não anda muito.
Ah, o que é isso, cara? Mas ele tem ping 15.
Not only does it open up the floor for the other teams to be able to make it to the top 2 here, but it also opens up the opportunity for Fika Knights to get the #1 spot of today, which would be absolutely insane. But honestly, like, they won me over at this point. I know I should be unbiased, right? But Fika Knights coming in here
Is it
as
because
like
you're
the dark
secretly
horse.
Junkrat, Nagora?
Yeah. Wait, don't tell anyone. Oh yeah, I'm just really impressed by their performance. And if they time this 20 now, which they had some issues with, right? They don't have a battle rush for quite a while. So this is still going to be very difficult for Fika Knights to execute here. And things, of course, can still go wrong. But if they get this 20 done and they can move into that group battle, they're actually going to be looking incredibly strong. They're still a little bit behind in comparison to Streamer Zone, because Streamer Zone still has already has the 16 group battle 2 chests on the board. But looking at the timer, Fika Knights 20 minutes now ahead within this dungeon, which a few minutes more and it matches the Green Battle 16 plus 2 timer, right? So I think it's actually going to be incredibly close.
O bom é que é um entretenimento de cada vez, né?
Fika Knights times this, and they're now up in this necropolis.
Daqui a pouco, na hora que o time do Yoda estiver terminando, o time do Kira vai estar chegando na fase do entretenimento.
Dawnbreaker here, losing their priest.
Yeah, and that's kind of... So the Dawnbreaker is already a dungeon that's kind of hard path. You have to do these things here. You cannot really pull a lot together. And so if something happens in these segments specifically, it's kind of like, what just happened? Why did that happen? As coming back to the consistency, to the cleanliness, to just playing
Mano,
clean
pior que a Polish quase timou essa 20 aí, né, velho? Os caras tá tentando agora. Eles vão recuperar. Lembra que eu falei que ia chegar uma hora que os caras iam ter que tentar a 20 ia quebrar e tal, e eles iam ganhar tempo? Agora é o momento.
And if you're running out of combat presses in the first 5 minutes, I would say it's always, to me, it's always kind of like a shaky deal.
Yeah, definitely not great.
Nossa, foi muito paia.
Potentially set the pace
Boss
for the rest
tava
of the dungeon, like make you
zerado.
It gives you like a bad mood for the rest of the run as well. But yeah, unfortunately, Baguettes, they gave up on a necrotic wake. Looks like they think it's gonna be.
Olha, eles não estavam assistindo?
At least they gave up on it for now. Potentially they're gonna go back to necrotic wake afterwards, which I believe they should, just for the highest E level done. But yeah, for Baguettes, I definitely think it's looking a little bit grim to make it into top 2 at this point. They do have to one-shot most of their runs from here on out, especially because they also still have to do the 19 Dawnbreaker that we see Streamer Zone and Fika Knights already have on the board, right? So Baguettes,
vocês lembram do tempo que o Ayazão narrava?
Struggling a little bit.
Pela Blizzard?
Hopefully that Grim Battle is going to go a little bit better for them compared to the Necrotic Wake. We're going to have a look out for that. But yeah, Streamer Zone had to reset their 20 as they did have a full wipe on the Amarth earlier, costing them approximately like 12 minutes or so. And Fika Knights now up in that Necropolis, soon going to be on Stitch Flash. So we'll see
Also
how
have
that can
4
execute that
deaths
one.
already, so
Yeah.
the necrotic wake just once more showing how volatile it can be despite the capabilities to go a little bit higher than the other 2 dungeons in today. And if you just want a little breakdown on how all of our teams are standing right now, Streamer Zone has done what we think is the highest key level in the Dawnbreaker, so have Ficanitis. All of these teams need to finish the 20 necrotic wake that Ficanitis is approaching right now. We do have a healer death on their end, but they should be able to recover this nicely. And then basically all of the teams still need to push to Grim Patrol. Both Polish Mountain and Streamer Zone have started that dungeon, but it does go a little bit higher than 16 if you ask me, and we have around about 2 more hours for teams to start their last dungeon of the day, or their last run of the day. So yeah, plenty of time left that they could capitalize on, but they will need to budget for these different dungeons. And if you're
chegando entretenimento do time do Yoda.
One of these 3 already done, that is a nice check mark to kind of have in your brain and to know, okay, it's only the other 2 that I now need to care about.
Yeah, Streamer Zone having some issues there on their Blightbone fight, as AJ did go down to a cleaver. Having 2 flashcrafters on this first boss is actually very difficult to juggle, especially if you get a frontal fixate from Blightbone and you also have a cleaver fixate. It's very, very difficult to aim them both, because of course you need to aim the cleaver properly, but then you also need to aim the frontal away from your group, so it can cause some issues there. And it looked like one of their flashcrafters had died as a result of AJ dying, probably not being able to move those flashcrafters away. So we did see one of the mind controls come out eventually once AJ was rested back up, and he did move a flashcrafter back out, so they got the root on range there. But yeah, the other flashcrafter did go down, so they only have that 1 extra friendly fire damage from that mob. Still looking pretty strong. The timer in a +20 necrotic wake is of course a tight timer, but not nearly as tight as some of these other dungeons. So you can afford some mistakes and some deaths here and there, and they'll still be able to execute it, especially with the comp they're running there. But I do want to take a closer look at Ficanites in just a moment, as they're going to be approaching Stitch Flash. And that boss can be very difficult at a +20. First of all, it does an insane amount of damage to your group. And then in addition, if you play the fight really well and you control the cleavers properly, especially with the DK comp, because they can also mind control or undead control a Vanguard as well, they might be able to
parada é que o druida pode fazer aquela play aí, ninguém faz aquela play, né? De tal o gordão pra acertar o Flash Crafter no boss. O druida taunt e dá invi.
18, so now I do want to take a look to see if they can also do it on that 20.
Será que o Ned é Night Elf? Não, ele é Orc.
Really good. You can see in the background there that Flashcrafter is now being freed but rooted at the same time. And they will try to just send everything onto Stitch Flash. Same time, you also have to make sure that everything is lined up properly so that none of the cleavers from the Flashcrafter are going into that creation from now on when the boss is being gripped down. And here's everything. That's going to be their bloodlust. They're sending everything into this boss to finish it as quickly as possible, because as soon as it hops back up, you are losing significant amount of time. And time is part of your tiebreakers. So we are trying to also be somewhat fast in these dungeons, of course, with the dungeon difficulty taking higher place, but Stitch Flash is getting chopped down, might I say, from that Flashcrafter here. 27% remaining. Can they get one more chop? Doesn't look like it, but that creation is going to die off. Nice timing.
Caraca, foi clean.
Will go through, and from here on out, they should have an easy approach and getting through this fight quite quickly.
Wow, really nicely executed here, being able to keep the creation alive, not finishing it off here, making sure that they get that last hook to get the boss back down after the escape coming through. Really nicely done. So yeah, cool.
No, Yoda!
Yoda go down at 4% of the boss here. I'm not sure if he can execute this still. 4%. Everyone seems to be dying. They have a battle rust available.
No.
The only one back alive is Greg. Maybe that last cleaver? The cleaver,
come on.
No. Oh, what a disaster for Ficanites. That means that they're going
to
out after being in this dungeon for 27 minutes. The boss was so low. I was thinking maybe that last cleaver that was on Greg there would have been able to finish off the boss, but just not quite able to. recover that death on Yoda. Not having the druid there as well for that quick battle rest, potentially. What a disaster.
Moonkin
This is
propaganda.
heartbreaking.
I cannot believe, Nagura, you would use a moment like this to just spread your own class propaganda. Unbelievable.
Amanhã teremos Brasil em campo.
Oh, well, I mean,
definitely tragic.
Obviously, Fika Knights is still looking very strong. Unfortunately, they have to move to... Like, I personally think they have to move to the Green Battle now, though. Looks like they also are taking their 10-minute break now, the last one that they have to take. And they will be discussing this. They can potentially come back to the 20 and do it afterwards. But I do think they also have to do the same thing as Baguettes is doing on their side. Have to move into the Green Battle, making sure that they don't miss out on the points of that
morreu,
dungeon.
vamos voltar ali pra ver?
Of course, missing out on 6... looks
tragic.
Oh,
Trágico, fala trágico, mas tá dando risada, né? Só pelo conteúdo, né?
Hand portal out. Only one back. Come on. Can execute back alive. Is Greg? Maybe everyone seems to be dying. They have a battle rest available.
No. Through this fight quite quickly.
Wow, really nicely executed here. Being able to keep the creation alive.
Yoda tava de
not
CD.
finishing it off here. Making sure that they get that last hook to get the boss back down after the escape coming through. Really nicely done. So yeah, boss back down after the escape coming through.
Pô, ele tinha
really
proc, né, mano? Ele não procou, viado. Só morreu reto.
We do see the escape coming through. Really nicely done. So to get the boss back down after the escape coming through. Really nicely done. So yeah, cool. Ooh, we do see Yoda go down at 4% of the boss here. I'm not sure if they can execute this still. 4%. Everyone seems to be dying. They have a battle rest available.
No.
The only one back alive is Greg. Maybe that last cleaver. The cleaver.
Greg, come on.
No. Oh, what a disaster for Fika Knights. We still have to do that 19 after getting this 18 done. But they do have a little bit of an advantage of already having the 16 Grim Battle done that Fika Knights does not. So definitely getting closer between those two teams again. So yeah, good news for Polish Mountains. Or if you're a Polish Mountain fan, then definitely that's something. Or that's the window the Polish Mountain needed to be able to potentially make it back and potentially make it into top 2. As they do have that Bloodlust pull coming up that we've seen many teams struggle with. So we'll see if they can execute this as all of the cooldowns are coming out. There's just so much damage in the group here with those
a Polish Mountain foi bem na real,
potential
né?
just random one-shots with the other dots that are coming in as well.
Yeah, very,
isso daí,
very
Schneider.
dangerous pull that they
Acho
are
difícil, Schneider.
right now. First up already happened. The second one is
Tem chance de passar.
That Bloodlust is still
Mas
you mentioned.
eu acho que tipo o que eles querem fazer, por exemplo, vai ter 2 times que vai ser eliminado aqui hoje. Eles precisam ser melhor que esses 2 times para pegar uma premiação melhor, tá ligado? Eles continuam hypados de jogar.
Polish Mountain are going to lose their tank, unfortunately. Instantly combat rest, back with the group. Can they get this pull under control? One more orb coming out here.
This is really tough for them. Looks like
Yitte very low.
Yeah, this is problematic. I think there's a dot on Yitte as well. That orb is exploding in just a moment. Looks like they did manage to survive, and the mini-boss is going down now. Whew, that was very scary, losing your paladin there. They are now out of battle rest for 7 minutes. And Anubikash is coming up on an 18. That boss can be pretty dangerous, especially if they've used a lot of their defensives now, because they probably had to after getting so many dark orbs plus a tank death coming through. So this boss is going to be hard for them. If they lose one player, it's probably a go again, because they don't have a rest available. Unless it's their shaman, of course, with that Ankh. So they're going to have to play really carefully here. They do have some trash to do beforehand, though. So we'll see. The tank, this pull in particular is also pretty hard on a tank. And not having too many defensives available, we do see a shield wall coming through. They need to make sure they're blasting through this trash as fast as possible.
Yeah, so I will say, I think they recovered this really well. The combat rest was there instantly. They managed to get this pull back under control and out-heal the dot that was onto Yitta there. So really, really nice recovery. But like you mentioned, now they need to be careful. No more rest is available for 6 minutes.
Streamer zone?
We'll probably get one later on. But Streamer Zone, once more, a Marth not working in their favors.
Wow,
Second time for them.
Yeah, this is the second time they wiped to a Marth. This is very interesting.
O que deu no
So it
time do
looked
Kira?
like it was Kira going
Tava
down.
vendo os caras fazendo uma green battle aqui. Motorou.
One
Meu Deus.
for 6 minutes. They
De novo, ele morreu a
The
pezinho.
combat rest was there instantly. They managed to get this pull back under control and out-heal the dot that was onto Yitta there. So really, really nice recovery. But like you mentioned, now they need to be careful. No more
Ele morreu de novo com o pezinho, cara.
rest is available for 6 minutes.
Streamer zone?
We'll probably get one later on. But Streamer Zone, once more, a Marth not working in their favors.
Wow,
Second
this
time
is,
for them.
Yeah, this is the second time they wiped to a Marth. This is very interesting. So it looked like it was Kira going down, like their tank, and then the rest of the team just
Isso,
following,
mano.
if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure what the
Ele
tank
morreu
died
duas
to,
vezes com o
but
mesmo pezinho,
yeah,
cara.
this is another 15-minute loss for Streamer Zone here. This whole competition is getting closer and closer now, with none of the teams managing to get that Necrotic Wake done. Last week, we did see teams also struggle a little bit in Necrotic Wake, but maybe not as much as today. And today, the team's definitely really having issues in that dungeon, not being able to get the 20 done at all, and some teams not even able to get the 19 done either. Polish Mountain, though, losing out
É o
on
momento
their
do
priest from that
o
Abyssal
healer tacar
Blast.
pau nele mesmo.
They don't have a battle rest,
They can
so the
recover
release
this.
is coming through, and the mobs are almost set, so they should be able to recover. But yeah, they are also not looking too good at the
estatística aí, ó.
moment without those battle rests available.
Wow, that is so rough for these teams. And like you're mentioning, yeah, I'm not sure what's been going down in the Necrotic Wake today. If it's just a different prioritizations on classes that teams are bringing, or if it's just the volatility of
Perde
that
15
dungeon coming
minutos
into
por quê?
full effect and
Quem
coming
falou
into
perde
full
15
show for them here. But we're going to be taking a look at Baguette. We're in that 16 Grim Battle as of right now, the first time in that dungeon. Looking
Eles
at the
têm
boss
5 horas, né, pra jogar.
timers, I think they're
É, às
on
8.
a little bit of a slower pace for that +2. But if they can pick it up towards the tail end of that dungeon, there's still a possibility. So not out
Eles
of the
perderam
question
15
just
minutos
yet.
todo o tempo que eles têm pra jogar. Todo mundo
I
tem o
do
mesmo
think we're
tempo pra
definitely
jogar. Quem fizer as pedras mais
approaching
altas ganha.
a time of the day where Baguettes needs to put up a +2 here, in my opinion, because Baguettes did not get the +2 in the 16 Dawnbreaker. Baguettes didn't get the +2 in the 18 Necrotic Wake. So I think Baguettes is definitely in danger of not being able to even have the chance to get the +2 if they don't two-chest this Grim Battle. So I definitely think they have to get that
E só
two-chest
pode
in
jogar
there,
até 8 da
and
noite.
then also time the 18 Grim Battle pretty quickly afterwards. Even though no other team has even timed the 18 Grim Battle just yet, so we'll see if another team can even do that. But yeah, because they're missing out the points in the other dungeons that the other teams already put up, I do think for them that is a requirement almost. But yeah, we do have Polish Mountain in that 18. They did struggle a little bit so far, having some deaths here and there, some tank deaths, some healer deaths. And they're about to approach that second boss, Anubikash. We'll see how they're doing there. We already saw quite a few teams have issues there. We did see a Streamer Zone actually have a full wipe to Anubikash on their +19. They did manage to still time the dungeon though, which was impressive. The wipe was really early on in the boss
Pra
fight.
Rojão,
So that
pô, eu
definitely
ia fazer uma
helped them out.
paradinha,
And
mano,
they
mas a
only
verba
had
tá
like
baixa.
14 seconds left at the end
Pra-
of their
a
+19,
bandeira.
so definitely really close.
It's all they
Brasil.
needed. It was in time. That's what matters for now. We're going to
Imprimir
be
a
talking about
foto
the
do
time
Clau com o
tiebreakers
Monquito.
later. You don't need to get
10 seconds left at the end of their +19, so definitely really close.
It's all they needed. It was in time.
Yeah.
That's what matters for now. We're going to be talking about the time tiebreakers later. You don't need to get out of the way here as that orb does come in and they're into the fight here. Like you mentioned, this boss is dangerous for a multitude of reasons. There's a massive AoE that goes
Não,
out
o Yoda
onto the
caiu
team
duro no
right
boss.
now. It's going to be showing off here. First one usually should be fine. Everybody kind of comes into this fight topped, so that one is easier to just heal back up. But then when players are starting to
levar essa rua pra lá, senão eu vou comer
damage
tudo.
taken, is when you're going to be seeing a lot of these cooldowns being rotated, the so-called spreadsheet gaming, making sure that they have something for every single shadowy DK that does come out from a Nubikaj, and that is going to be very important as they do take a lot of damage here, but able to stay on top of it. 2 more minutes until they would have another combat rest. AMZ helping with this DK this time around. We still have a barrier available. That Pain Sup is going to be coming up in 1 second. Rapture also being available from Q in a couple of seconds as well. So a bunch of CDs are there should we need them.
Yeah, they're gonna feel so much safer once that battle rush is gonna come up in 37 seconds. So they're just hoping for that to happen
Não,
sooner.
eles sorteiam 3 pedras e começa quem quiser daí.
As that boss is not dropping as fast. Of course, it is an 18, so the boss has quite a lot of HP. And there's more and more dark orbs coming through and more boss AoEs. We do see the Dispel coming out now. As we also see a Shadowy Decay combo with that explosion of the dark orb coming through. That's one of the most dangerous back-to-back combos here. And then we do have, of course, that battle rush coming up in 7 seconds. So definitely gonna be a little bit better for them. If the tank goes down, then I think that battle rush is not gonna help you because immediately afterwards, everyone else is gonna be following. But all the other deaths should be potentially recoverable with that rest available. So that is good for them. The dark orb or another dark orb combo into AoE is coming up in just a moment. We'll see what kind of defensive plans they're gonna be using.
There it is.
Yeah, this boss is just so scary.
So the one person that I'm kind of staring at during these DKs is that Evoker, and you can just see why they are so squishy. They take so much damage. Not a class with a whole lot of will to live, it feels like sometimes, but Kyo has preserving hands over that Evoker, making sure they're staying alive and keeping everyone topped here. One more time, that slam does come in. Need to be a bit careful with tempered here as well, as everybody drops so low. But I think it's one more of these overlaps that they're going to be getting here, and then that should be it. AoE coming in, one more orb after that, and then that boss fight hopefully will be defeated for Polish Mountain after a lot of tragedy in this 18 Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, in the meantime, Vegan Knights did return from their last break that they have to take for today and ended up depleting or town portaling another of their 20 runs. But that also means that Vegan Knights decides to stay in this 20. This is a very interesting decision. What do you think about this? Like, I personally thought they would go to the Grim Battle and then potentially come back later to do the 20, but maybe they're just thinking, you know what? We need a certain amount of time in Grim Battle. Actually, okay, when you think about it, right? The Grim Battle 16, I don't think that's necessarily a key level they would really struggle with, right? Like, just to get the 16 done, right? And after the 16, if you do the 18 Grim Battle or if you do the 20 Necrotic Wake, the Necrotic Wake is better, right? Because both of them would give 2 points. From the 16 to the 18 Grim Battle and from the 18 to the 20 Necrotic Wake would both be 2. But the 2 points in Necrotic Wake are more valuable because it gives you the 20 key level, which for Tiebreaker would be better. So maybe they're thinking, you know what, we only need a 16 Grim Battle. But the 20 Necrotic Wake, we definitely need that one.
You think
right?
I think we're still... So there is some more time in the day, around about 1.5 hours to start that final dungeon. And I think what we're going to be seeing from Vegan Knights is one more go at this. They obviously by now also know that Streamer Zone had some issues with this.
Se eu parar de falar, de comer, de fazer alguma coisa...
They kind of protect themselves from that tiebreaker kicking in, because they will win it. No matter what, unless any of the other teams also get that 20 for what you just mentioned.
Cara, eu tava com tanta dor e depois eu fui no hospital, né? Tava com tanta dor que eu cheguei a vomitar, mano. De dor no peito. Tava com muita dor no peito, de ansiedade. Dor, não conseguia dormir. Eu acordei com muita dor. Aí de boa, daí logo, mano, veio uma ânsia. Tá de gorfar, gorfei, eu falei, mano... Pô, dor no peito já tive.
but
de
the 20
boa,
necrotic
é
wake is
ansiedade,
better
né?
points.
Pá,
Right? So as long as you get the
toma
16
um remedinho
Rumbatol
aqui,
done,
não sei o que. Mas vomitar,
better
isso
to-
I think
daqui
you
é
spend
novo
your
pra mim, né?
time to only
Here.
have one of the two.
Aí eu
is
fui e
probably
falei, não,
what
vou ir
I'm
no
trying to
médico,
say.
mano. Deve ter alguma
Yeah,
coisa
like
que
I
tá
understand what
acontecendo
you're saying, but
comigo,
then
né?
it's better to spend
Fui
your
lá,
time, and then they
esperei
will come back
2,
to the necrotic
3
wake
horas lá
anyway,
pra
because
ser
that will be the better
atendido e tal.
decision. Then they might as well just do it now, and only go to the Grumbatol like at the
Aí
end
fui
when they
atendido,
when they feel
o
like
cara
they
falou
have to get to
que...
16
Ah, não,
points.
você
Because
vomitou
they
de
do
dor
also
mesmo,
wanna
porque é
make sure that
normal,
they
quando o
account for a
corpo, quando você tá com
potential
muita dor
deplete of the
torácica e
16.
tal,
I don't necessarily think that
Right?
they
é
would
muito
deplete the
normal
16,
acontecer de
but
vômito e tal.
missing
Falei,
out on
cara, tava com
16
tanta dor que
points,
cheguei a
that would
vomitar
be a
ali.
disaster. So they definitely want to make sure they account for
Oh.
a little bit of leeway in that 16
Bagulho
key for
doido,
sure.
filho. 2 dias
I'm
seguidos,
trying
ontem e
to
hoje.
think back. Was there ever
Faz 2
a
dias que eu não
team
durmo
in
direito.
TGP history that didn't at least
Aí
put,
parei
like,
com o
the
café,
baseline
mano.
dungeon
Parei
out? I don't
100%, mano. Não vou
think
tomar
I can
café por um
remember,
bom
but
tempo,
maybe
velho.
I just,
Até,
you
sei
know,
lá, nunca mais tomar,
pushed
talvez.
it out of my mind.
Tomar só
I don't think
esporadicamente.
so, unless it was a team that maybe they struggled so much at the start. Because there's an option for teams to just forfeit, basically. Like, if you think that you absolutely don't stand a chance and you're going to be eliminated for sure, like, if you just don't think there's enough time left in the day for you to do the rest of the keys, then I guess you can forfeit. And that would be, in my opinion, the only way a team did not put up
O
a
Nabidiol
dungeon.
fez bom pra tu?
Yeah.
Já ouvi falar, já.
Well, let's not make today that day.
E era a mesma coisa, mano? Uma dor no
None of our
peito, tipo
teams
uma
are going to
pressão
run
muito forte?
into
Ou
that
se
issue.
não era
Superzone should
isso?
be back from
Como é
their
que era a
break
tua
in
ansiedade?
just a little bit. And as
Pra
of
mim,
right
tipo,
now,
é
I
uma
think we're
pressão.
both in
Parece que
agreement
tem
that
algo
that
apertando
necrotic
aqui
wake is
nas
definitely
costas e no
a
peito,
good
assim, ó.
use
Parece
of
que tá
their
apertando,
time. I just
apertando,
think they need
apertando,
to
apertando.
budget for
Sabe?
what
Vai
if there
estourar.
is an oopsie in a 16 Grimbatol eventually. So we'll see how Fika Knights, how Streamer Zone, and how Polish Mountain and Baguettes handle the potentials of a 20 necrotic wake, because they all have that
Os caras
same
tão
challenge,
tentando a
right?
vez de novo, mano.
Baguettes a little bit more than the other teams because they only have the 19 unlocked, but Streamer Zone, Polish Mountain, Fika Knights all have the possibility.
Mano, abalo
of running
que irá
that
morrer
20, and
duas
as of
vezes é a
right
mesma
now,
coisa, né,
Streamer Zone
velho?
and Fiki at least decide to keep going in that 20 for obvious reasons. Just don't forget about the Grimbatol. Is my only ask.
Yeah, do not forget that dungeon exists. Unfortunately.
Right. Very
As-
important PSA.
Polish Mountain now the top left. They are on a Russian now. They have 5 minutes 45 seconds
Então, eu
left,
tô
which is
caindo
for
de
sure
sono desde
enough,
ontem e hoje.
for
Não, não
phase
tomo
2 of
nada,
this boss fight.
nobrezinho.
So you're gonna be
Tô
able
começando a
to
comer umas
execute this
frutas
if
aí,
you don't
mas
have
nem
any
sei se tem
major
vitamina
mistakes
que eu
or deaths
preciso, nem
coming
sei
through.
se eu
Of course,
preciso
this
de
boss
alguma
still
coisa.
takes a
Só
long time in that second phase, and it looks like it's
tentando
just
mudar um
never
pouco a
dying.
alimentação, comendo uns
So hopefully
vegetal
they
a
can
mais
finish
aí.
off this boss for them. And then Polish Mountain also will have to make a decision, right? Once they're done with this 18. Do they go back to the group at all that they did not do
Eu
chess,
tomava muito
actually, in the
café,
group at
Nobrozinho.
all?
Muito café,
so
muito,
they
muito,
can only
muito.
get
Cada
the
vez
one
que eu saía
point
do
on the
PC era uma
17,
canequinha de café,
Or
mano.
they can do
Cada
the 19,
vez, mano. Mania, velho.
Dawnbreaker, or they do the 20 necrotic wake. Technically speaking, the best would be to do the 20 necrotic wake, because that would give you 2 points, while all of the other dungeons only give you 1 point. And in addition, of course, also better for the tiebreaker. But
B12 pra
Polish
quem é
Mountain
dos memes é
struggled
God,
a
por
lot
quê?
in the necrotic wake. And they also said in a
Eu tenho que
pre-interview
tomar uma multivitamina
that,
legal, ômega 3,
necrotic wake is,
magnésio,
in
fazer
their
exercício
opinion,
físico. Então, o
the
exercício
hardest
físico,
dungeon, the
mano,
most difficult
não
dungeon.
vai passar,
So,
mano.
not sure
Sério
if Polish
mesmo.
Mountain will decide to go to necrotic wake.
Esse, a gente vai começar, acho que amanhã, eu com a minha noiva,
Yeah,
mano.
I mean,
Tentar
I
fazer
think
todo
they
dia, nem que eu vá
should,
sozinho,
for,
velho.
Yeah.
for the same reasons that we just lined out for
Ansiedade,
the other
exercício
teams,
físico
right,
ajuda,
that
mas não sei
still,
se...
counts in.
Mas se não
At
quiser,
the
toma
same time, I
remédio.
do think it's interesting
testei, mas
that
prefiro
Polish Mountain
ansiedade.
mentioned Wake as one of the harder
Prefere
dungeons because
ansiedade.
of the coordination. Fika Knight
Por
said,
que, mano? Que nós é ansioso? Ansioso pra quê? Não vai
actually
acontecer
not
porra
that
nenhuma na
tight,
vida da
so we
gente.
can time it with a DK.
Ansioso do quê?
Their argument here, and so they are pushing onward in a dungeon that they
Vou
thought
pesquisar,
should be easy.
Nobrozinho.
Let's see how it goes for them this time around. All of these teams having a little bit of hiccups.
Jiu-jitsu,
This
putz, eu não vou
necrotic
conseguir
wake.
fazer,
For
Gil.
Streamer Zone,
Eu
the
vou ter
tight
que, eu
window
vou
was
ter que
a
tipo
mark.
assim, mano.
For Fika Knights, it was the
Eu vou ter que
necropolis
começar numa
where things went
caminhada.
awry. We're gonna be keeping our eyes
Aí,
on
tipo, ver
them
como é que vai
as
ficar
they
minha
are moving
rotina.
towards those pain points. In the
Aí
meantime,
depois que eu ver
Polish
como é que vai ficar minha
Mountain
rotina,
way
aí eu
on
posso
that
talvez
18
assumir um
Dawnbreaker,
compromisso com
looking
alguma
good on
parada.
the timer there. 0.8% on Russian on to go, and 3 minutes 40.
60 km todo dia, que isso,
I'm so
cara?
confused. Baguettes just used Bloodlust on the double
Eu não ando
Raptor
isso nem de
player?
carro. Imagina de bicicleta. Tem que fazer um exercício que não gaste muito.
Okay, so I don't think they need Bloodlust for the last boss, but...
No momento, não é um dos melhores.
This must have been a day? Because they didn't even get the full timer here. Or they just, I don't know. Maybe they just thought, because I mean, obviously the double corruptors are difficult to deal with, but I'm not sure if it really warrants a bloodlust here. We do have 3 minutes 20 left, so technically they should have enough time to still get the 2 chests. But I did mention earlier that for baguettes, they're definitely in the most difficult spot out of all of the teams right now. So if they want to make it to top 2, if they want to make it to Championship Sunday, then in my opinion they have to put up the +2 here.
Eu preciso dar uma cansada no físico, porque o mental já é cansado já. Mano, ó, eu tô com dor no peito, se vocês terem noção. Essa risada que eu dei chegou a dar uma dorzinha.
They can only get the 19 in both Dunberg and Necrotic Wake. So I think getting a +2 here and then doing the 18 afterwards is important for them. And now without the Bloodlust, I hope they can still make it.
Quase pegando a faixa azul e sou o cara mais calmo do mundo.
Yeah. So
você era estressado antes, Ju? Cara, sabe o que eu sinto? Eu sinto falta do biscoitão de quando eu comecei a streamar. Tá ligado? Quando eu tinha paciência, quando eu tinha vontade, sabe? De prosperar, velho. Tenho saudade desse biscoitão aí, velho. Nossa, mas aqui é roll time por muito. Matou o Flashcraft.
I agree. I think they need that +2 desperately.
Yeah, we're gonna have to keep an eye on that timer for baguettes here. In the meantime,
a minha crise de ansiedade ela vem por causa de uma par de coisa, cara. Tipo, as coisas que tá acontecendo na vida minha e da minha esposa tá muito bagunçado, velho. Tipo, toda hora o cenário muda, só pra pior. E só vai melhorar, tipo, daqui 2 anos, sabe? Então, tipo, mano, é uma correria do caramba, mano. É muito pensamento, o que eu vou fazer, o que eu vou criar, como que vamos resolver tal problema com tal conta, como que vamos resolver isso daqui. Chegou uma hora com saúde para. Mas que nem você falou, não pode ficar se apegando a coisa que não dá pra mudar, mano. Começar.
It's not the reason you want to wipe and want to reset a key. So hopefully that's not going to happen to them again. In the meantime, Streamer Zone on the bottom left is dealing with Blightbone. They also had some issues earlier here this fight as AJ did go down. And they did manage to recover, but had lost one of their Flashcrafters and it took them a little bit longer to finish off the fight.
Então, a parada no Brozinho, tipo, eu até entendo por esse ponto, tipo, a vida é assim mesmo, realmente, entendo 100%. O negócio é, mano, que parece que isso só piora toda vez, mano, tipo, tá cada vez pior, entende? E tá chegando uns pior, assim, tipo de ser assustador, saca? Mas tem que ter, é que nem você falou, tem saúde, corre atrás, uma hora resolve.
10%. It's not a whole lot, but maybe, just maybe, they can conjure up the last pieces of DPS. Maybe if their shaman has some really good procs, they're gonna be able to get it 3%, 8 seconds. Come on, baguettes. As they do get that +2 just in time to unlock the 18 Grim Battle. And with runs like this, they catch back up.
Yeah, definitely what they needed. We'll see if they go back into that 18. Like, I do think that they have to get the 2 extra points on the board, right? But that 18 Grim Battle is difficult, and no other team has even attempted that 18 just yet. So we'll see if Baguette is going to be the first team to attempt this.
Lugar, né, mano?
As we now take a closer look at Streamer Zone. They are in another +20 attempt after wiping twice.
Só que dá esses probleminhas aí ao longo do caminho, né?
So, yeah, we'll see if they make it there again. Before Amarth, he seemed to be pretty solid. Then Amarth is causing them so many issues. The last time it looked like it was a tank death that then they didn't manage to recover from. So we'll see if this time around they're going to be a little bit cleaner up until this point. In the meantime, we do also have Fika Knights in their +20 Necrotic Wake as well. The only difference between, or a pretty important difference between Streamer Zone and Fika Knights, though, is the fact that Streamer Zone already has that 16-2 chest in the Grim Battle on the board, so they can definitely be here comfortably. They can be here until the end of the day. Of course, I mean, they don't want to do that, right? But They don't have to go back to the group at all until they time this. I'm just saying, they don't have the pressure of having to go into another dungeon. They can comfortably just stay here. If they keep depleting this key, this is still the best thing for them to do. Like, there is no other thing that would make more sense for them to do outside of this 20 necrotic wake, right? Which gives you a little bit of a, like, it makes it less stressful, in my opinion, right? You don't have this thing at the back of your mind where, like, oh, we still have to do this other thing. Like, no, they don't have to. They need to do this key.
What if a team gets the 19 Grumbatol as well as the 19 Dawnbreaker? Or even a 19 Necrotic Wake? Then they would get more points in total than Streamer Zone if they only did the Necrotic Wake 20.
Yeah,
chama no Discord, Aslan.
They have to do it. Like, even if another team manages to get a 20
Discord,
necrotic wake,
então eu vou estar como dos primeiros analistas lá de
If they don't do the 20 Necrotic Wake, if they just do like a 19 Grimbatol, which is 3 more points, then they have 1 more point on Streamer Zone. If the Streamer Zone
essa parte aqui é a parte fácil, né, mano? Cadê o Kira fazendo o boss?
Is infinitely harder than a plus 20 necrotic wake.
Essa daí é a parte difícil.
So I still don't understand the point.
I'm trying to keep all avenues open, you know? I don't want to just flame teams for not going into the Necrotic Wake, Nagura.
I'm not blaming them. I'm saying that they should feel relieved that this is like their best course of action.
Os caras ganharam um patrocínio absurdo ali no final dos últimos tempos, né? Streamerzone.gg, né? Porque não era esse daí o nome deles.
But for now, they are in the correct spot, and this is what they have to do.
For those of
Falar
them
com o
that are in the
assessor
Necrotic
dele,
Wake, I
sai
agree.
fora,
But,
gente.
so we'll see if they agree. Let's see what teams have in store for us. We do have the last breaks finishing out. The Gets are on their 10-minute break right now. Polish Mountain, I believe, is also still finishing out their break. And then
A parte boa do DK, rapaziada, esse boss. Ponto. Acabou. Acabou a parte boa. O Yarg vai ser pateta agora.
So those are fantastic news for all of our teams as we are getting back into danger territory. Fiki Knights on Amarth and Streamer Zone beelining for that same spot that has wiped them twice before, as it is getting more difficult in these 20 necrotic wakes.
Yeah, definitely ramping up in difficulty as they approach the later part of this dungeon. We do see the Bloodlust pull coming through for Streamer Zone, and it's looking like they can execute it pretty cleanly on their side. Fiki Knights on Amarth. Now, interestingly enough, Fiki Knights didn't seem to have any issues on Amarth so far, while Streamer Zone did wipe there twice. So,
cara, se a Polish Mountain tivesse timado aquela 20, mano, olha só, velho. Aonde eles estariam agora?
Dungeons, there's very, like, specific points where we see a lot of the teams struggle with. Like, usually it's multiple points, not just one, but most of the teams struggle in those, like, same areas. Well, Necrotic Wake, I do think we've seen so many different webs in so many different situations, right? Because this dungeon is so technically difficult, with the Flash Crafters, with the precision of everything.
Fizeram Green Battle, só o time do Yoda que ainda não.
It almost feels like a really long,
Estão
like,
tentando a 20
boss
ali.
fight, where like you always have to like keep an eye on the flashcraft. You always have to remember to position yourself properly, which like you always have to think ahead. You always have to think, okay, what if the flashcrafter targets me
Se
next?
DK do Ned bate, hein? Só o meu que não bate mesmo. Salve, Yux.
Death, unfortunately, as they have a battle rush available, the boss is really low, so we'll see if they can get the battle rush up here on their DK.
O professor mesmo pra saber como escreve isso certo. O que a Ana tá cobrando?
Final Harvest? Oh no! Okay, so they ended up not being able to finish up the mobs. So obviously.
Mano, não é só os nossos times, cara.
No. On their DK. And yeah, the battle rush.
It is pending.
On their DK. And yeah, the battle rush. We'll see if they.
Mano, mas que demora pra matar essa Zad, véi. O Ned morreu, véi. Nossa, véi. Passou Necrotic Boost, véi.
The battle rush available, the boss is really low, so we'll see if they can position yourself properly, which like you always have to think ahead. You always have to think, okay.
Não foi, foi Necrotic Breath, véi.
What if the Fleshcrafter targets me next? Where do I go? But as I say that, Veganites has a death, unfortunately.
Ele tomou frontal, pô. Ele podia estar com 3 vidas ali, ele ia morrer. Não é por estar low,
You
não.
always have to think ahead. You always have to think, okay, what if the Fleshcrafter
Nossa
targets
senhora, ele tomou frontal.
me next? Where do I go? But as I say that, Veganites has a death. See if they can get the Battle Rush up here on their DK. The final heart able to finish the boss cast that damage by CCing the bad justice
Now, Nagura, I just said it. You have powers, okay? Stop using them for bad. But we are going to be taking a look and
CC jogou pra longe.
Streamers down. A third time might be the charm in this 20 necrotic wake. Off to the side, we do have the Fleshcrafter, left-hand side. And on the right-hand side, we're just making sure that that mage stays put. Necrotic Breath is coming in as they are hopefully finishing out all of these ads here in the middle pulk and are not getting sniped by that final harvest. That would be really bad. Let's move out of this as well. 50%
O pezinho do Kira, ele vai pôr 2 vezes aí, guys, nesse pezinho aí, ó. Pezinho que nasce usado. Brasil só joga amanhã, Gabriel. Ó, isso tá dando spoiler pra nós, Vini Broly, aí fica paia.
Yeah, I mean, streamers are actually looking really clean here in this whole dungeon with those 0 deaths coming in. That Amarth, as I said, caused quite a few issues for them before. Now it's looking pretty clean so far. They also keep utilizing
Amanhã 3 horas começa, Gabriel.
AJ
Vem na live aí que nós vamos estar assistindo.
Making sure they're using it on an, like whenever the ads are spawning, they spawn around the boss, but sometimes you have one ad that spawns a little bit further out. And if it's a hunter or a mage, then usually you want to make sure to push it out even further by using something like the Typhoon from the Druid, and then you can use that the Shackle Undead on that mob, and then when the final harvest comes through, it is quote-unquote hard to sleep, and therefore it doesn't explode.
Pezinho do Yoda, pezinho do Yoda.
So the same thing actually works as well with Fear Undead from the Paladins, but of course a little bit harder to use from the tanks compared to if they were like a Red Paladin or a healer, so that's maybe not too big of an option. And then AoE, like stuns also work.
Meu, ele também morreu pro frontal, mano.
At the very end there.
Listen, it's fine.
Eu já faço o resto. Absurdo, mano. Tá louco.
Have to cut their losses and go to Grim Batol while only having an 18 necrotic wake time, which isn't the ideal scenario to be in.
O time do Yoda vai pôr por causa disso aí também.
Nobody else has really pushed up
Na Ed tomou frontal.
Everyone just has the 16 on the board, and we know from
aí
what we saw
não
last
teve
weekend,
DPS pra matar o Zad, aí Final Harvest
matou
todo mundo.
Yeah, this is going to be such an exciting finish to the day because honestly, every single team here has like, I don't want to say easy points, but they have points that they need,
só dá
right?
pra timar?
Like, these aren't stretch goal points that are on the board. These are points that
não
they
wipe,
know that they need and they know they can do. But we only have an hour and 15 minutes left in our day, which means these teams are going to have to start succeeding in these keys and fast. Every wipe that we see happen from this point on is brutal because all 4 of our teams are so close to each other, right? Like it looks like
não é tipo como se o tempo fosse apertado, se falta DPS. Quem faz tudo nessa key aí é o Fleshcrafter.
Points as well. Like they have the 18 and 19, so they have the same levels as Streamer Zone except for a 16 Grim Batol, which of course they're 40 minutes behind.
Mano, a Necrotic Wake é embaçadíssima, tá, véi?
That Grim Batol run already finished, but that means that the Polish Mountain and Baguettes are also on notice here. They really cannot afford to have anything go wrong in these keys. Streamer Zone are the safest. If Streamer Zone put this 20 wake on the board, they're going to be at 55 points. They're still going to have 2 more that they could pick up in that Grim Batol. And if they do that over the next hour, I think they'll probably lock in one or 2 out of the day, right? One of the 2 spots out of the day. But all of our other teams are nowhere near safe. All 4 of them are, or all 3 of them are in a lot of danger.
Mental.
Yeah, exactly. I think earlier today when I was casting with Tells, we were talking about what we thought the goal should be for the teams to hit in each of these dungeons heading into the end of the day. And we kind of arrived on what we saw from last weekend, right? We assume 20 Necrotic Wake, 18 Grim Batol, 19 Dawnbreaker are all 3 doable dungeons, and I think at this point, this point, if you're able to complete those 3, that qualifies you. Cut away from that discussion now as we see a little bit of error in the top left corner from Streamer Zone, and yeah, from
Que isso, Baguete?
looking at this Grim Battle specifically, I think this is probably the singular dungeon that we saw last weekend that caused the most amount of issues for our team, specifically the first couple of pulls in this key. Pulling 2 or 3 trash packs together when all of the mobs in the pull are incredibly dangerous. You know, one tremor cast goes off, it's a wipe. In a bad position for the knockback from the dragon, you're probably wiping. There's a lot that can go wrong there, not to mention the amount of aggro issues there are when you're pulling so many different packs together all over the start of this dungeon.
Yeah, it's good news for them at least is that the wipe was near the start of the dungeon. You know, I was saying a wipe is deadly at this point in the day, but you know, wipe 2 minutes into a dungeon, we can still sustain a couple of those wipes and have a chance in the day, although it's definitely not good. I mean,
então, o time do Kira é o mais óbvio que vai passar.
Yeah, like you were saying,
a parada é Yoda e Polish
plus
Mountain,
18
mano.
in the Grim Battle, plus 19 in the Dawnbreaker,
Baguete não
adds up
passa.
to 57 points.
Nem
I
querendo
suspect
muito.
that's good for the end of the like that's almost got to be good, right? Maybe it comes down to tiebreakers if like 3 of our teams clutch out.
O
and all get to
Yoda
57.
passou em
But
último
honestly,
na
the path to
classificatória. Ele foi o
57 is just so
16º
narrow
time,
for our teams that
tá
are at
ligado?
52.
Mas parece que eles não queriam jogar, né? Não, eles tinham feito mais.
To get there in the course of the next 70 minutes. That's very hard to just find the time to do that. Of course, we do have the bonus overtime rule, so
sem querer farpar. Então farpa, vai.
But I think realistically,
sempre antes de farpar, alguém fala
first
sem
place
querer
might be
farpar,
57
né?
points. I think second place is maybe 55 or 56. I think
it could be.
A strong 55 with tiebreakers
Mano, que
or
os caras não
56 is
empurra?
probably good for second here, but it all comes down to how well the other teams play. Polish Mountain having a tank death there in the bottom left. I can see those health bars just going down. Again, it's early in the dungeon, and actually it's just going to cost them the B-res. Somehow the tank death doesn't turn into more deaths,
Os caras
which
estão
is
tão
to their
focados
credit,
na nova
but,
season que estão cagando
always
pra essa
bad news when
parada.
that happens. You also,
Não é
I don't know
isso
if
que
this
eu
is
acho
the
não, mano.
first or
Teve
second
treta,
vote
né?
they're doing,
O
but,
time dele.
The
Teve
tank
treta,
being low
trocou
on
o
defense
xamã,
is going
não sei
into
o
this
quê.
boss is
Teve várias
scary
paradas
as well.
internas lá.
They are going into this
Aí
boss,
eles
yeah.
não
With
se
the tank
preocuparam com a
without,
classificatória.
a bunch of, I guess there's still Ardent Defender and stuff, so should be okay. But dude, if you watch this boss, whenever the Obsidian beams can't cast here, there's a
Eles se
huge
importam
hit
sim
of
com o
tank damage
TGP.
right at the start of that. So a very scary moment, especially if your tank has just died and is therefore kind of low on stuff.
Salve,
Yeah, a little
Zimmer.
bit scary. This Dawnbreaker is going to be definitely a lot more difficult now for Polish Mountain as well, because expending that battle res in this section of the dungeon, which you should be more practiced on and you know used to the separate pulls, and then not having that battle res later
Eles
on
se
for the
importam.
the real meat and potatoes of the dungeon, the middle section in between the first and second boss that we see almost all of the wipes in this dungeon come down to. We're going to have to keep an eye on them because they're going to have to play almost perfectly in order to get through that section of the dungeon. Now, Fiki Knights, though, even though they haven't put this 20 Necrotic Wake on the board yet, they've been very consistent at the first half of the dungeon, which is really unfortunate because all of their wipes have occurred either at or after a Marth, so every time they've wiped in this key, you know, they've lost 15 to 20 minutes, and it's really added up for them. They've been in this dungeon now for, you know, well over an hour now, well over an hour and a half, I
Salve,
think.
tio.
Yeah,
Trying to
I
get
mean,
this
they had a
20
huge
done.
lead, but
Brasil
now it's,
tá
it's
com
evaporated
o
here. Like,
cinema.
they were favorites, I think, to be second, and now maybe it's Polish Mountain, maybe it's still Fiki Knights. I don't know. It's very close. This is it's going to be a photo finish between probably all 3
Eski
of our
Gaming.
non-Streamer Zone teams. Streamer Zone still doing well in their 20 wake. They've had another couple of deaths here in
Cinema.
this Necropolis section. None of them look prohibitive though on their
Moi.
timer. As they've lost Stitch Flesh.
Okay.
Stitch Flesh has severed the flesh of Crims.
Calma,
Now
cara.
that's not the end of the world, but the bad news here is they've killed off their creation. Probably this is multiple levels of bad news because when a creation dies there, that probably means it ate a cleaver. And that is bad news because that's less damage on the boss. And then they lose the free hook to immediately get the boss down from this escape. It is a little bit safer to have the creations die more quickly. Like, you're not going to wipe. You are going to lose time. Now, the good news for Streamer Zone is they have time to give. And it's pretty unlikely that their qualification is going to come down to time tiebreakers because they're going to reach 55 points if they succeed in this run and then be able to go for 57 in a Grim Battle, and they'll have an hour to do that. So I think this is not actually that bad for them, but it's a little bit worrying when things like cleavers are hitting abominations because the whole dungeon is about landing your cleavers on the right
Beleza.
targets, right?
And we've seen
Piratinho
differing
tá
strategies, right? I
insane.
think the more prevalent strategy, like you mentioned, is to leave that creation up until it gets its hook off and then kill it
O
off
Schneider, eu não tô
afterwards.
fazendo esses
But we've
bagulho de
seen
evento do LoL,
mandatory. I
mano.
think
Me
we saw
desculpa aí.
mandatory
Quem
last
puder
year
ajudar o
purposefully
Schneider
sending
aí,
that
dá uma
cleaver into the
força.
creation just to make sure there wasn't any extra healing for their heal to heal through. And I mean, if you look at the timer they have on the board, still a minute and 45 seconds until the 2-chest timer on a 20. That means they've got like 7.5 minutes left in this key. They have plenty of time, and you can see they're just sitting here waiting for cooldowns.
Impressão minha, estão fazendo a 22 chest ali.
The second the boss goes out, and they can also start off the boss with a cleaver instantly, doing a huge chunk of damage. So they have all the time in the world. They've got 3 battle reses. They just need to execute on Nalthor and get the first 20 of the day on the board.
Os caras estão quase fazendo
Here's
22 chest,
a
pô.
quick little question that I had because
É
we've been
só
watching
hype mesmo pra
streamers,
poder acabar com a
GG
pedra.
and Veekanites side by side try to tackle this +20, right?
Daí perde
And
CD, perde
there was a
Lush,
little bit of
perde isso,
conversation
perde
with Makes
aquilo.
and Nagura about
tudo.
the DK and bringing it
Quando
into
tiver
this
morte, ele
+20.
tem 4
And
mortes ali,
just
ó, não dá
generally, I
nada.
mean,
4
Zyronic
mortes.
obviously will be keeping an eye here on the boss, but you know, if we can, maybe we could look a little bit too at how these strats have differed in either run or how they've approached differently going through it.
Well, I think the hardest part of this DK strategy, specifically not having a druid in the group, is that keeping control on the Fleshcrafter becomes a multiple person job. With the druid in the group, you can just, mind control the
Tudo pode
Fleshcrafter over to a
acontecer, ó,
corner,
um
break it out,
machadinho
and then have the
errado no
druid
shield
root.
e GG.
And the root is all you need.
Uma
You keep
machadinho
it right
GG.
where you want it the entire time, and it's very useful. You always know where the cleaver is going to be coming from and where you need to position for it. Without the druid, they have to do a whole bunch of different things to get it into place. They need to CC it with, they can use the tendrils from the priest. They can use the landslide from their evoker. They really have to rotate through things to get it done, and it's not as easy as it is for the comp with the druid. Now, they're making it work, and something Tettles pointed out about this particular group, with the DK, they have the second highest necrotic wake on live, so they're very practiced on it. It just takes a lot more nuance to get it done.
Yeah, one cool thing the DK can do in here is control undead, so you can go for the double mind control
Acaba com o boss,
strat, right, where you're mind controlling some of these vanguards. In addition to the crafters. Not something you usually can do in previous seasons where we've seen DK in this dungeon. It's often been Unholy, and Unholy pays a huge price for controlling undead, because then you give up your ghoul, and your ghoul is very important for Unholy's damage rotation. But this season, Frost DK has been the DK of choice for most cases. They give up very little to cast control undead, so pretty cool little thing. Obviously the vanguards are a lot less impactful than the Fleshcrafters, but still a nice little bonus there. You can see that big vanguard there that's following their DK around.
Very useful extra tech.
Sabia que dá pra usar meld nesse spread que suja a sala em Grimbas? Sim.
Like a stacking debuff or
Inclusive
something?
eu
I
uso
forget
toda
exactly
vez.
what it is you get from
Já
control.
usava no DK, inclusive,
That's a
pra
great
poder
question,
burstar.
Zyronic, and one which I will answer thoroughly, and I'm not stalling for time to pop up in any search functionality to see the abilities, which of course include it looks like it's just
Eu guardava meu meld por meus 2
It just
minutos.
does some damage? Okay.
And it has a cast that does a bunch of physical damage to its current target. So yeah, typically we
Okay.
don't see things get MC'd for that purpose anymore, because a lot of the times mobs will do less damage when they're
A
MC'd.
minha classe
That's
só
part of the
pode ser
reason why the
largado.
Fleshcrafter strat isn't to have it cast its cleavers
Dercy.
while MC'd, right? You need it to be hostile so that it's doing full damage. But
aqui
maybe the
deu
Vanguard
nós.
still does pretty good damage
Ou não, deu
even
eles.
while MC'd. There are some
Nós é
mobs
amanhã
that do
só.
still, as we are seeing up in the top left, streamerzone.gg.
Oh, yeah?
Taking down Nalthor the Rhinebinder, 4 minutes and 23 seconds to spare. So yeah, their strategy here has been phenomenal in this dungeon. Even with the slower Stitch Flesh strat, it's still going to be a really fast timer in this run. This will be huge for their time tiebreakers, which they are extremely unlikely to even need them. I think they're in such great shape to make it out of the day. The Fleshcrafter going down as they land the cleaver into the Kyrian there so that it aggroes in and helps them finish it off. Minus 4 minutes and 4 seconds to spare.
Ooh.
Great work. 55 points. Not an insurmountable point total, but with the extra hour that they will now have to add to it, they are in such
Eles
a
vão fazer
healthy
agora eles
position
vão
to
de
qualify
Grimbas,
tomorrow.
né?
Exactly, a full hour plus, any extra overtime time
True.
if needed to try to get that 18 Grimba toll on the board. And they already have the 2-chested 16. They did that right at the start of the day.
O time do Yoda.
So get to go back there now and work on that with a happy feeling, knowing that they've got probably the most difficult dungeon of the day. And also the other nice thing,
Allah.
nobody else has done the 20, right? So remember, our first tiebreaker is actually the highest key done. So they kind of clear everyone
Não,
with
não é
that right
22
now.
chest, não.
So Yeah, like you were mentioning, Streamer Zone in a very, very good position after getting that 20 Necrotic Quake done.
Brasões
Viking
entalhados
Knights,
solo.
have gotten to a Marth in their 20. This is
Pô, eu acho
probably
que é a
the
exclamação
fifth time, sixth time
590,
we've seen them
Gafov.
get
Se é
here.
atividade ao ar
Every
livre, é a
time it's
exclamação
just been this
590.
Necropolis that's causing issues. Final Harvest almost going off while there's an ad alive, but they're able to
Olha,
just barely
olha,
finish
time
it
do
off.
Yoda.
That's actually what they wiped to in
Os
their previous
canalha.
attempt in this dungeon. One ad still alive, didn't.
E agora,
weren't
cadê
able
o
to start off
Purge
on
do
it.
boss?
And I think part of the
Pede pro
problem was
DK
Mr.
puxar
DK
aí,
was that they
pede.
just had the really
Ah,
the
não
worst
tem,
case
né?
scenario of events in that their DK died, didn't have enough damage to kill off the ads, and of course the player that you're kind of hoping to get that. Oh my god, frostpole volley going off. That's a full wipe. They have 2 battle reses. It's not going to be enough. And man, at what point, Dratnos, do you think they just have to say, we don't have the time to go for this 20 and we need to go to the Grim Battle? I feel like that time is now.
Abalo sísmico.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so tough if you decide to do that because you're basically betting on both Baguettes
Fazer
and
DG,
Polish
mano.
Mountain having a bad final hour of the day. But
Mano,
I mean, yeah,
eu
at
acho
this
que eu já
point,
te falei isso, velho. Dá uma olhada na
kind of, no
exclamação
matter what you do,
e-level,
you're betting
cara.
on that
Tem
if you're
muita
Viking
coisa pra
Knights,
você
but they've
aprender lá,
lost
mano.
so much time in here.
Muita,
So
velho.
they
Qual
can
item
get
compensa
to 53
upar?
points, right, by putting the 16 Grim Battle on the board. If I'm not mistaken.
ILVL.
Yeah, 53 points.
37.
So that would move them into second place currently. Polish Mountain are posturing to go to 53 as well, though, and Baguettes are posturing to go to 54 with their current runs. But then Fiki Knights could do the 18 Grim Battle. I mean, yeah. Like, if you think about it, if Fiki Knights go and do the Grim Battle, they're going to have the same scorecard as Polish Mountain pretty much, right? Like, in fact, if they two-chest it, they'll have a better scorecard than Polish Mountain. Obviously, it's going to take them a little bit more time, but because Polish Mountain are halfway through their run. But they'll still actually be decently positioned against Polish Mountain. And then compared to
Uma pá de
Baguettes,
coisa, Gafov,
they're
que
going
você
to be
precisa
one
aprender,
run
mano.
behind in the Grim Battle.
Não é só
Because
DG
Baguettes
Místico
are
que
gonna get
dropa,
this
não.
18 on
Raid
the
também
board,
dropa.
But they're one run ahead in the Dawnbreaker.
Delve também dropa.
And Baguettes
Tem cada
can't
lugar
even do
tem
the
uma
20
coisa.
wake if they wanted to. They'll have to go back into that dungeon on plus 19. So, yeah, I mean, it looks bleak for Fiki Knights at face value, but I actually think they're not in anywhere near as bad of a position as you would think. The problem for them is that if they don't get out of here like on this run, so if they can finish on this run, let's say they put up a 28-minute plus 20 Necrotic Wake, which is best case scenario. They have 32 minutes left in their day. They could two-chest the 16 and start the 18, and they could still advance to that 57-point total. It's actually still possible for them. The problem is if even one little thing goes wrong, there's not enough time left in the day for them to do that, and then they're going to have to give up on multiple points. So there's definitely an argument for going Grim Battle first, so you could come back here and do 19 if you need to. Yeah, it's okay. This is actually not that bad, right? The start of the dungeon, a little wipe early on. Yeah, 3 minutes in. Streamer Zone is it's chill. That wipe is fine. No big deal.
I get what you're saying. Just to be a little more concise about it, they're thinking that
you're saying that I could have been more concise in my 2-minute ramble about the score permutations.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, I get what you're saying though. The 20 is the most important thing to get, not only because it is a +2 and it's going to help them with tiebreakers, but they feel like as long as they can get this 20 done with any time left in the day, they should be able to just go to the 16 Grim Battle and pretty much walk that in. They'd have to wipe probably 2 or 3 times in order for that 16 to not get timed, right? If they're playing well. So
yeah, I mean they could still
not
do
too
the
worried about
16
getting it done.
and the 18 as well, right? Like if they one-shot this key, they do have enough time to do both still, but it's very tight.
Right.
Yeah, if they can't do that, then we're instead going to be looking at them capping out at 55 points, which is a little bit worrying because Baguettes and Polish Mountain could both technically get to 56 still, although it is going to be tough for both teams to do that. So, yeah, I mean, honestly, it's definitely not bad for Fiki Knights here. Like, if they can get to 55 with a 20 wake and both the other teams, there's a good chance that Baguettes, for instance, are going to get to 55 with a 19 wake, and that is definitely beatable, right? Like, then you have the tiebreaker on them.
Exactly. Yeah, so it's all to play for these 3 teams. Nobody's out of it just yet. Any one of these teams could qualify. We do feel like Streamer Zone has a pretty clear advantage being on 55 already and playing for 57, but everyone's in it right now. And remember, the top 2 teams qualify to Sunday. That is the name of the game today. You're trying to not get eliminated. Just trying to stay. That is the name of the game
Right.
today. You're trying to not get eliminated. Just trying to stay in the competition. So everyone's playing for that potential chance to play on Sunday. And Polish Mountain, in this Dawnbreaker, are making great headway. They did have that early death that cost them a battle race early on, but since then,
o time do
they've
Yoda
been
ainda não
lights
fez
out.
crime
No
batal, né,
issues
véi?
whatsoever on these dangerous trash pulls in the middle of the dungeon yet.
Yeah, Polish Mountain can get this on the board. Then they have a very interesting decision because 17 Grimbatol is by far the easiest key still available to them. I guess 19 Wake also. But, like, do you need to go for the 20 Wake? Because the 20 Wake is an extra point and it's an extra tiebreaker, right? Like, tiebreaker value getting the 20 Wake on the board. So Polish Mountain are going to have to think pretty hard about what their next plan is going to be if they can put this Dawnbreaker on the board. It's especially complicated by the fact that they are sitting on that one-chested 16 instead of a two-chested 16 Grimbatol, which all of our other teams have been able to do so far. Or I guess we don't know whether Fiki Knights will be able to, but the other two teams did.
Yeah. We're kind of expecting them to be able to. We're expecting all the teams to be able to, but Polish Mountain had some pretty unfortunate circumstances in their 16 earlier today that led them to getting just the one chest. But at the end of the day, if they're able to go in and capitalize on the 17, that's only, a -1 run. And when you look at how close the competition is, that could be the difference. But getting this 19 on the board is going to be incredibly important. I do think, however, their best play after they get this done, if they get this done, might be to go for that Necrotic Wake afterwards, but gets, though, a little bit of issue on the trash after dealing with Forge Master Thrawn because their healers goes down. They could just release here, though.
Yeah,
the checkpoint should be active.
Yep.
Yeah, there we go. Realizing it after a few seconds there, running back to the group. Oh. But in the meantime, the Molten Wake AoE from the Molten Giant takes out the tank. They're going to have to kite this out a little bit. Rogue may be trying to tank it with evasion for just a little while here while the tank runs back from that close spawn point we just saw. Can you out... I don't think you can outrange that. Yeah, I didn't think so. Lava Fist, Tank Buster taking him down, and this is causing them more deaths. This has just been 7 or 8 deaths on the team. And it's going to reset, too.
This Molten Giant has evaporated 3 minutes from Baguette's timer when you factor in the and they're town portaling here.
Tem,
they're
toast.
Okay, I mean, yeah, it's a lot of deaths. Although I'm actually not sure they are toast, but they think they are. So they are smarter than me.
Baguettes
they probably know their splits that they need to do here. So they are out of this dungeon, and that's an unfortunate way to go. Wiping on a trash pull after killing the boss always feels bad. Baguettes are now in some serious danger because their time horizon has shrunk, right? They can now do the 18 Grimbatol. They have time now for one more key afterwards. There's no longer time for 2, which there would have been if they'd finished that run. Streamer Zone having a death here.
18 já.
Looks like they're stabilizing. And it does look like Baguettes are re-entering that Grimbatol. But yeah, now they're playing to get to 54. And then they can get to 55. Baguette's ceiling is now 55 points. It's pretty much locked in that's their ceiling.
Cara, procura ali, hein?
No 56
Passezinha safada,
option
né, mano?
available
Tem
for them.
proc,
Polish Mountain still potentially live for 56, as are Fiki Knights with a perfect last hour, but it would have to be perfect.
It would have to be perfect, and you have to remember, these teams have not been perfect for the past 2.5, 3 hours. All 4 of the teams started off the day great. Extremely clean 2 chests.
Só precisa fazer uma mítica 1 primeiro da
fashion, but the middle of the day has really been the doldrums for a lot of these teams. They've been unable to time the keys that we saw timed last weekend, and it's been, a lot of attempts, a lot of difficulty getting things done. So to expect them to be able to pull it out and be perfect for the last hour of the day, I mean, it's asking a lot of them, but again, gotta get it done. Which one of these teams can, burn through that adversity, get these keys done, get the score up, and take that second position to qualify for Sunday? It's all to play for in the next hour. Baguettes, we're back into that Grim Batol. They were town portaling out. I think you're right. I think they might have had a chance, but we have to remember as well that in Grim Batol on live, 18 is the highest key that's been done. And while we did have 2 teams time the Grim Batol 18 last weekend, it was No Speaking and Shiny Unicorns that got that down. They didn't get it done by a ton of time.
Mano, o time do Yoda não tem muito tempo pra fazer Grim Batol não, né, mano? Eles têm 1 hora, velho. Acaba às 8.
So it's a very tight timer, and I guess they figured throwing 8 deaths at that.
That makes sense.
They didn't have 2 minutes to give.
Because the thing is, those deaths were only 15-second deaths, really. I mean, I guess the Molten Giant reset, but yeah, they did probably lose like 3 or 4 minutes there, and when you factor in the 2 minutes of death penalty as well, so.
Ai, morreu o tanque da
Polish
Mountain.
A sensible reset. Either way, they're now going to have time to finish this run and start another. Polish Mountain having 2 deaths on their boss here One of those is going to cost a BRAS, the second is not. That's okay, it was right near the end of the fight. And they actually still have a decent amount of time here left in this run, so Polish
Quase deu merda
it's
na
not going to do
Polish
wonders for
ontem.
their time tiebreaker, but
Eles precisam timar essa daí e correr
if they can get this
pra...
Dawnbreaker on the board, they will be very happy regardless of the
Se
timer.
o time do Yoda
Yeah, and I think
timar
based off
essa
of that kill
20,
time, I think they
classifica.
have easily enough time to finish off this trash bob and the boss.
Se
It's just a matter of executing. But, you know, like Teddles was
o
mentioning
time do
earlier
Yoda
today,
quebra
the
essa
danger
20,
of this
eles
trash
vão
mob is
disputar a
not necessarily in the
classificação na
damage it
Green
does, but it's in
Battle
the
daqui a
fact that you
pouquinho.
just used a ton of your externals and personals on the previous boss just to live through the amount of AoE that it does, and then you get to this boss and every single one of these tormenting eruption casts does 2 times your health bar, and you don't have personals to live through it, so you're begging for any external you can get from your priest or your paladin, and they're just using all of their resources just to live through every single one of these channels. Doing a good job of it so far, but still half of the HP of the mob to go.
Yeah, this is getting exciting. We do have a prediction going up now in chat as well. If you'd like to predict which 2 teams are going to qualify to day 3, we have 4 options for you. The 3 combinations of Streamer Zone and another team, or the dark horse none of the above, where you believe somehow Streamer Zone get upset and 2 teams overtake them, which I personally wouldn't be putting my channel points on that one. Zyra, what are you thinking here? Where would your channel points be going?
I just went all in on Streamer Zone and Vicky Knights.
Okay, let me check how many channel points I got here. Let's see if I can do a good all-in here.
24k from me.
Eles têm até 8 horas pra começar a Green Battle. Então eles vão conseguir começar.
The odds are too good.
Oh, yeah, dude, those odds are insane. I would take those if I believed too.
Eles têm que começar a dungeon.
That's a good bet.
A parada é o seguinte. A parada é o seguinte. A parada é o seguinte. A Polish Mountain vai timar essa Dawnbreaker. Se não timar, se eles wipar que já era.
Ooh, you can also send a Teddles approved chat message.
Aí o Yoda precisa terminar essa dungeon e começar uma Green Battle.
Interesting.
All right, yeah, so Polish Mountain working on Rashanan here. The last boss, usually one of the least dangerous parts of Dawnbreaker, actually.
A baguete que nem estava no mapa do bagulho.
That kind of rot damage. But even that tends
tem uma chance de fazer uma 18 ali e pontuar.
You can usually finish it, and they have a lot of time left on the clock. Even
Só que eles vão perder. Por quê? Porque eles vão fazer as 2:18, as 3:18, vão ficar com mais pontos. E os caras vão ter uma 16, só que uma 19 timada.
The run going decently well so far. That 1 death and BRAS have been expended by them, but that BRAS will be coming back soon. In the top right, it's Fiki Knights. They have tried many times to get this 20 wake on the board. They are experts at the first half of the dungeon, and the second half of the dungeon is experts at them, unfortunately. So hopefully they can get that turned around in this run.
A baguete tá com a estratégia ruim, mano.
And then there are baguettes in the bottom right who are working on their 18 Grim Battle. This will bring them up to 54
A baguete tá dando try nessa Green Battle aí, mano, de graça, viado. Eles tinham que tá fazendo uma Dawnbreaker 19. Tá ligado? Era a chance deles classificar.
They can get to 55 by finishing this run and then doing another. The problem is it's going to be at 55 without a plus 20, so their tiebreaker will lose to any of the other teams that get to 55.
E aí eles poderiam tentar melhorar o tempo da Necrotic Wake deles, que deu um BO lá, eles timou a cagada. Não, o negócio é quem time a maior chave, Andretta. Digamos que empata. Empata os pontos. Um time timou uma 19, outro time, e esse mesmo time timou a 16, e no caso da baguete timar todas as 18, quem ganha é quem timou a 19, entendeu? Ó, olha lá, é facinho de você ver isso daqui, ó. Baguete timou 18, pá, foi pra 52, 54. Certo?
But they just have to lock in. It's the last hour of the competition. Who wants it more? Who wants to make it to Sunday?
Se eles empatarem em score e quem timou a maior, ganha. Por mais que o score seja igual, a maior dungeon entra em critério.
We've seen them really play. They're usually known for going big and just really taking big risks. Sometimes it comes at the cost of their lives, but that works out occasionally. Whereas Fiki
Por isso que eu tô falando, se o Yoda timar essa 20, ele já classifica. Porque não vai dar tempo da Polish Mountain timar uma 20. Que ela pode fazer entrar no Green Battle. Mas se o Yoda time essa 20, o Yoda também entra no Green Battle. E a parada é que o Yoda ganha porque tem a 20 timada daí. Por mais que eles empatem em score. Entendeu? O Yoda vai timar uma 16 ali, Green Battle. Entendeu? Só que ele vai ter a 20 daí.
Then they'll only have the Grim Battle ahead of them, and I guess we don't know how they look in there, but it'll be a pretty low level key that they'll be starting with. So their path to victory is definitely still there. I am a little surprised by how confident chat seems to be in predicting them though, because I feel like all three of our non-streamer zone teams are close to tied right now.
Have you looked at the predictions since you made your comment about Polish Mountain earlier?
I went all in and I closed the tab.
That's a smart play. Yeah, the odds have greatly shifted since you have tipped the scales a little bit.
Oh, good.
So to speak.
Wait, have I made my own odds worse?
You've made your own odds worse, and you've made mine so much better. Thank you very much.
What have I done?
I think when you made your bet, Polish Mountain was at like 5%. Now they're at 35%.
Oh, my channel points.
I'm gonna have to switch to Polish.
Getting evaporated. That was not a good bet at 35. Oh no.
You're still at 3-1 odds. I mean, that's not too bad.
It's still fine. If I truly think they're all equally likely, then I should be happy with that. But
então, se eles não timar essa 20 ali agora, eles têm que entrar numa Green Battle, terminar e entrar em outra antes de dar o horário. A baguete não passa nenhum deles, mano.
These guys are one of the highest IO teams in the world. We know what they're capable of, but it's just a question of whether or not
vai passar em score, né? Vai ficar com 54, eles vão ficar com 53. Ah, não, mas eles ali também vão fazer. Eu acho que eles vão fazer eu acho que eles vão fazer 17, inclusive, ali a Polish Mountain. Eles vão sair dessa dungeon e vão entrar numa 17 Green Battle. Entendeu? E o Yodas, eles só não podem quebrar. Agora é a hora.
Looks like they're making good work of these mages and warriors, but I think there's going to be 1 or 2 warriors left alive at the end here when this final harvest cast goes off. They need to make sure that they have stuns prepared for them, or they just hard focus them. It's just going to be the hard focus. They get those ads off before the final harvest cast even starts.
Yeah, looking good here for Fiki Knights. They've cleaned up on this boss so far, although, you know, the sets where you don't have A-bomb limb, where you don't have the easy ways to control all the mobs, are a lot harder than the sets where you do. Looks like they don't have an A-bomb limb on this set. The Fleshcrafter Cleaver does help out here. And that Divine Toll is going to go a long way towards gripping all these mobs into a beautiful Evoker knock as well. It looks like mostly under control. That Frostbolt Volley, of course, does... It can never be allowed to cast a Frostbolt Volley. It does so much damage to the group. But a Cleaver is going to finish that boss. Fiki Knights are on to the Necropolis section here. Exactly what they needed. Meanwhile, Polish Mountain they've put it on the board. They put the 19 Dawnbreaker on the board, advancing to 53 points. If they can get that 20 Necrotic Wake, they'll be 55 with the 20. That'll be a good spot for them to be at. So presumably that's where they'll head next. 43 minutes left in our day.
Polish Mountain tá ponto agora na frente.
Mountain, they got a couple of attempts at that 20, or if they one-shot the 20, they can then go and do the 17 Grim Batol and move to 56 points. A pretty good number. Fiki Knights, a death to the throat flesh there up in the Necropolis.
Greg morreu e restou, mano.
Control on the mob is gone, and this is a massive pull. Not having your healer active for this pull is very bad. Fortunately for them, cooldowns just came up for Junkrat. That's the Ascendance popped, and likely the AG Ancestral Guidance being popped with it. That'll help doing a little bit of healing while they wait for Greg to come back. Power Infusion instantly coming out as well to help out with the damage and, of course, the healing on top of that. And it looks like without their healer, they've still stabilized, but very scary moment there for the Fiki Knights.
Yeah, impressive that they were able to prevent that death from turning into a wipe because, yeah, like you said, very dangerous pull, one where you usually can't afford to be without your healer for a little while, but the rest of the group stepped up and clutched it out. It looks like they're going to be able to mostly stabilize here, although the tank damage is still very dangerous here. As you are still getting more and more of those stacks. Looks like a set have been removed, one of the strengths of Paladin is you can drop your stacks with Bop in this section. So, nice little work there. Looks like Polish Mountain are actually heading to the 16 Grim or to the 17 Grim Batol. An interesting decision from them because it's worth potentially 1 less point and potentially kind of 2 less points than a 20 Necrotic Wake when you factor in the tiebreaker. But it is, of course, much more reliable to do a 17 than a 20, even though Necrotic Wake is an easier dungeon in theory than Grim Batol.
And it's important to look at Fiki Knights as well here. They actually just hard killed off the first Fleshcrafter. Normally with a Druid in the group, you would be able to control one Fleshcrafter with just the Entangling Roots and then do whatever you want with the second Fleshcrafter. They have to do this entire section of the dungeon with just the one. Now, there's plenty of time left in the key, so it shouldn't be that big of an issue, but it does mean that certain mobs are going to live a little bit longer because of it, notably the tank busters, right? So we have to keep an eye on Yoda and these pulls. Those Stitchworks are going to be alive for much longer than you normally would see from other 20 runs, and that puts a lot more pressure on your tank, who's already under a ton of pressure in this key alone. Scary moment there as that cleaver goes on to nade on the DK, but he makes a big play by pulling that Corpse Collector out with a grip and then running behind it, saving himself from a one-shot. Pretty heads-up play there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the timer here is looking solid. One thing you got to watch out, though, for Fiki Knights is every single extra minute they can finish this key in under the timer is an extra minute in their day. And in theory, they can do the 16 wake and then start another key if they are fast. But they need both this dungeon and the 16 wake to be fast. To be able to do that. So Fiki Knights needs to not waste time for multiple reasons here, in addition to just the regular reason.
Yeah, time is of the essence for all of the teams here. We look around the board at what the other teams have going on as we focused on Fiki Knights a little bit here in the past 5 minutes. Baguette's back into the dungeon that we saw them wipe to earlier on. Once they get Throngus down, they'll be back on the Molten Giant that took them out 20 minutes ago. It's a good progress in their next attempt of the 18 Grim Batol. Polish Mountain starting off a 17 Grim Batol. Going to Grim Batol instead of the 20 Necrotic Wake. Certainly the easier way to put 1 point on the board, but it's not going to be useful for them for tiebreakers, especially if Fiki Knights is able to finally pull off this 20 Necrotic Wake, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that for sure. And of course, Streamer Zone GG, the team with a clear lead on the competition that probably doesn't really need to put any more points on the board, but still would like it for the extra padding. Making great progress in this 18 Grim Batol, and their timer's fantastic as well. A 14-11 kill on Forge Master Throngus is it's very swift.
And the 57 points that they would advance to here will guarantee them first place, I believe, at this point, with how much time is left in the day and the fact that all 3 of our teams have had some time losses of one sort.
Torcendo pra quem? Pô, mano, tô torcendo pelo espetáculo aqui no momento.
They are looking well positioned to wrap up the day right here and right now. And even if they fail to do that, they'll have an extra. They still have another 40 minutes to retry this key until it does work out. Yeah, it's weird because it's a really, really close fight for second, but the fight for first is looking locked up.
Tô torcendo pelo espetáculo, tá bem bagunçado aqui a parada
That's
aqui,
what you
mano.
would expect from this team, though. You have to remember, if you're just now tuning in and haven't heard us talk about Streamer Zone at all, this team used to be known as Missed Count. And if you've watched TGPs or MDIs in the past, you know that they've turned into one of the juggernauts of the competition scene when it comes to dungeon running in the past couple of years. They finished 3rd in the previous TGP, but we're very close to timing a couple of World First keys that actually would have won them the competition. They unfortunately, missed count, true to what their name used to be in one of their dungeons. But still, absolute fantastic dungeon running squad that can compete with the best of them. So it's not too surprising to see them run away with it a little bit here.
Yeah, they are looking so good there. As Draga getting pulled for Streamer Zone. Fiki Knights nearly done with this gauntlet. Their timer is good, but not great here in this Necrotic Wake. Probably because they've only had the 1 crafter rather than 2.
Ó, Polish Mountain tá na frente por causa disso.
Taking some of our other teams, but they're still okay. and then both Baguettes and Polish Mountain near the start here of these Grim Battles, which that's a dangerous section of the dungeon that
Polish Mountain precisa timar essa. E GG, passaram.
There's no pull I look at in this Grim Battle that I'm particularly
E
happy
aí,
pulling. Everything is
o
dangerous.
Yoda precisa timar essa.
Yeah, 90% of everyone's HP on the side of Baguettes there.
E timar
Like to kill
16.
that off before that
Senão
went
já
off,
era.
but they have to be a little bit of spot healing Raz is going to have to do in the meantime as they run to the next pack, which is notoriously difficult for Disc Priest. They kind of want a target to hit in order to heal their squad, so they're actually not going to be topped as they start gathering up this pull here. But once they get in combat, Raz will be able to do a little bit more work to help top those health bars off.
Yeah, looking good here for Baguettes. Dangerous section of the dungeon now for the tank and the group. Tank damage is immense, especially from those big ogres that stack up and enrage with every successful auto attack. But the whole group here is getting those heal absorbs on them. Curse Dispel goes a long way in this section
Tá
of the dungeon.
fracão hoje.
You're
É muito foda, muda um player, mano. Eu acho que muda tudo o jeito que tá setado o dano da DG, tá ligado? Eles wiparam um monte no terceiro boss e por causa de uns bagulho nada a ver, mano.
Back to the Necrotic Wake here for Fiki Knights here as we get into the final section of the dungeon. This is the furthest we've seen them get in this dungeon. We are back to Surgeon Stitchflesh. Last time around, slowly just rotted out to a wipe, unfortunately. This time around, can they get it done? The boss is down and getting destroyed. We would like
Mano,
to break
mostra
this
o boss lá,
so
para de mostrar esse sapo aí, ô carai.
We're not breaking the Hex, just now breaking out the Hex. We'll get one cleaver onto Surgeon Stitchflesh. It's going to hit him for about 10% of his HP. It looks like they actually put it into the creation for safety's purpose, so they're going to do the same thing we saw from Streamer Zone. Just keep it safe.
Os Hortas não tá jogando. Eu não sei se é por causa do ping ou porque eles brigaram. Mas os Hortas é australiano. E o Yoda e o resto do time é do NA. Eles jogavam em um horário diferente exatamente para os Hortas poder jogar. Porque pros Hortas não faz diferença. O ping dele é igual ao nosso, pra nós.
Particularly at this plus 20 key level, I think it's actually probably almost required to be able to do this area safely, because otherwise it's just so likely that damage is going to get out of control.
Split é o quê? É kick? Picaram ele, chegaram nele lá, irmão, tá fora. Split pra mim é split de raid, quando você cria dois grupos pra dividir loot.
The cooldowns were already expended last phase. We're going to get one final cleaver. Kess is far. Can he get in position to get the cleaver on the boss? I don't think he got there. I think that went into the creation or just missed entirely, and Yoda might have taken it. Look at the health bars dropping lower and lower and lower as the creation starts to rot them out. 3% on the boss. Can they get it finished? The boss might jump. Nope, it doesn't jump below 5%.
Pega o Flash Crafter,
cura. But that was a very scary moment for them here.
The Crafter is low on HP as well. They gotta not kill this thing.
Yeah, they gotta stop killing it. That Vanguard is going in on the Crafter.
Yeah.
Okay, dominate mine. We're good.
Ele tretou com o AUG.
Up they go. And yeah, that Vanguard needs to chill. Needs to focus on the bosses only at this point. So they do have all the count that they need once they release the Vanguard and the
todo AUG é meio
Crafter.
cuzão, velho. Tô
That may
brincando.
happen in a bit
Nada a
here.
ver, falei errado aqui, porque eu não tinha nosso AUG.
So Fiki Knights should be good to time this dungeon, although I'm not sure if they're going to have time to two-chest the 16 Grimbatol and then start another run. It's going to be very tight for them. They're kind of up against the clock for that. I think they're maybe on the wrong side of it as well. Even without that, they might still be able to qualify, but it is going to be extremely tight here at the end of the day. 33 minutes and 27 seconds until Keystones close, and we won't be able to start a new one. Polish Mountain Baguettes and Fiki Knights all in position for that second place. It's all to play for here.
É foda, mano. Todo mundo tem pouquinho de ego, mano.
Are charging into a first place, but the top two teams
eu juro pra vocês, mano, eu tô tentando, tipo, ignorar tudo assim, mano. Tô me apegando a Deus pra caramba e tentando deixar de lado esse bagulho de ego, mano. Todo mundo vai ter, mano, cedo ou tarde.
Also in the top right here, we're seeing Fiki Knights actually finish off the Vanguard or get it incredibly low so that they can very quickly kill it off for their final count.
No final é só um joguinho, a gente tá aqui pra conhecer pessoas, se divertir, tá ligado? E dar risada.
All of this time spent gathering resources, making sure they were ready to kill the boss, waiting for their cooldowns to come back off cooldown so they can really send everything on the pull. They're being very meticulous about this. This is their best attempt at the key. They've been in the key for almost 3 hours.
Será que a zica dos Hortas vai pegar?
The landslide
E
coming
quem
out from
cuida
Cass to
desse AD
keep that
agora
Fleshcrafter in position
é o
here. These are
Evoker.
all the things they have to do in lieu of the entangling roots of the druid that's in most of the comps, but they're doing it very well so far.
Yeah, looking good here. This is one of those bosses that we have seen a wipe to it earlier today, actually, but it is pretty rare. Usually when teams get to Nalthor, they do succeed. Beautiful cleaver. I mean, the cleaver is just so big. Breaking through those shields instantly saves you so much time or saves you so much damage on the group, right? Because whenever that shield's active, the boss is pulsing for damage on the whole group. But if you can break it instantly with the cleaver, then it makes the entire fight much safer.
Got a breakout on the cleaver from a living flame from Cass
Yep.
there. Instantly cleaver the boss. They'll re-CC
Right into
that
the
almost
shield.
immediately. There's the tendrils coming out from Greg to keep it rooted in the corner. And they're rotating CC on this almost perfectly. They're doing a great job so far. And they're just making
Mano,
sure every single time.
o
We want to get that
foda
cleaver into the shield whenever, especially
é
when we
que
don't have
se o
cooldowns
Yoda
active,
time
because,
essa
like you mentioned,
daqui,
can do a ton of damage.
a
Sleepwalk
Polish
coming out from
Mountain
Cass
não
into a
vai
knockback
passar
from the Drakthir
por
ratio,
causa
and then the
daquela
cleaver's coming out of the
Necrotic
shield once
Wake
again.
do
So
começo
it's all
do
lining
dia
up
que o boss
perfectly
morreu
here
com
for the
0%.
team.
O boss
Again,
ficou vivo
just
com
any
0% de
extra
HP.
pulses of that shield could very, very
Nem
quickly wipe them.
sempre com
They have to
0% de
play this
HP o
on
boss
knife edge.
morre,
It has to be
rapaziada. Não sei se
perfect.
vocês sabem disso.
Yeah, absolutely here. 39% for Fiki Knights on Nalthor. 4 minutes on the clock. So timer will not be an issue. It is a pass-fail situation here for them. Although every second does count for their potential of starting another key. You can see Kess maneuvering there to get that sleepwalk right where they want that mob to be. And they're going to break it out again with a living flame probably here in a moment, so that it can go
big
into the
damage.
boss's next shield.
É que não tem
Descendants with
decimais na
crit buff,
porcentagem.
EI,
Deixa
Emperor of the
eu
Beyonds
plantar
coming out
fake
from
news.
Junkrat here. He's about to
Gente, isso.
absolutely melt this boss. Tons of damage going to be coming out on top of the cleavers here. Going to lose the DK to an exile here very shortly. Maybe he can get a Warnstone off. I'm not sure if they have that prepped for him, but look how low this boss is getting. Dratnos, I think they have finally gotten it done. Kess has gone down, but we have battle reses. We have battle reses. This is what we've saved them the entire dungeon for. We have 3 of them. Use them quickly.
Actually,
Maybe
kind of
might
genius.
go down downstairs. Yeah.
You lose 15 seconds on the dungeon, but you don't lose 15 seconds in the day, and you do kill the boss faster if you just instantly B-res in that spot. So that is maybe a 7-head play.
Rapaz, o DK vai sujar a sala toda aí, rapaz. Corre, rapaz. Esse DK tá sujo, ele tá com 9 stacks.
Yeah, pain suppression for them as
They're gonna
well.
be okay.
Nice.
Ele vai sujando
Okay,
tudo.
they got it down.
Olha.
This cleaver's going to finish off the boss.
Eita
1%.
porra.
Get the boss done. They've done it. They've finished off Nalthor, and the Fleshcrafter is soon to follow, and this is massive. For those of us
Cara,
that
ia
on the
ficar
Fiki
sem
Knights
sala
that
se ele
make it,
fica lá
this is
embaixo
gonna
mais um
give them
pouco.
the 20 on the board, which will help them a ton in their tiebreakers. And Dranos,
In the meantime, have had a wipe.
Yeah.
And they're going to have
Again?
town portal here. We're gonna
get a replay in a second
ready
here.
of that, but it is not good situation for Baguettes. They are town portaling, and they only have 30 minutes left in their day. So here's what happened: Valiona. I'm gonna guess one of these ads spawned and exploded. Oh, it's a death on the shaman to the Twilight Wind, and then the Ankh death. Oh, so okay.
Into an instant debuff. Oh, yeah.
Here's probably what's gonna go on as well. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. It's all bad. In
Yeah.
fact, nothing to do with the ads. Just a straight up bleed out situation from there. Once one person's dead, you can get the ads fixating your tank, which is
Dois
often a cause of
lava-bender
wipes
e
in that
boss
spot,
foi
but yeah, it was
loucura,
just
não foi não?
a gradual death after the first few. So brutal.
We went from like mega hype to just oh no afterwards watching Baguettes, but you know Baguette's trying to kind of even things out here, trying to at least get those 18s on
Próximo
all of those,
TGP
but they
vai
maybe
ter
shift
New
gears
Boss
here,
versus
but Fiki
Perma
Knights, that was
desvantagem.
huge to see them finally get that 20 on the
Já
board.
é uma
They
mistura,
have
né?
really been banking on being able to do that to keep them in and you know give them that advantage, but Makes is going to be joining us here on the desk for the last 30 minutes for our teams to be able to come in. Now, of course, they can keep doing a run past that, but with these last 30 minutes or so, a little bit less now, 29 technically, they have to start a run within that time. So Makes, Fiki Knights, that was huge for them.
It was, yeah, but you know, we had kind of this discussion with Nagura earlier on. They
Rolou com a
spent
patifaria.
quite a lot of
Ah,
time
só mudou de
getting
nome.
that on the board. As you mentioned, 29 minutes to go as they are entering this Grim Battle. A faster Grim Battle was around 27 minutes, so if they are really speeding through this dungeon, there is a world where they can get another score point after
Ia
that.
zoar aqui,
Maybe
mas
venture
ia ser
into
coisa...
an 18 that they would have unlocked then. But of course, the other teams are also still going,
Ia ser
still fighting
otarista da
for it
minha
all,
parte.
trying to claim one more point, get it on the board. As Streamer Zone are also finishing out their 18 here, so it's gonna stay spicy.
I actually think Viking Knights might be in this really close scenario where they can just barely time this 16.
Perma desvantagem já não a patifaria. A perma desvantagem é porque o URL da patifaria, o raid leader da patifaria, saiu da patifaria falando que era perma desvantagem raidar no Brasil por causa do ping, que ele mora no NA. Entendeu? Daí ele foi raidar numa guild lá que é top 20 do World lá. Sei exato. Top 13 eu acho que é. E aí quitou da guild. E aí o nome mudou pra perma desvantagem por causa disso. A do meme. E cada dia que se passa o nome se prova mais. E realmente estamos em perma desvantagem.
I don't know, 15, 27, 20, something in that range to realistically be able to start another key. Of course, our admins have the actual official clock and stuff and final say on the which runs are allowed and not. So if it's close, we'll, of course, have them, you know, have the perfectly fair official ruling. But yeah, it's going to be close for Viking Knights for sure. That would be really big.
Cebola. Começa 3 horas, eles jogam, eles têm 3 pedras pra jogar, todas começam 16. E tem 5 horas para poder de gameplay.
55 points is probably good for them, especially as Baguettes are having a wipe here in this 19 wake, right? 55 points. There's no way Baguettes get to 55, but there is Polish Mountain in the bottom left. Now, Polish Mountain are going to move to 54 when they finish this Grim Battle. And then Polish Mountain
da Rise perma, capaz, mano.
And do a 20 wake.
Teve
uma
pá dos caras que estavam raidando na Rise e tem treta com os caras da perma por causa da overcoming antiga. Nunca isso vai acontecer. A Rise vai parar mesmo.
And in general, I think it's important to mention that...
The bad thing is...
Go ahead, Mix.
Sorry. No, you go. There's delay between us.
Oh yeah, we do have the NAU delay, unfortunately. I think it's important to mention for end of day dungeon specifics that
acho que não deu muito certo o boom dele não, mano. Acho que os caras não aprovaram.
Time left on the board. It can be like 10 seconds, 15 seconds, as long as they communicate with the admins, hey, this is our plan, we're going to this dungeon. They will usually.
Os sobreviventes da Rise fundaram a Down Below.
Beforehand, as long as they give them their intent to start the key beforehand, they're okay. Obviously, within reason, it's up to the admin's discretion, but usually they've been pretty lenient about that.
Okay, yeah, so
barrado, balance
27:30 is what we're looking for. In that case, is the timer that they need. That's going to be tight.
The bad thing for Polish Mountain is that they actually said that the Necrotic Wake to them is the hardest dungeon in the entire group of dungeons. So they didn't know that Necrotic Wake was going to be
Baguette não passa nem ferrando. Se eles timar essa 18 que eles não estão timando, eles perdem pra Polish por ter uma 19 timada.
Yeah.
Porque a Polish tá fazendo a 17. A Polish se timar 17, perde pro Yoda se o Yoda timar a 16.
That would happen with like a wipe late in the run for them, and even then they can maybe start another one. So yeah, it's interesting as well because they need a 27:30. But actually, deaths don't count against them.
Ira meteu uma melhoria de tempo na 19.
They can get a 28:30 with 4 deaths. That's fine, right? Like that's the timer we're looking at if they stay on 0 deaths is something around that 27:30 range for Viking Knights here.
Just gotta go as quickly as possible.
Yep, that's right. You gotta pour it.
We're kind of going
zoom through it.
We're going away from TGP a little bit here, kind of back into MDI territory, but they're doing a 16 instead of like the 12s we were doing. They just gotta go as quickly as possible here to try to get that extra run in. But do you potentially accidentally run into the fabled pot of greed where you try to go for too much and end up just having to settle for the one chest, or accidentally not timing it whatsoever?
Dude, if you deplete this key, you are never hearing the end of it. That's gonna be so brutal. So. surely that they can avoid that fate. Let's check in though a little bit as we are narrowing our possibilities as the day is ending here. So Fiki Knights, best case situation is 57 points if they can succeed here and then do the 18, or 56 points. And even if they fail at those and they just get to 55 with the 16 on the board, there's a good chance they'll have the tiebreaker that they need. Meanwhile, Polish Mountain are at 53 points right now. They move to 54 if they can succeed in this run. And then best case for them is 56 only if they can get the 20 Necrotic Wake. And that would be very hard. They would have to, you know, 1 or 2 shot that run. 22 minutes left in our day, so not an awful lot of time for them to make that happen. Or they could just go for the 55.
O sonho da Polish Mountain, cara, se
is
eles
that you
timam,
lose
mano.
tiebreakers against Fiki Knights.
Cara,
So
se eles
that is not
timam,
a
mano,
viable
aquela
path for Polish
necrotic
Mountain. I think they have to
deles,
go for the 20
velho.
Wake, realistically, because yeah,
Eles
their
estavam
tiebreakers are cursed
safe
otherwise.
agora, mano.
Streamer Zone up in the top
O
right.
Yoda tinha que estar torcendo pra eles wipear na 17.
Earlier they secured the 18 Grimbatol, so now they're going
Não, é
for
as
time
últimas
improvements
chances.
in their
Eles
19
podem
Dawnbreaker,
iniciar a
but,
dungeon.
realistically,
No
57
caso, se o
that
Yoda
they're-
quebrar
they're
agora,
locked
ele
in for
pode
first
começar de
4
novo,
seconds.
rápido.
In theory,
Até
they could
bater
beat the time tiebreaker against
até
Fiki
20
Knights,
minutos.
but I probably won't. And then Baguettes in the bottom right are they're going for 54 points, and actually 54 is their ceiling at this point. So they are in a lot of danger.
Se a
here. If
Necrotic
Fiki
Wake
Knights
da Polish
just
Time,
put the
eles
16
estariam
on the board,
grandão,
I
estaria.
think they shut out Baguettes after Baguettes have wiped twice here in this 18 Grimbatol, I believe.
Yeah, that is all going to be a very, very
Então, mas eu acho que
interesting.
26
Now, we did get
minutos
the
é o
timers
timing
from that
deles.
16 that we were mentioning from streamerzone.gg.
Mas pode
their
acontecer,
first
mano.
split was 6:42, and they were able to have a really, really fast Grimbatol. So let's see if Fiki Knights can be around that. Right now, 6 minutes and 50-something seconds is probably going to be over the 7-minute timer. Keep in
E
mind, they need
aí,
to be
Lucas,
that
como é que você
fast.
tá, mano?
Just because of
Café com
how our tournament
batatinha.
is structured, they want to start another run
Quem mais
after
for pra
that
quebrar Grimbatol
ideally.
vai ser no final,
So
aposta.
they need to pick it up just
Baguettes
a little bit
ressurgiu. Não,
before
eles
their
não têm
timer
chance de passar, né?
Yeah, it's actually really close. I think it's really going to come down to they need to be within about 45 seconds of when Streamer Zone finished theirs, right? Because Streamer Zone did have a death. So
Yeah.
we're kind of exactly on pace for that. They're 40 seconds
você
slower
tá,
on the
Lucas? De
first
boa?
boss split. So if they can keep that pace the entire way through,
Vai torcer pro Brasil
they can get
amanhã,
another
mano?
run in,
Zero
just
deaths.
barely.
Well,
And have
if
zero
you-
Eles vão a
If you
54
lose
se
40
timar.
seconds on the first
Quem
boss
vai a
split, though,
54?
you
Não,
know,
mas o
staying
score
on
não
pace,
ganha
you'd be
do
losing
time.
40 more seconds on each split, right? And
Por mais que empate score,
that
a
they don't have
Baguettes
time for.
perde,
So they need to
porque
not
eles
lose
fizeram
any
a
more time
19.
into Streamer Zone.
A
They've
maior
already lost
pedra
all the time
ganha.
they were allowed to. Now, they
Ó,
are
a
playing
Polish
a
Mountain
DK
vai,
in this dungeon
a
as well.
Polish Mountain vai
DK
timar
should pick up a little bit towards the middle and end of this dungeon, I
17,
think,
vai ganhar
compared to the
ponto,
start
vai
of the dungeon.
54.
Just, there are some good opportunities here for some nice Breath of Cinder Ghost pulls. Baguettes in the
Passa
bottom right,
dois só.
having another
Só
wipe
que isso
here.
daqui, ó, o que
This actually
acontece?
no longer
Passa
is that costly
dois,
for them because
tá? Se
their
liga.
ceiling is 54 points regardless. But
Passa
if they play
dois,
54 points,
certo?
These baguettes are likely to be toast here.
Okay.
Só que o Brasil, isso daqui é importante pro Brasil. Por quê? Porque o Brasil disputa a premiação com os dois que estão abaixo. Entendeu?
Me?
E o DPS é o LHZ de meio frouxo, Victor.
Smiling on his camera right now.
Então o que que acontece? Essas dungeons que os caras estão fazendo hoje, por exemplo, mesmo que não passem hoje, conta pra classificação dos dois que vão cair amanhã também. Entendeu?
This is the boss that has caused a couple of wipes. Actually, even one so far today. But hopefully not for the
Ah, ele é
Mountain this
mono
time.
mage, Victor. O
They
cara é
need this
bom,
run
mano.
to work out on this
Tipo aqui, ó,
attempt,
na Edge ali,
or
por
else they
exemplo,
are
ele é mono
also-
DK, mano.
Actually,
Eles
if they
estão
fail this
classificando,
run,
entendeu?
Whether they succeed or fail here, they have to go Necrotic Wake immediately
Cara é
afterwards.
bom,
Yeah,
mano.
you're right.
They could still get to 55 if they fail here and they just run straight to that wake. And
Oh,
that's going to be what
The
happens.
caster curse!
Yep.
Oh no!
We're-
Can't
We're
believe
town
you
portaling
did
and we're
that.
going for 20 wikes.
Granos.
There's that's the only option. Actually, we could maybe recover 3 battle reses. Hang on.
F Polish.
Yeah, pick it
Caraca,
back up.
F
One and
Polish.
three combat rests. There's a world.
Yeah, hang on, recover.
It has to be
Second res is
very
coming
fast
out.
here because the debuffs
Pra
are going to
começar,
come
dá
out
pra
and
começar
instantly
outra.
kill their shaman. Now,
Maybe they were waiting until the curses came out. But then
Right.
maybe the
Yeah.
idea was like, okay, res after that, but then the Ankh was early.
Remember, Valiona dies at 50%, so if they can find a way to do 10% here, this res is going to come out after the Twilight Buffet goes off. Smart from the Shaman to not take that too early. The dispels need to be instant on this next set of dispels, and they do have all their dispellers as well. They're going to have one debuff out. Tank is fixated. That mob needs to die. The question now is, even if they're able to finish the boss off, are they going to have enough time left for the trash? That's a problem for later team. They just want to get the boss done now, though, as a new set of ads come out. If they just finished dealing with the previous one, I think they need to just slow these and try to all in the boss here. 5%, you have to get it done. Another AoE goes off, taking everyone extremely low, and you can see they have committed. They've got Earthbinds out, they've got Roots that are trying to go out, but unfortunately a multi-dot has broken this spirit out. 3% left on the boss. Can they get it done?
They're in so much trouble here. That Fixate getting so close to popping here, but they managed to kill the ads off. Another set of those curses. Will help get them over the finish line here, and somehow they have recovered. It has cost them everything, but they have managed to recover here. Is there enough time left on the clock? I think there is, Zyro. I think they can still get this done.
It's really close. This is a 17, not an 18, so you have to remember everything has a little less HP or a lot less
Então,
HP.
Butinho, isso daí eu fiquei com dúvida agora, mano. Como que eles vão fazer pra saber quem é oitavo, sétimo, sexto e quinto pra dar premiação, já que as dungeons são diferentes? Isso daí é uma boa pergunta.
No battle reses left in the bank for the Polish Mountain.
I mean, you have to applaud them for being able to think on their feet, get this back together as quickly as they did. There was a lot that had to happen in a very short amount of time for Polish Mountain as that ensued to keep this run somehow alive, and thus far they're able to do that. Now, they just need to keep that going, right? If they can have that same approach to the tail end of that dungeon, it is only like 15% more trash and the final boss Aerodux, and they have enough time for it. Just don't die.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they just barely have the time for it. They also have that Bloodlust that'll come up like literally
Tem VOD do Cloudnet lá na live dele, ô Victor.
It's barely there, but this is a part of the problem. Part of this dungeon is these corrupt casts have taken out many players, and I think this was actually the one point in the dungeon where one of our teams last week, I think it was Shiny Unicorns, actually finally started throwing some deaths at it, and No Speaky as well actually had some deaths to the corrupt cast here as well. Every single one of these channels doing a ton of damage.
Quanto de patrocínio os caras ganharam convertendo o nome do site no time deles.
They're not too worried about that.
Ah, irmão, bastante, velho.
You guys see the Bloodlust from Baguette earlier on the double corruptors?
Ou pega muita grana de uma vez, mas eu acho que o mais safe é fazer um contratinho, mano.
Yeah. So they lost one player to a single corruptor, and then on the double corruptor, they lost it. They said, it doesn't matter. We don't need it for Aerodux.
One other thing to keep track of here as well is Fiki Knights' run up in the top left. That is vital because not only are they playing for the 2 chest here, they're mostly playing for being able to start another key after this run. And right now, their timer splits on these bosses are like just barely on the wrong side of that, I think. We'll see. Again, the admins, they'll have the actual say on whether they'll be able to start another run after this, but even if they can't start another run, they might be able to win, but they need to, like, if they can start another run, they can lock all these other teams out, and they can get to 56 or 57.
E olha lá, o que eles estão pensando? Eles vão dar TP?
End of the day here.
Pararam ali, mano.
Down to the bottom left. They're actually, they have enough time for this last boss. They can, what are they waiting for?
É, guys. Parado por quê?
Buff, maybe
cooldowns, maybe they just realize we just need to get this.
Maybe they need to go wait.
Paint isn't ready yet. Maybe we're waiting for a paint.
Maybe a DC or something. This looks.
I will say I did see Tankiers' HP bar flickering at the end of that last ball, which is usually a bad thing. It looks like he's back though, so it only cost them about 30 seconds or so. I think that was a DC, but I think we're good to go. Hopefully we can get back in there.
Acho que
I
o
don't think
tanque
this is
teve
going to
que ir no
cost them the
banheiro.
dungeon if they can get back in there and go again. Oh no.
A net de alguém caiu, igual no BR.
He's not moving.
Mentira, acontece. Vocês lembram do cara que caiu no MDI?
Yeah, you're right. The abilities are great.
Let's keep our
O cara meteu uma humana de calcinha ali, mano.
I
É
don't like
mancada,
this
mano.
at all.
Live aí,
Zyro.
mano.
This is so bad for Polish
Criança na
Mountain,
sala,
and more
vendo com a avó.
my channel points.
He's back.
Let's go.
We're so
come
back.
On, come on, come on.
All right, couple shields coming out.
We send it. Speed it.
We have time. We don't have to send it. We have plenty of time. 6.5 minutes. Something I learned a lot from last week is Olgrax, while it might be the last boss of the dungeon, the
6 minutos faz o voice?
doesn't actually take that long. It takes about 3.5 minutes.
Fiki Knights have had a death up there.
They
in the
have
top
time.
left. That's cost them a battle res as well. Somehow their DK had aggro on one of these enforcers, maybe with an attempt at taunting it out.
Olha só, Baguete.
Was doing quite big damage until he died.
Fortunately, it's only 15 seconds on the dungeon timer and not the real life timer, which is really what they're playing up against right now.
True.
But I mean, every tiny bit of extra time would end up being the difference. And I mean, we're talking about the comparison of the timers to Streamer Zone's run, just to kind of get a comparison of how fast they need to be here. They were 40 seconds behind on General Umbrus, and we said they needed to stay at that clip. They were 45 seconds behind on Forge Master Throngus, so they've been better in the middle of the dungeon here. They've been making up the time they need. If they can keep it at that pace in that 40 to 45 second range, I think they'll just barely be able to get that extra run in, but it's going to be very, very close either way.
Yeah, vital.
So, for Polish Mountain, finish with the Corruptors. We're getting Bloodlust in 2 minutes. Aerodux has been started here, and they have around about 5 minutes to finish us off, which we know is good enough. Only thing that could go wrong here, and I say this very slowly so that combat rest comes back up before I finish saying the sentence, is if somebody could potentially die here and they don't have that rest back up just yet, but they will get it in a couple of seconds there, and thus far they're looking pretty good. This boss notably isn't one of the most volatile ones. There is some damage going out with the debuffs, but we rarely see teams struggle big on Aerodux, so hopefully Polish Mountain can channel that same energy for themselves here.
Something that would be incredibly cool, and similar to what we saw on day one last weekend, Polish Mountain still has a path to victory here at the end of the day. If they're able to finish off this Grimbatol, which is looking increasingly likely, they can still go to that Necrotic Quake, and if they're able to one-shot that 20 Necrotic Quake, will put themselves on 56, which would be a very, very good chance of getting through. The only way that a 56 would not get through is if Fiki Knights are able to finish off this 16 and then also themselves go into a Grimbatol afterwards and time the 17 or 18. So there's a lot to play for here. This Grimbatol is vital as a first step for Polish Mountain to have a chance of victory here. And it looks like they're going to be able to get it done as they've gotten Aerodux down to 50%. And in the next minute or so, another round of 2 minutes.
3 minutos para Polish Mountain tem
chance to just pop that Bloodlust and send this boss to an early grave.
Yeah, Polish Mountain have done an incredible job of recovering after that disaster on Valiona, and
tem 15 ainda dá pra acabar e dar leste atrás na New World. Nossa, verdade.
Extremely demoralizing, but
verdade, tem 10 minutos ainda, mano.
From it. And just 42% left on this last boss, which, like you said, Zyro, not
existe o
one of
mundo
the
da
most
Polish
difficult or
Mountain.
longest surviving bosses in this dungeon. So, Polish Mountain,
Mano, seria incrível.
as long as they can avoid any catastrophes here, they should be in good shape. They even had a B-Res recover. They're having Lust come up soon. So yeah, they'll be able to play for 56. They need to go for it as well, because 55 almost certainly won't be good enough because they wouldn't have a 20. So if they went for the 19 wake, right, they'd get to 55 points, but they would lose the tiebreaker because they wouldn't have a 20. So they need to go for the 20 wake. It's not quite a one-shot that they need either. They will have like 8 minutes to reset the first pull if they need to, but they'll have to basically one-shot it.
NA mensagem de voz.
We are now less than 10 minutes away until the final runs are locked in. Fiki Knights, can they finish off this Grimbatol before the final clock strikes 0 and get the next run off? Polish Mountain, they're going to be finishing off this Aerodux, and like we said, they have to go to the Necrotic Wake. They have to get that. They'll have a few attempts at the first pull, actually, too, which is what we've seen as the hardest part of the dungeon for most of our runs. And they'll get a good attempt at the key. Well, most of our runs from teams not named Fiki Knights, I'll say.
Terminaram, mano.
Especially from Group A.
Eles vão começar, mano.
To a Marth as well. I don't know. It's
Caraca, véi.
which is not good news for Polish Mountain as they do finish out their Grimbatol. They should be on their way. Still enough time, like you mentioned, and we are going to be checking in with Fiki Knights again, because keeping up with the timers. 21.5 seconds is what Streamer Zone had in their very fast 16. That would bring them on a time where they can still start another run. That is about 1 minute to finish out this boss fight here. I think we are falling further behind, gentlemen.
I don't love their chances. They are going to have a lust coming up here. Frosty K is nice for the last boss for safety. Like, you can AMS and pre-immune those debuffs. It's really nice for, like, you're just never going to have your Frosty K die, and they make the entire fight easier for the rest of your group.
Os homens estão
I
lá.
don't know if they kill it
É a última
particularly
chance.
quickly. I'm not sure if it's one of those bosses that Frosty K
Caraca, mano, aqui eu tô torcendo por eles já, rapaziada.
Knights are gonna be just a hair slow.
Eles
on
merecem,
being able
mano.
to start another key after this one, which, if I'm right about that, that means
Aqui eu tô torcendo por eles, mano.
points, and Polish Mountain have a ceiling of 56 here if they can one-shot this plus 20 necrotic wake that they are gearing up for. It is an incredibly difficult dungeon. Polish Mountain have also said it's
Hoje eu
one
sou
of the hardest
polonês,
for them
foda-se.
particularly too, but the dogs are popped.
Eles
the
podem
key
fazer a
is in. Here we
19.
go. Let's see if they can make this happen.
Não dá.
So they don't need to actually one-shot it. They still have 7 minutes to start over as many times as
Eles
they
ganham
want.
score?
But then they will need to finish the run that they're in and actually time it. So if they want to, they can do a couple of big pulls here. Just, you know,
Vamos, Polish
just for the
Mountain!
vibes.
Vamos!
Yeah, go for a clean attempt here. I mean, we saw varying levels of success on this first pull, and I think it was actually from Polish Mountain earlier on today, where they had pulls where they got first in like the first minute and 20 seconds, and then they had another pull where Tangiers was fighting for his life for the first 2.5 minutes of the key, kiting around vanguards because they weren't as clean. There are definitely different levels of success on this first pull. So, you know, if you have a bad attempt at it and you want to give it another go, they have the opportunity to go for that. First attempt this time around looks like they're doing a pretty good job. They got the drain fluid cast interrupted quickly, so
Se o Yoda quebrar também, eles passam, mano.
for too long.
O Yoda ainda tem que teimar,
First
velho.
kite out here from Tankiers with the vanguards at around 25% HP. This has gone pretty well for a first attempt.
Yeah, absolutely. The Breath of Eons is going to come out for a nice stun and a little bit of extra damage to help get them over the finish line, as they are now being forced to kite these last few vanguards. There's a lot of damage that they represent, even though most of the other enemies are dead. Starting to knock them, keep them just away for a little bit longer. Another cleaver is going to come out, but they're just going to re-MC here.
Quebra, mano, quebra.
So far, so good.
Não é uma
Still have
16
another 5
qualquer,
minutes that they
mano. É
have a
uma
wipe to be able to reset.
16.
But after that point,
Grimba
things will lock
Pompo.
in. Meanwhile, up in the top left, another thing that needs to lock in, it's Fiki Knights. They've got to get this run done. Pretty much that 2-chest timer is what we're looking at for them. If they can be under that 2-chest timer, they can maybe start another run after this one. Of course, our admins have the actual clock. They'll have the final say on that, but they probably need to be like a minute under that 2-chest timer, or 30 seconds under it, something like that, as we are nearing the end of
É
the game
difícil.
here. Baguettes having
É
another
difícil.
wipe here to Thrungus.
Mas quebra.
Actually, kind
Acabou
of
para os manos
not
baguetes, mano.
that important for them. They can still run this back and get a 54 either way, and either way they're in trouble if Fiki Knights finish this run, which they will. So Baguettes are kind of in trouble regardless, but
Tem mais um
Yes.
atrai?
Fiki
Ih,
Knights did
verdade.
a pot of greed pull.
Yes!
They,
We're
Tá
on the
bom,
same
Baguete,
wavelength.
tá bom, tá
Go
bom,
they lust
Baguete.
them,
take it into
and
boss.
we send it.
Yep,
But
into
yes,
boss. Last
just
two into
like
boss.
Pot of greed.
Yeah, I mean, look at the
that
timer.
grim, but
4
they
minutes and
don't
10
have
seconds. They gotta
time.
go. They've
They
got
gotta
3
go for it.
corruptors. Look, you've got that bloodlust. It's burning a hole in your pocket. Let's do this.
Let's press it.
Gonna
Playing
move
a
on,
Frosty
guys.
Cave. We've got. I guess we don't have
Not
breath.
O time do
Help
Kira tá
me.
só tomando uma água de coco ali, ó, na
Situation.
praia, de boa.
It's just
Yeah,
not gonna happen.
Even if you
I'm
go
safe
for
in
it
those
and wipe, you're
bros.
still going to be able to time the key afterwards, right? I think you have to go for it if you're them. The second this corruptor goes down, just go.
Agree.
You got it. Well, they got to kill the next one. They didn't go for
Do
the double
you
kill here,
actually
which I
still
think is
time
gonna...
the key if you wipe to that? Maybe
I
you
choose to
don't,
believe you
right?
do.
Surely.
I choose to
'Cause-
believe you do.
Pot of greed. Pot of
You'd
greed.
lose so much time. Like, you'd lose a minute
Tira
and
olhando
15
os caras
seconds.
briguem,
And if you
velho.
complete this key, you are at 39 points and you're going out in 4th. So,
Ai, muito
I don't
bom,
know. This
velho.
is a tough situation for Fiki Knights. It looks like they're just going to take the,
Yoda só vai torcer pra
they're gonna
derrota da
take the
Polish.
completion of this dungeon, but they are not going to be able to start
Mano.
another key, which means that Polish Mountain are once again Their fate
Pô, a
is in their own
Polish
hands.
merece, mano.
They can secure a top 2 finish.
Os caras wiparam
if
com o
they
boss
can
com
complete this
0%
run.
na 20, cara.
But yeah, it's going
No
to be
comecinho do dia, velho. Quando
extremely
ninguém
difficult to
tava
do
nem
that for them.
pensando em
This is
fazer
such a
20.
hard key. 3 minutes left. Yeah, there's no way Fiki Knights
Sorte essas
can
horas já
finish
vestiu a
this
camisa da
dungeon
Polish.
in probably less than 4 minutes even, not let alone 3.
3 minutes. It
Iridex
says
is a
2
fast
minutes,
boss.
50 seconds.
Yeah, I know, but like they
It
I
goes-
think-
Yeah, but
Caralho,
not that
que
yeah,
fast.
like, I think
Still-
they're going to be a minute slow here.
What if you just crit all of your Tempests? You know? What if you just crit everything? You know?
What if we had a lot of shaman dogs helping us out?
Well, yeah, what if you just
by
proc 10
magical
lightning dogs?
intervention?
Versone mandatório na
Pinball
final?
news.
Ah, sou favorito, né?
Yeah, true. Now this is one of
Um
those spots
classificou em
where you
primeiro,
wish you
outro
were playing
classificou em
the Havoc
segundo.
DH and a Destro lock, right? Because you know those Havoc DHs, they crit their whole eye beam. The Destro locks crit every Chaos Bolt. That's the kind of RNG you need to get over the finish line here.
It's not the same
Oh.
kind of crit.
Can't believe you're selling that, Dratnos, but baguettes.
Wiping
More
in the bottom
problems
right.
for them in this 18.
Okay, that's again not
Still have time?
relevant, right? Because as long as they restart this key in the next 2 minutes, it's the same outcome for them, which is bad. As long as Fiki Knights don't wipe on Iridex, the baguettes are unfortunately going to be eliminated here. The last hour has just been so nasty for them. They basically have lost this entire hour to this 18 Grimbatol, and that has moved them from being in the hunt for second place to being
Isso vai
very
para de novo em
likely
2
in fourth
minutos.
place.
Entra rápido,
So,
entra
just a quick
rápido.
reminder, any dungeon run that is in process when the
Vai, galera,
time
bota a chave, nem
strikes
come, nem
the
come.
full hour, they can finish. So for Polish Mountain, they have round about 2 minutes
that.
if they wanted to redo
Já
that.
pode
with that
trocar
coming
o
in
nome
from the
pra
one
Bagretes,
direction,
né?
they do finish
Que
out.
isso, Polish Mountain,
Polish
não.
Mountain. Do we go
I
again?
think we maybe go again.
Auto
here. I think
boss.
we maybe make the call.
We
We
go
got,
again.
we got a minute to start another
Do it,
key.
do
boss.
it.
I
Do
Come
you?
on.
Auto
The
boss.
first poll is
think-
tough.
True. Oh,
It
true.
Auto
is.
boss.
I think
We
you
do
try to
have
get the
extra
cleaver in the
time.
boss. It's
This
going to hit a
is
worm,
also
though. It's going to hit a worm.
costing you time.
No.
Tick goes down.
3
No.
people
Hit
dead.
the boss with the cleaver.
Start another run.
It's a
start another
wipe,
run.
but they have to do the poll again. They get one final attempt. They have
Okay.
time
50
for one
segundos.
final
50
attempt. Polish
segundos.
Mountain.
50
Do
segundos.
you have it in you?
50
Can you get
segundos.
it done?
No
50
way.
segundos.
Wipe to the first pull here. At
Não,
the 3
bota
o'clock
pedra,
curse
bota pedra,
hitting,
mano.
Where
Meu Deus. Se tivesse com o Bob na PT já não ia dar pra fazer, porque ele nunca sabe quando é a pedra dele.
No one
Bota
can
a pedra.
one-shot a 20 necrotic wake, but 2 shots.
Bota a
much more
pedra.
likely.
Ficou demais eu? Tô
working on
torcendo
it.
pros
It's
caras,
our
como que eu tô
timer.
zicando?
there's no way, right? There's, I mean,
No, there's
are
no
they even
chance.
going to be able to 2-chest here?
It's like 30
No,
seconds
I
left.
don't think so.
Yeah, this is. I think they're toast for being able to start another key. But that's okay. This is still going to get them to 55 points, and that's what they'll need probably. Well, depending on Polish Mountain, right? This puts the ball back in Polish Mountain's court, which it's scary for Fiki Knights. I think they're definitely the favorites though, because it's pretty unlikely Polish Mountain will be able to one-shot this necrotic wake that they will be about to start up here.
As the clock strikes
Waiting
0
for
here
the
shortly,
confirmation.
I do want to say we are in final runs now. 07's in the chat for Baguettes. They played well. They qualified, but there was no path to qualification for Sunday for them.
Let's go, my team.
They got
Let's
some
go,
tough
my
keys
team.
done. Obviously,
Vamos
tough
Não,
teams today
ele
for
morre de
them, but it looks
novo.
good for them. And Polish Mountain have wiped at the start of the poll! And we are already in the final runs. Polish Mountain is going to bow out in 3rd place. It's not enough.
Oh, as predicted, as foretold. My channel points, no. How could this happen to me? Poor Polish Mountain. They had such a good day as well. Things were looking so solid for them, and it looked like they had such a good chance when Fiki Knights were wiping in that 20 wake, but Fiki Knights, incredible resilience there. They clutched out that 20 necrotic wake, after several disasters against a Marth. They were able to keep their composure. They were able to play such a clean run. Even with the death here at the end of this Grim Batol, it looks like they are going to be able to move to an unassailable 55 points here. There it is, 55, 2nd place for Fiki Knights. That is good enough to see them through to Sunday. Polish Mountain having just barely not enough time to start another run, wiping right after that run became final, are out in 3rd, and Baguettes are out in 4th, whether or not they finish their current run. And Streamer Zone have locked up a 1st. They're playing to improve their timer here in this necrotic wake, because their previous necrotic wake was a 32-10.
Coitado dos caras,
And they
mano.
think, or sorry, not necrotic.
Cadê a 20 que eles estavam fazendo?
both options are valid. The strat is that
Essa daqui eu acho.
Alice trying to
story slower, and it's kind of cap out. Okay, and these it's just not realistic, but this is cool.
Guys, olha essa cena, guys.
Pretty big gap.
Olha a 20 da Polish Mountain ali, mano. Ô, papo reto, mano. Eu vi esse tanque deles caindo duro muitas vezes, mano. Olha aqui, guys. Ó a 20 deles lá, ó. Último boss. Entrou o shield e o Xamã caiu duro. Aí o Xamã vai tomar a Reis. Tomou Reis. Continua.
So could have potentially also anked if it was there. Doesn't seem to be the case. That combat rest has been used, Stratos.
Yeah, I thought I saw the Ankh available as well, but maybe I'm mistaken, or maybe they decided to use the combat res instead. Either way, yeah, they did use the combat res, so no B res for the rest of this fight, and they have the Shaman go down. Okay, Ankh, yeah, it's definitely available on the raid frames there, so we use Ankh.
Morreu de novo o Shaman no shield.
Sequencing, right? You use the B res first, then you use the Ankh second, because you know you're a Shaman, you're gonna die, right? These things happen. So Polish Mountain, now they're in danger here. They have 4 minutes left on the clock, so the timer is still feasible. But they have to do this whole boss without any further mistakes here. They have count once they kill this Fleshcrafter as well. Nice work there. That one lines up well.
Fleshcrafter is loose.
Yeah, it is a little loose. The redominate comes in. They're able to move it back into the corner. And then they'll probably release it. And oh no! They've lost their druid. How did was that?
Okay, so
they maybe rescued them out of the their druid. The redominate comes in. They're able to move it back into the corner. And then they'll probably...
Ah, ele morreu porque ele cancelou a parada, guys.
I mean, that must be...
As you can see, going to go
Nossa, mano, eles morreram por bagulho muito trouxa, né, véi?
Not available, and it's gets poor. That's constantly getting dominant minded, because you need to make sure.
Nossa, agora que eu me liguei, o druida cancelou a ida dele pra baixo, só que o do Xamã não contava que o Xamã ia morrer tanto, né?
As well, that Fleshcraft dropped the MC, onto that priest, pretty aggressive to our evoker instead of our shaman.
Aqui foi quando eu virei um Fiat 1.8 porta.
On the boss, they're time tiebreakers, but hopefully that's something that they won't need to go to. They're hoping that these points will be enough. If they get trouble as well, just getting those cleavers are still doing a lot of damage. That's the saving grace here for Polish Mountain.
Yeah. It is, but as you can see, it always has to be dominant-minded again, carried back, Fear comes in, Dreamwalk comes in. It's a lot that is currently also losing them damage, trying to keep it under control. Can they get the damage out there one more time? Oh. We do have a death coming in. Their Archvoker has been taken down as another penalty
26 segundos, mano.
Here.
1% de vida. O boss da 20 deles.
So
Shield.
Oh no!
They need to finish it! Oh no!
Foi por isso que eles foram. Por isso que eles foram eliminados. Cruel, né, mano? Cruel, né? Cruel.
Talking about Streamer Zone GG, formerly missed count, right? This being a time that really seems like, as they shave off some time here, a time for them in the competition where they can really get in here. They've been working on consistency, they've been practicing. They seem to feel more coherent than ever in their approach to the dungeons this time around. But I mean, it's ironic looking at how they played today. You know, what do you think some of the big takeaways in any of their improvements or in the runs that you saw?
I think, if I remember correctly, the thing with missed count in previous TGPs was they had the potential to do all of the runs that the top teams could, but they were just a little bit less consistent. But the consistency was great for them today, like Dratnos was talking about. They got all their runs done with plenty of time left in the day. If you ever see a team in the TGP going back to a key they've already timed at that level just to go a little bit faster, you can tell that their day went pretty well. So if this is the new Streamer Zone, previously missed.
Acabou, guys. Agora é amanhã, mano. Estamos contra o time do Speed. É aqui, ó. Esk Gaming. Libas Academy, Cinema. Lindorm Fan Club. Ó, o time do Yoda passou em 16º, mano, e passou pra segunda fase, guys. Isso daqui, ó, canalice, capô de time. Nada. Tem o Speed, Yonteal, Peeble, Eulikisnog. Ilbas Academies com Lucasson, Almeida, LHZ, Monquito e o Arms SZ. Cinema, Arcs, Grieve, Prona, Stoneface e Whip. Lindorm, Humanity DH, Capitão Hammer, Outfade, Race Eater e Hofdude. Parece que já tá em primeiro. A briga pelo segundo vai ser embaçada. O time da Crona é bom também, mano. O do Crona. Bom, é bom. GG. Ganhou. Subi na live do Case.
Maybe we get on the broadcast and they get to say hi to you. Yo, Alti, thanks to tier 1.
GG. GG. Tamo junto, meus manos. Mano, eu vou sair um pouquinho mais cedo hoje que eu tô muito cansado, tá?
Yeah,
Eu vou
Yoda, your tournament experience definitely played off there.
ficar de boas por aqui.
Good.
Dá um gankzão no fugitivo, brother. Vou craftar. Não sabe de fazer nada. Caralho, cara, você é muito arrombado, cara. Tu deve ter chego aí e nem ouviu, né, cara? Que eu não dormi a noite inteira passando mal. Fui parar até no hospital, né, seu corno.
Aqui rifamos, hein?
Tô gastando também.